Opo, opo. Parang ano na.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up the additional reference of business, and may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as our committee reports and communications.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as messages and their own. Secretary General, please.
Additional reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill 5002, providing for developmental funding for Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines by Representative Romero.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 5003, strengthening the Energy Regulatory Commission by Representative Romero.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 5004, providing for additional developmental funding for the Office for Transportation Security by Representative Romero.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 5005, allowing the direct importation of sugar by sugar-dependent businesses in the food and beverage industry by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 5006 and 5007, creating Sharia judicial districts in the NCR and in the Central Visayas region by Representative Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 5008, repealing the incentive provisions of industry and sector-specific and investments and incentives-related laws by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 5009, declaring February 23 of every year as National Rotary Day and a regular working day by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 5010, promoting safe alternative mobility by establishing a network of pop-up bicycle lanes and emergency pathways by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 5011, establishing Internet Safety Education Program in the curriculum of all elementary and secondary schools by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill numbers 5012 and 5014, establishing TESDA Manpower Training and Youth Centers in Barangay San Antonio and San Martin de Porres, Parañaque City by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 5013 establishing an e-library in San Martin de Porres, Parañaque City by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 5015 institutionalizing and enhancing the Skills Certificate Equivalency Program of the Civil Service Commission and TESDA by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 5016 providing free food for children in public schools and daycare centers from products of farmers purchased by the government by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 5017 to establish guidelines and incentives for the development of science and technology parks in the Philippines by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 5018 educating the public, senior citizens, their families, and their caregivers on identifying and preventing fraudulent activities targeting senior citizens by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 5019 establishing senior citizens grievance desk in every barangay by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee or the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 5020 institutionalizing skills training program and providing job opportunities to inmates in detention facilities by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 5021 establishing the solar home system financing for social housing program by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 5022 to strengthen the people's right to information by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 5023 increasing the bed capacity of the Amang Rodriguez Memorial Medical Center in Marikina City from 500 beds to 1,000 beds by Representatives Teodoro, Romualdez Seda Marie, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 5024 converting the Marikina Science High School in Santa Elena, Marikina City into Marikina National Science High School by Representatives Teodoro, Romualdez Seda Marie, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 5025 increasing the amount of authorized election campaign expenses of candidates and political parties by Representative Pancho.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 5026 regulating the imposition of parking fees in shopping centers and malls and similar establishments including vacant lots used exclusively for parking by Representative Pancho.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 5027 granting incentives for commercial industrial establishments and developers who will incorporate rainwater harvesting technology in their businesses by Representative Pancho.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 5028 providing for support for the growth and development of barangay micro-business enterprises by Representative Rillo.
To the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development.
House Bill 5029 amending Sections 4 and 9 of RA number 7309, creating a Board of Claims under the DOJ for victims of unjust imprisonment or detention and victims of violent crimes by Representative Rillo.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 5030 declaring every 22nd day of November as Hussein Batute Day, a special non-working holiday in Santa Maria, Bulacan, in honor of the life and literature of Jose Corazon de Jesus by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 5031 providing for the establishment of an indigenous training center in Valencia City, Bukidnon by Representative Roque.
To the Committee on Indigenous Cultural Communities and Indigenous Peoples.
House Bill 5032 vesting regulatory powers to the Philippine Institute of Traditional and Alternative Health Care by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Health.
Resolutions. House Resolution 397 recognizing and congratulating Jesus is Lord Church for celebrating its 44th founding anniversary on October 29, 2022 by Representatives Baronda, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Hernandez, Tambunting, and Vargas.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 398 strongly urging the House to increase the fiscal year 2023 budget of the Mindanao Development Authority by Representative Matugas.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Resolution 399 strongly urging the House to increase the fiscal year 2023 budget of the COMELEC to accommodate the construction of its main and integrated field office building and overseas voting and continuing registration by Representative Matugas.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Resolution 400, urging the Committee on Information and Communications Technology and other relevant committees to investigate the reliability and accountability of Internet service providers and how to make Internet access or service more affordable and accessible to all Filipinos by Representative Rillo.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 401, urging the Committees on Games and Amusements, Ways and Means, and Banks and Financial Intermediaries to investigate and terminate illegal online casino and gambling and betting operations in the Philippines by Representative Rillo.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 4488 under Committee Report number 43, and may request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of this bill.
House Bill 4488, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2023.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of House Bill number 4488 is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. For that purpose, Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the sponsor for the budget of the Judicial Department, the Honorable Ruel Peter Gonzaga.
Yeah, before that, Majority Leader, I believe that you have a special request to our esteemed House members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please join me in requesting all our members, as well as our guests, to please take their seats as we deliberate the General Appropriations Bill.
Thank you, Majority Leader, for that gentle reminder for all members and of course of our guests for a smooth and orderly deliberation this morning. Daghang salamat, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I reiterate my motion that we recognize the sponsor of the budget of the Judicial Department, the Honorable Ruel Peter Gonzaga.
The Honorable Ruel Peter Gonzaga is recognized. Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. We are ready to defend the 2023 fiscal budget of the Judiciary in the amount of 52,772 million.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we call on our first interpellator, I move that we recognize the head of the delegation for the Judicial Department, the Honorable Justice Jose Maidas Marquez of our Supreme Court.
The Honorable Maidas Marquez, Justice Marquez, is recognized on behalf of Speaker Romualdez. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I move that we recognize once more the sponsor to deliver his sponsorship speech for the budget of the Judicial Department.
Honorable Ruel Peter Gonzaga, please proceed with your sponsorship speech.
Mr. Speaker, I have none. I'll be waiting for the interpellator, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, to proceed, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Marisa P. Magsino of Party List OFW to interpellate the Honorable Ruel Gonzaga.
Congressperson of the Party List OFW, Congresswoman Marisa P. Magsino, is recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to our Judiciary, Associate Justice Maidas Marquez, to our fellow colleagues. The Judiciary is one of the three independent branches of our government which are co-equal and which operate under a system known as separation of powers and checks and balances. However, despite constitutional safeguards for judicial independence and strict professional ethics, our judicial system is currently beset with so many problems. Justice delayed is justice denied. Relative to its function as interpreter of the law, the judiciary is also faced with the challenges of the growing complexity of legislation and the demands of the digital age. Given this scenario, we must realize that the institution of judicial reforms in the country is not solely the task of the judiciary. Sustaining a strong, apolitical, efficient, and trustworthy judiciary is crucial in the context of establishing a people-responsive government, in the promotion of social justice and social order, and in strengthening democracy in our country. Hence, the need for a one-country approach. And so, we in the legislative branch, primarily as the holder of the power of the purse, needs also to support this national endeavor. Historically, the judiciary's requests for funding have always been reduced. Notably, the 2023 proposed budget of 52.72 billion for the judiciary as approved by the Department of Budget and Management is 29% lower than the judiciary's requested budget of 74.18 billion. For this year, the DBM also slashed the requested budget by the judiciary by 33% and by 22% in 2021. These interventions by the Department of Budget and Management don't seem to seriously consider that there are 642 vacancies for judges for lack of interested parties due to unattractive compensation and overwhelming average annual caseload of 336 per judge, based on figures reported by the Office of the Court Administrator. In 2019, Republic Act number 11459 was enacted, creating judges at large posts for the regional and municipal trial courts precisely to decongest the courts of its dockets and fill up the lack of regular judges. In 2017, then Supreme Court Chief Justice Maria Lourdes Sereno echoed in the Philippines, there are only 2,000 courts nationwide that serve a population of 100 million. If you compare this ratio with developed nations, it's clear we have undermanned justice sector. Today, with our increasing population, notwithstanding the number of additional courts that we may have established since then, this observation remains relevant and true. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, our counterpart chamber, the Senate, has long been considerate of the budgetary constraints of the judiciary. In 2019, the Senate augmented the budget of the judiciary by 2.019 billion. The following year, in 2020, an increase of 2.5 billion was granted. For 2021, the Senate raised the budget of the judiciary by 1.7 billion, and for this year, 2022, a total of 2.44 billion was added. For 2023, Mr. Speaker, we in the House of Representatives should do our part. I would like to manifest my strong support together with my OFW party list for their approval of the proposed budget of the judiciary for 2023. And I call on our colleagues to follow the initiatives of the Senate for additional allocation for the judiciary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Dear sponsor, our judiciary, may your tribe increase. Maraming salamat po. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sponsor, a majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, for the next interpolator, I move that we recognize Representative Franz Castro of the ACPA Teachers Party List, Mr. Speaker.
Congresswoman Franz L. Castro of Party List Act Teachers is recognized. Please proceed, ma'am. I'm Bundag.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to our distinguished sponsor. Magandang umaga din po sa ating judiciary at sa ating mga colleagues, Mr. Speaker. So, yung una ko pong topic, at ito po, Mr. Speaker, lagi ko po itong panawagan sa pagdating sa budget ng judiciary, ukol sa panawagang pagtaas ng pondo para sa Korte at Korte Suprema tungo sa Una, accessibility ng judicial services at speedy disposition of cases. Alam naman po natin na merong autonomy sa pagbabudget ang ating judiciary. Equal yan sa Congress at saka sa executive. Pero taon-taon, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, nakita natin yung budget ay napakaliit o maliit. Kung kumpara natin doon sa pangangailangan ng hustisya, pangangailangan ng na maasikaso yung mga kaso sa iba't ibang mga korte sa ating sa iba't ibang korte sa buong kapuluan. In fact, Mr. Speaker, kung pupunta po kayo sa mga sala, sa mga iba't ibang mga korte, makikita natin yung kalunos-lunos na kalagayan ng ating mga korte, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Taunang nire-raise ng representasyong ito ang panawagang pagtaas ng pondo para sa korte at Korte Suprema tungo sa mabilis na disposisyon ng mga kaso, lalo na yung mga kasong kriminal at lalong-lalo na kung ang akusado ay nakakulong at hindi makapag-bail o hindi pwedeng mag-bail. Panawagan din namin na gawing mas accessible ang judicial services, mas konti ang gastos, mas malapit sa mga naisa ng maghain ng kaso para sa mga mamamayan. Sa tingin namin, Mr. Speaker, ay malaking bahagi ng kabagalan ng paggulong ng mga kaso at kawalan ng accessibility ay dahil sa maliit na sweldo ng mga kawani, kakulangan ng personnel, kakulangan ng rekurso sa korte, among other reasons. Masasagot ang mga isyong ito kung ibibigay sa Korte Suprema at mga korte ang pondong hinihingi nila, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So per request of the Supreme Court, nakalagay po dito 72,874,32,000, pero sa NEP ay 51,426,283. So malaki yung kaltas, Mr. Speaker, base doon sa nire-request ng ating judiciary. Makikitang 70.57% lamang ang hinihinging 72.87 billion ng Supreme Court ang ibinigay ng DBCC at ng Administrasyong Marcos Jr. Para sa representasyong ito, Mr. Speaker, maituturing itong budget cuts o parang cuts sa kanilang budget. So, distinguished sponsor, ang unang tanong, ano-ano yung mga programa at proyektong masasakripisyo at di na magagawa ng Korte Suprema at ng mga korte dahil sa cut na ito? Sinasabi natin, Mr. Speaker, dun sa presentation nila sa briefing, magbagamat marami pong mga kaso na umusad, at least 80% yung mga kaso, pero sa tingin po natin, Mr. Speaker, ay kumbaga sa ating standard ay dapat ay 100% or more than 100%. So ano po ba yung mga masasakripisyo dito, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, while is it true that the proposed 23 budget for the judiciary is 74 billion.18, and what is reflected in the NEP for 2023 is 52.72 billion. There is a variance of 21.46 billion. So kung isa-isahin natin ito, klaro po naman sa presentasyon ng judiciary na ano po yung nawala. So, for the breakdown, ang nawala po sa Supreme Court, may PS po silang nawala o hindi na ibigay ng DBM yung pong 5.85 billion. Sa MOE naman, meron naman pong hindi na ibigay na 4.37 million. Sa locally funded projects po, may 18.57 million. Sa retirement life po, may 3.72 million. Sa pension gratuity fund, meron naman pong 9.22 billion. So the total po is 19.46 billion in the part of the Supreme Court. Doon naman po sa Presidential Election Tribunal, meron naman pong nawala o kulang na PS 32.68 million sa RLIF nila o Retirement Life Insurance Program, 2.33 million in the total of 34.59 million. Sa Court of Appeals naman, ang PS nila na hindi naibigay is 1.01 billion. MOE nila, 2.02.22 million. RLIP nila, 4.77 million. Sa PGF nila, 17.77 million in the total of 1.24 billion. Sa Sandigan Bayan naman po, ang hindi naibigay na PS, 276.66 million. MOE nila, 44.82 million. Sa RLIF nila, 2.6 million. Sa PGF nila, 157 million.96. Yun po, ang total ay 477 million. Sa Court of Tax Appeals naman, ang hindi naibigay na for PS, 214 million. Sa MOE nila, 32.23 million. Sa RLIF nila, 1.92 million. Sa PGF nila, 0.44 million. In the total of 247.97 million. Ang kabuuan po niyan ay yun pong tinatawag nating variance o kulang sa hiningi ng Judiciary na 21.46 billion. So yun po ang total na hindi naibigay sa pamilyang hudikaryo po.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Ito po halimbawa sa MOOE, no, nung bawat ahensya or yung sinasabi nating mga attached agencies ng Judiciary, napakahalaga na maibalik ito, no, dahil sa panahon ng pandemya, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yung ICT infrastructure para sa videocon hearings ay napakahalaga. So, meron po ba ditong nawala? Or meron po bang proposal ang Judiciary kaugnay dito sa ICT infrastructure? O nakasama na po ito dun sa MOOE na 4.337 billion.
Mr. Speaker, doon po naman banda sa communication expenses, meron pong nawala. Like for example, sa Supreme Court for various offices, may nawala na 59 million. Sa lower courts naman, Court of Appeals, RTC to the first level courts, ang nawala po ay 193 million and 115 pesos. So, yun po ang kabuuan yung sa tinatanong po ninyo na ano po ang kulang para dun po sa komunikasyon para sa hudikaryo. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Mahalagang maibalik ito, Mr. Speaker, dahil nakita natin yung kahalagahan noong videocon hearings dahil tingin ng representasyong ito ay mas napapabilis ang mga disposisyon ng mga kaso pag may ganitong videocon hearings dahil pag face-to-face na nakita natin yung like yung security at saka yung iba pang mga pangangailangan. So tama po ba ako, distinguished sponsor, na mas dapat nating i-improve, no, yung ating mga infrastructure kaugnay ng ICT?
Yes po, Madam Speaker. Madam Interpolator, Mr. Speaker.
At mahalaga din, Mr. Speaker, yung madagdagan ang mga empleyado gaya ng at mabawasan ang mga JOs at COs na mga workers. O ibig sabihin nito ay regularisasyon. Napansin ko dun sa briefing last time, Mr. Speaker, na talagang malaki yung malaki yung dapat na i-fill up o i-fill in ng judiciary sa kanilang mga approve na mga plantilla positions. So napansin natin ito, Mr. Speaker. So meron po bang gagawin na yung Supreme Court dahil sa nakakakonsulta natin ng mga empleyado ng Supreme Court and in the lower courts, talagang overwork po ang ating mga empleyado. So meron po bang plan, Mr. Speaker, kaugnay ng regularization ng mga JOs and COs?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we really agree on the point raised by the good interpellator. At any rate, the judiciary ay sa buong kakayahan po nila, ginagawa po naman nila yung pag-fill up ng mga vacancies na tinutukoy po ni Congresswoman Castro, Mr. Speaker.
Aasahan natin yan na, Mr. Speaker, magbabantay tayo doon sa filling up of position sa judiciary sa mga susunod na budget hearing at titignan natin kung paano na-address itong mga JOs and COs. Kaisa kami ang ACT Teachers Party List at buong Makabayan Bloc sa naisin ng buong sangay ng Hudikatura, Mr. Speaker, na ibalik o bigay sa kanila yung more than 21 billion na kinaltas o hindi sinama sa DBCC at sana ay ang Committee on Appropriation ay makatulong at ang kapulungang ito na maibalik ito. Next topic, Mr. Speaker, ay ukol sa mga red tagging, disinformation at iba pang kilos na naglalagay sa panganib sa mga tao.
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Based po sa Section 5, Article 8 of the 1987 Constitution, the Supreme Court shall have the following powers: promulgate rules concerning the protection and enforcement of constitutional rights and legal assistance to underlying privilege. Such rules shall provide a simplified and inexpensive procedure for the speedy disposition of cases, shall be uniform for all courts of the same grade and shall not diminish, increase, or modify substantive rights. Rules of procedures of special courts and quasi-judicial bodies shall remain effective unless disapproved by the Supreme Court. Ito yung isa sa mahalagang function ng Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So paano po ba ito na effectively na isasagawa ng ating judiciary, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, yes, that is true. One of the powers of the Supreme Court is to ascertain whether or not the litigant should be free from any court fees or legal fees. One of the initiations of the Supreme Court with regard to that matter is the issuances of administrative matters. One of the 16 guidelines there is that if the litigant is an indigent, yes, the litigant is free from all legal fees or court fees. Pero kung hindi naman po siya isang indigent, of course, the issuances of the Supreme Court will not apply to him or to her. So ang kinakailangan lang man po i-present, i-prove ng isang litigant na isa po siyang indigent. So pag indigent po siya, lahat po nabayaran doon sa korte, RTC man o MTC or sa Court of Appeals o even Supreme Court, ay wala na po siyang gagawin. Kung hindi, ay libre po siya sa mga exaction ng legal fees or court fees po, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. doon sa pagpapaliwanag. So about naman po sa tinutukoy natin about the yung mga red tagging. So we laud the efforts of the Supreme Court towards the threats and killings of lawyers and judges in the country. Ang sabi dito, every threat to a lawyer or a judge that prevents them from exercising their functions has a very serious repercussions on the idea that the rule of law must be accessible in an impartial and transparent manner to all parties. Every right guarantee in the Constitution must be protected. Bilang mga umaasa sa mga legal services ng human rights defenders, we fully agree na bawat threat sa kanila ay threat din sa karapatan ng mga mamamayan o karapatan ng mga human rights defenders sa mga karapatan ng mga sektor na kinakatawan nila. Kapag sila ay nire-red tag, tinatakot, tinatangka at tinutuluyang paslangin, nilalagay rin ang panganib sa buhay at kaligtasan. So ang tanong ko, Mr. Speaker, kaugnay nito, meron po ba tayong update on the compliance of the courts? Ano kaya ang magagawa pa ng Supreme Court hanggang sa ngayon kaugnay nito? Naniniwala kami na hindi dapat paliitin o gawing walang saysay ang kapangyarihan ng Korte Suprema para protektahan at ipatupad ang mga karapatan ng mamamayan.
Mr. Speaker, we fully recognize the issues with regard to the threats to lawyers, to human rights defenders. Pero si Supreme Court naman, or si Judiciary, ay may ginawa naman dyan. In fact, ang isa sa mga malaking ginawa ng Judiciary tungkol sa threat sa mga human rights defenders, yung pinalakas po yung writ of amparo. Yung writ of amparo naman po, isa siyang remedy o pamamaraan kung ang isang Pilipino na nagiging human rights defenders and then there is a threat or a threat to his or her life or security, may pwede naman siyang pupunta sa korte para maghingi ng isang remedy na what we call writ of amparo. So hindi po nagpababaya ang judiciary with regard to your question or issues, Madam Interpolator, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, nabanggit po yung writ of amparo. So, sa nakaraang o nakalipas na administrasyon, marami pong nangyari na mga red tagging, extrajudicial killings, and of course, nagpapatuloy pa rin po hanggang ngayon yun, So, ang tanong po natin, kaugnay nito sa writ of amparo, writ of habeas corpus, at saka yung writ of habeas data, na pwede pong na magamit ng isang pangkaraniwang mamamayan. So, meron po bang dedicated na korte sa Supreme Court or sa lower court kaugnay nitong paghingi ng writ of amparo or exclusively sa Supreme Court lang ito hinihingi, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, kahit po sa ang korte, basta regional trial court can take cognizance or can take jurisdiction over the issue of writ of amparo, writ of habeas corpus, or writ of habeas data. At sa kasulukuyan naman po, nire-review po yung ng mga Supreme Court Justices, yung guidelines po ng mga writs na yan. Pinapalakas po nila kung ano pa ang pwedeng maibigay in the protection of right, liberty, security, or even in the gathering of data sa mga sinasabi nating pwedeng maging biktima sa mga red tagging o abuses ng mga nakaupo sa gobyerno po, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So, thank you po. So, yung writ of amparo, habeas corpus, at yung habeas data ay pwede pong makuha sa mga korte. So, pag sinabi po bang, halimbawa po, ang Makabayan Black, so ako po, halimbawa, nire-red tag. So, pwede po akong humingi ng writ of amparo sa kahit na anong korte.
Mr. Speaker, pag meron naman pong red tagging na yan, of course, you have the remedy to go to court, and the court will take recognition or jurisdiction for that matter. But it is not automatic for the issuances of the writ. Tinedetermine po yan. May judicial determination whether or not to grant the petition or the writ as it is, Mr. Speaker. Hindi naman po bigla-bigla dahil na naman nag-file siya ng petition for writ of habeas data, writ of habeas corpus, or writ of amparo, bigla ay automatic kagad ibigay ng korte yan. Merong judicial determination po, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Meron po bang sinasabi kasi lagi ng security forces ng gobyerno na walang definition tayo sa red tagging. So, pwede bang ilinaw ng Supreme Court kung meron bang jurisprudence o merong mga desisyon na nagawa sa Supreme Court defining red tagging?
May kaso nito. Mr. Speaker, yung red tagging naman po is not a crime defined by any law in the Republic of the Philippines. Yun lang naman po ang aligasyon ng mga iba against the PNP or the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Yun naman pong, like for example, may red tagging na ito si Mr. Juan is a terrorista under the Anti-Terrorism Act. Hindi naman po bigla-bigla yang damputin. Merong proseso dyan. Even the allegation of a terrorist, hindi po yan tama. May proseso po tayo under sa Anti-Terrorism Act. So kailangan nating i-determina kung ano yung krimen na ginawa ng isang tao. For now, red tagging is not a crime, Mr. Speaker.
Hindi ko po sinasabing crime ang red tagging, no? Ang tinatanong ko, Mr. Speaker, meron bang jurisprudence o meron bang kasulatan na dinesisyonan ng Supreme Court defining yung red tagging? Kasi parating sinasabi, lalo na nung panahon ng dating administration, na yung red tagging ay wala naman, does not exist. Pero ang alam ko, merong isang jurisprudence o decision or whatever na dinefine ni Associate Justice Leonen kaugnay ng red tagging. Pwede po ba yun mabanggit at anong kaso po yun?
May jurisprudence yan, may nabasa tayong jurisprudence, Mr. Speaker. This is a case of Kaleha et al. Versus Executive Secretary, December 7, 2001. It is all about the Anti-Terrorism Act, where they question the constitutionality. At may isa naman po, yung wherein against a police superintendent, Ducana, if I can remember it right. Yung kaso naman po it was this ruled by the Supreme Court in 2021. Yung kaso naman po, may isang biktima sa red tagging. Pumunta siya sa Regional Trial Court, nanghingi siya ng writ of amparo. Binigay naman po ni Regional Trial Court, and in fact, it was elevated to the Supreme Court. Yung kaso naman po, nanalo naman po yung isang biktima na nired tag ng grupo ng PNP officers. So, in fact, ay gumagana po yung batas natin sa bansa. I will give you the title and the case number of that case po, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so hindi po yan yung tinutukoy natin, no, Mr. Speaker. Ang tinutukoy natin yung pag-define ni Associate Justice Leonen ng tungkol doon sa red tagging. So pag sinabi pong red tagging, so hindi lang po, hindi ko lang po masasabi yung exact na sinasabi po doon sa decision na any threat, yung pagpapakita ng caricature ng isang individual, pagpapakita ng individual na siya ay parang terorista or merong ginagawang hindi labag sa batas, etc. So yun po yung mga minention doon sa red tagging. So pwede ko po bang makuha, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, later on itong decision and jurisprudence tungkol sa red tagging.
Yes, ma'am, yes, Mr. Speaker, we will produce the exact case that you have mentioned. And as soon as we get it, we will give it to you, Madam Interpolator, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so for that, Mr. Speaker, wala na po akong ibang tanong. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Lex Anthony Colada of the AMBIS OWA party list.
Mr. Speaker, good morning. There being no other members of the minority who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, Congressman Gonzaga, I move to terminate the interpolations of the proposed budget of the Judiciary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, I join the minority leader in the motion to terminate the interpolation on the proposed budget for the Judicial Department. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There's a joint motion to terminate the interpolation on the proposed budget of the Judiciary. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The interpolations on the proposed budget of the Judiciary is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session to allow the next agency to prepare for their sponsorship and for their budget proposal. Mr. Speaker. So moved.
Session suspended.
Salamat po sa inyo. Salamat po.
Opo. Si Manong Edsel mo. Mamayang alas 5 daw, sir. Tapos
Oh, interpolation? Dami, ha?
Tama muna kayo, boss. Oh.
Bubuo pag walang minority.
Ay, hindi daw kayo mabubuo. Sasama daw ka.
Friend, behave.
Ay, di director ako tatawag sa kanya. Expedite the proceeding.
Ha?
Mas pagaling to. Well modulated ang voice nito eh. Oh, ako na magko-close ha.
Pwede mo sabihin ko na lang. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully request that you join the Majority Leader in requesting all our members as well as our guests to please settle down and take their seats so we can proceed with the deliberation of the budget of the Office of the Vice President. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There is a gentle request and reminder that please, members of this August Hall, to take your seat. And for our guests also to take their seat. Daghang salamat.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Session suspended. Sumuro po. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we proceed with the consideration of the proposed budget of the Office of Vice President.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the presence of Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Philippines, Vice President Sara Z. Duterte.
We would like to welcome to the House of Representatives Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, Sara Z. Duterte. Maayong buntag, ma'am. Maayong pag-abot. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Maria Carmen S. Zamora, Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, to answer questions on the proposed budget of the Office of the Vice President.
Congresswoman Zamora, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, joining with me this morning is no less than the Vice President, Her Excellency Sara Duterte, together with the team from the Office of the Vice President. Mr. Speaker, I am now ready to answer any interpellations regarding the budget of the Office of the Vice President.
Maraming salamat. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Edsa Lagman of the 1st District of Albay to interpolate the sponsor on the proposed budget of the Office of the Vice President.
The gentleman from Albay, Congressman Edsel Lagman, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning to the Honorable Vice President Sara Duterte. Will the distinguished sponsor yield?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Please
Thank you.
proceed.
We truly appreciate the importance and relevance of the Office of the Vice President. It is said that the Vice President is just a heartbeat away from the presidency. Consequently, the Office of the Vice President must get the appropriation it deserves. In the same token, just like any other government agency, the Office of the Vice President must not get an appropriation it does not deserve. Does the distinguished sponsor agree?
Yes, I agree, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
May we know, Mr. Speaker, from the distinguished sponsor, what is the mandate of the Office of the Vice President?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it is the mandate of the Office of the Vice President, and it's part of its mission to deliver efficient, accessible, and responsive public services and programs that empower Filipinos across the country. And for emphasis, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it is the intention of the Office of the Vice President under this current Vice President administration to work as a complement of the Office of the President, and it intends to work hand in hand with the Office of the President. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you for that generalized answer. But under the Constitution, Section 8 of Article 7 provides, in case of death, permanent disability, removal from office, or resignation of the President, the Vice President shall become the President to serve the unexpired term. Will the distinguished sponsor confirm this constitutional mandate?
Yes, I confirm, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
In other words, the Vice President is essentially an officer in waiting. Is that correct?
If that is how the Honorable Speaker would like to say it so, yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And under the Constitution, the Vice President may be appointed as a member of the Cabinet, and such appointment requires no confirmation. Is that correct?
I agree, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
But when the Vice President serves as a Cabinet Secretary, she is doing that not really as Vice President, but as a member of the Cabinet. Is that correct?
I agree, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
From the second half of 2016 to the first half of 2022, the total appropriations for the office of the Vice President amounted to only 3,836,846,000 for a period of 6 years. Does the distinguished sponsor confirm this?
I confirm based on records of our previous General Appropriations Act from 2016 to 2022, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
In other words, the average annual appropriation of the previous Vice President was only 639,474,000. Is that correct?
I confirm, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
What is the proposed appropriation for the office of the Vice President for 2023? It's 2 billion.
For fiscal year 2023, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the proposed appropriation of the Office of the Vice President amounts to 2,292,673 pesos.
This proposed, thank you, distinguished sponsor. This proposed total appropriation for 2023 is 258.52% higher than the average appropriation for the office of the Vice President for the past 6 years. Is that correct?
That's 226.58% to be exact, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
My figure says it's 258.52%. Anyway, it's a huge percentage increase.
I agree, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, may we know from the distinguished sponsor what agency or office of the national government received the highest percentage increase in its 2023 proposed appropriation compared to the current year's level?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, based on the proposed appropriations for 2023, it is the Office of the Vice President that receives the highest increase in terms of percentage, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you for that candid answer, distinguished sponsor. The increase translates to 226.58% compared to the present year's level. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
May we know, distinguished sponsor, whether there are new projects and programs in the Office of the Vice President which were not included in the projects and programs of the previous incumbent?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, in the past and the previous vice presidents in the country, the Office of the Vice President have their respective programs and projects that were implemented. And for this year, with the present Vice President, the Vice President intends to implement several social services programs that will cascade to the people in the regional and the provincial level. One of the major programs that the Office of the Vice President will implement that is new, probably compared to the previous vice presidents, is the establishment of regional offices for the Office of the Vice President. It is because it is the intention of the Vice President to be more accessible to the people in terms of the delivery of social services. Another new program that the Office of the Vice President will implement is the Libreng Sakay program that intends also to cater the free transportation services intended for our constituents in the different parts of the country. And to name a few, Magnegosyo Taday is one of the new programs that the Vice President also intends to implement, especially that we are now under the recovery phase of our COVID pandemic. it is the intention of the Vice President to complement also the Office of the President in implementing recovery programs, especially on economic and livelihood support to our people. And that is only some of the new programs that the Office of the Vice President intends to do once this proposal will be approved for next year. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. With respect to regional offices, how many regional offices are designed to be established by the Office of the Vice President?
As of now, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the Office of the Vice President has already established 7 satellite offices that are strategically located in different parts of the country. And as of this moment, these 7 satellite offices are located in Dagupan, Tacloban, Cebu, Bacolod, Tandag, Zamboanga, and Davao. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And how much, Mr. Speaker, is allocated for the creation and operation of the satellite offices?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, for the operation of the satellite offices, there is no separate budget intended for the satellite offices established in these locations. The operation is centrally operated based on the budget which is now being used by the Office of the Vice President. Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Now, how can regional satellite offices function if there is no budget for these satellite offices? And if it is going to be taken from the central office of the Vice President, how much would this be? Can we extract how much would this involve? Because, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, this will just balloon the bureaucracy. And all other vice presidents from the Commonwealth up to the last incumbent, there were no satellite offices, but they were able to function. So if this cannot be extracted, then how will this satellite offices function without a budget?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, as the Office of the Vice President operates at this point, since July up to December, it operates under the existing and the remaining budget of the Office of the Vice President. However, for the year 2023, it intends to operate its respective satellite offices with the proposal of operating it for an estimate of 150 million, which will include personal services and allocations for medical and burial assistance and other social services programs. Hence, this proposal that it amounted to this much at 2 billion because of the intention of the Office of the Vice President to operate these regional and satellite offices based on its proposed amount at 150 million pesos, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
And may we know how much is the total amount allocated for these satellite offices?
As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, for now, the Office of the Vice President is operating under the existing budget of the Office of the Vice President, which is centrally operated. All of these are being operated under the 2022 budget, and personal services are being taken out of the existing budget now of the Office of the Vice President. Again, as I mentioned earlier, with the proposal of the Office of the Vice President, it proposes for an allocation of 150 million in order to operate the regional and satellite offices, which will be broken down into personal services, social services, and other MOE that will operate its new programs and projects. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
May we request the distinguished sponsor not to repeat her answers because it is eating my time. Because the answers of the distinguished sponsor is included in the computation of my 30 minutes. Now, granting, for example, that the Office of the Vice President would establish more satellite offices, say 10 satellite offices in 2023, that would translate to 1,500,000,000 at 150 million each. Is that correct?
If the computation, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, will be based on 150 million per satellite office, that would be true. However, the Office of the Vice President will operate based on the amount being proposed, and if there will be extension or establishment of more, then there will be adjustments based on whatever is given by Congress as an appropriation for the Office of the Vice President.
Anyway, if it is 10 times 150 million, it would be 1.5 billion. Now, Vice Presidents Doy Laurel, Erap Estrada, Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Jopisto Gigona, Noli De Castro, Jojo Binay, and Lenny Robredo did not enjoy the allotment of confidential funds. Is this correct?
Based on the records of the previous GAA of the previous Vice President, yes, that is correct, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
The Vice Presidents then, before martial law and during martial law and after martial law, did not enjoy the allocation of confidential funds, and they did not ask for the appropriation of confidential funds in the respective office. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I stand corrected. In 2009, there was a confidential fund of 6 million pesos. In 2010, there was an allocation of confidential funds amounting to 3 million. In 2011, there was a confidential funds amounting to 6 million. And in 2012, there was a confidential fund amounted to 9 million. I stand corrected, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, that is correct. And these are minuscule amounts compared to 500 million. What is the take of the distinguished sponsor that the previous vice presidents did not actually ask and was not allocated confidential funds in the magnitude of 500 million?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the Vice President, being a former local chief executive of the city of Davao, who is a staunch supporter of advocacy on peace and order and national security, deemed it proper to be a complementing partner with the Office of the President in assuring that all of the President's programs will be implemented based also on the perspective of ensuring of a peaceful and a secured nation. And it is the intention of the Honorable Vice President to implement her programs using these confidential funds to assist and help all agencies in ensuring and assisting in achieving national security in the country, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Well, let me remind the distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that the Office of the Vice President has its own confidential and intelligence fund amounting to about 4.5 billion pesos for 2023, similar to the confidential and intelligence fund of President Rodrigo Duterte. Now, in a nutshell, distinguished sponsor, what is the justification for granting the office of the Vice President confidential fund, which is unprecedented in magnitude?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the amount of 500 million as confidential fund is for the safe implementation of projects and activities of the Office of the Vice President, with proper security coordination and safety protocols for the benefit of the organization and the availing public. Said budget is intended for the expenditures under COA DBM DILG GCG DND Joint Circular Number 2015-01 dated January 8, 2015, such as purchase of information necessary for the formulation and implementation of program, activities and projects relevant to national security and peace and order, rental of transport vehicle related to confidential activities, rental and incidental expenses related to maintenance of safe houses, purchase or rental of supplies, material, and equipment for confidential operations that cannot be done through regular procedures without compromising the information gathering activity concerned, payment of rewards to informers, subject to the conditions set forth in the same circular, uncover, prevent illegal activities that pose a clear and present danger to agency personnel and property or other facilities and resources under the agency protection, done in coordination with the appropriate law enforcement agencies and others that may be authorized by the GAA or other special laws. Mr. Speaker.
The distinguished sponsor is just reading the provisions of Joint Circular Number 2015-01 issued on January 8, 2015, entitled Guidelines on the entitlement, release, use, reporting, and audit of confidential and/or intelligence funds. Now, could the distinguished sponsor give us an itemization, a specific enumeration of what activities and programs will be conducted and budgeted from the 500 million confidential fund?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, my apologies for I cannot give all the details and specifics of the activities intended for this confidential fund. If Your Honor may agree, I can share it with him later confidentially, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Well, we are not in a confidential interaction. I think if we would like to grant the Office of the Vice President 500 million confidential funds, then this should be justified, and members of the House should know what will be the projects and programs to be funded from the confidential funds. Now, the distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, cited circular number 201501, jointly issued by the COA, the DILG, and other agencies. May we know whether the Office of the Vice President has prepared a physical and financial plan indicating the proposed amount allocated for each program, activities, and projects where disbursement pertains to confidential expenses shall be based as required by the circular?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as provided by the general guidelines in the utilization of the confidential fund, the Office of the Vice President has already formulated its fiscal and financial plan as a compliance to the utilization of the confidential fund.
If there is such a prepared fiscal and financial plan, can this representation and members of the House be given soonest or forthwith a copy of the fiscal and financial plan?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, if this honorable body would demand for the copy of the fiscal and financial plan, then the Office of the Vice President will gladly do so in an executive session, considering that we are tackling the appropriation and utilization of a confidential fund. However, I can enumerate the performance indicators that the Office of the Vice President has prepared.
No.
And
I'm
if
not
that
asking-
will suffice the query of the Honorable Lagman, then I can enumerate these performance indicators, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
No, I'm asking for a copy of the fiscal and financial plan as required by the Joint Circular number 2015-01. And under the circular, that is not confidential. Nowhere can we find any provision of the Joint Circular that makes the physical and financial plan confidential. Mr. Speaker, I move that we request the Office of the Vice President a copy of the fiscal and financial plan to be submitted to this chamber before we close the debate and consideration of the General Appropriations Bill. I so move.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we will submit the financial plan to the Office of the Speaker and the Committee on Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you. And what is the concept of the distinguished sponsor on the meaning of confidential expenses?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, confidential expenses refer to those related to surveillance activities in civilian government agencies that are intended to support the mandate or operation of the agency. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
That is defined in the circular, joint circular. Is it correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And that should be followed. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And what is the limitation in the utilization of confidential fund pursuant to the joint circular?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the limitation will be based on what has been, I have enumerated earlier, based on the circular on the utilization of the confidential fund, which I have enumerated earlier. This is under COA DBM DILG GCD DND Joint Circular number 2015-01. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
For the information of the members of the House, could the distinguished sponsor read number 4.8 of the circular in relation to number 4.8.1?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, under 4.8 of the said circular, confidential funds shall be used only for the following confidential expenses. 4.8.1, purchase of information necessary for the formulation and implementation of program activities and projects relevant to the national security and peace and order. Rental of transport vehicle related to confidential activities. Rental and incidental expenses related to maintenance of safe houses. Purchase of or rental of supplies, material, and equipment for confidential operations. Payment of rewards to informers. Uncover, prevent illegal activities that pose a clear and present danger to agency or others that may be authorized by the GAA or other special laws. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. And we will like to see whether in the fiscal and financial plan, all of these are observed by the Office of the Vice President so that we can properly allocate what is necessary for the Office of the Vice President. Mr. Speaker, considering my time is about to be up, in the spirit of patriotism and frugality, considering the limited fiscal space which resulted to the decrease in the appropriations of most government agencies, could the distinguished sponsor ask the Honorable Vice President if she is willing to forego of her confidential funds?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the Honorable Vice President believes that she can fully implement as a complement of the Office of the President by operating under these confidential funds with her intention to assist the President and other offices under the Executive Department in ensuring that all of this be done with the intention of ensuring peaceful and a secured nation, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Which is actually not in the mandate of the Office of the Vice President. Now, it is now our understanding that the Honorable Vice President is not willing to forego not even a single centavo of the 500 million confidential fund allocated in her office.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, Your Honor, the Honorable Vice President has just shared it with me now that she's saying she defers to the decision of the majority of this Honorable Congress.
Thank you so much for that commitment, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. And thank you very much to the Vice President. For the I am making this interpellation for the enlightenment of the members of the House, and not in disrespect of the second highest official who was popularly elected and must by a popular clamor. But in the same token, the Office of the Vice President must heed the popular clamor on the reduction of her budget, which is excessively huge compared to the previous budgets of the former vice presidents, particularly on the allocation of a 500 million confidential fund. With that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, thank you for your candid answers. I end my interpellation.
Daghang salamat.
Thank you.
And with the colatilia that according to the Vice President, she submits to the discretion of Congress with respect to the funding of confidential fund in the office of the Vice President. Thank you.
Daghang salamat. Thank you, Honorable Lagman. Gentleman from Albay.
We also thank the Honorable Edsel Lagman for his questions, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Representative Raul Manuel of the Kabataan Party List for his interpellation.
Party List Kabataan, Congressman Raul Manuel, you're recognized, sir.
Magandang umaga, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask our sponsor kung familiar ba tayo doon sa mga naipatupad na programa ng Office of the Vice President noong nakaraang 6 na taon.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the current administration of the Office of the Vice President is aware of the several advocacy programs implemented by the previous Vice President. It acknowledges its contribution, and in fact, the Office of the Vice President intends to continue what has been started by the previous Vice President. However, the Office of the Vice President now intends to add more programs that will cater the needs of the people, not just here in the central office, but as well as those in the respective provinces and regions. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, our distinguished sponsor has mentioned na kung ano yung mga programa ng Office of the Vice President ay ipagpapatuloy at dadagdagan pa. Kaso lamang, Mr. Speaker, sa listahan ng mga proyekto sa ilalim ng Good Governance Program, sa ilalim ng kasalukuyang Office of the Vice President, ay yung nakita lamang nating mga tampok na programa ay yung livelihood programs, yung libreng sakay, pamamahagi ng bags. Hindi natin nakita doon, Mr. Speaker, yung diversity ng mga programa na mainam ngang dapat ay maipagpatuloy. Wala pong pagbanggit sa mga COVID-related programs kagaya ng testing, online consultation, tulong sa pagpaparami ng nakakatanggap ng bakuna, pati yung community learning hubs, distance learning tools, tsaka tulong sa ating mga health workers. With that, Mr. Speaker, gusto nating maklarify kasi hindi nagtutugma kung ano yung nasa proposal ng Office of the Vice President doon sa kakabanggit lamang.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we acknowledge that the previous Vice President has implemented COVID-19 related operations. Pero siguro dapat din nating tutukan ng pansin na the strategies being used in the past were more about COVID-related interventions, just like testing, just like its intervention for those patients that are affected with COVID. At this point, we are already on COVID recovery programs, and therefore, the strategies that will be implemented in the operation of post-COVID operations will be different. And that includes livelihood programs, economic recovery programs, and dito makikita natin na with the new program of Magnegosyo Taday program as one of the new initiatives of the Office of the Vice President, it is now doing and conducting more specific approach in addressing post-COVID-19 operations, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, bagamat kinikilala natin yung ilan sa mga programa na dapat ngang matuloy under the current Office of the Vice President, kaso lamang, Mr. Speaker, kahit nga yung sitwasyon natin ng pag-handle ng COVID-19 is still far from what is desired. Halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, nung mga nakaraang linggo o araw ay umabot na sa 14% yung positivity rate ng COVID-19 sa ating bansa. Malayo doon sa recommended level ng World Health Organization na kaya nating i-handle, which is dapat hindi lumagpas ng 5%, Mr. Speaker. Tapos sobrang baba din nung rate ng mga kababayan natin na merong booster shots. Kaya naman nakakapagtaka kung bakit yung mga magandang nasimula ng Office of the Vice President ay hindi natin nakikita doon sa current plans, Mr. Speaker.
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, as I have mentioned earlier, that the Office of the Vice President intends to be a complementary office of whatever is being implemented by the Executive Department. And we acknowledge, I appreciate the data presented by His Honor in terms of the gaps that he observed in the recovery program for COVID-related operations. And the Office of the Vice President recognizes the mandate of Department of Health in ensuring that these gaps will be addressed. And as a complementary office, it intends to operate on a small but specific and sustainable approaches for post-COVID-related interventions in order to address the post-COVID recovery programs, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, tingin natin ay malinaw pa rin na hindi lahat ng mga magagandang programa na nasimulan na ng Office of the Vice President ay may pagpapatuloy sa kasalukuyang Office of the Vice President. Bagamat nandyan yung thrusts, halimbawa, ng mga naunang programa na patungkol sa food security and nutrition, meron pa on healthcare, public education, housing and resettlement, rural development, women empowerment, pati rin ang disaster relief and rehabilitation. Kung ikukumpara natin, Mr. Speaker, naging limitado na yung mga programa at yung mga tema na siyang matutugunan sa ilalim ng kasalukuyang proposal, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, yung mga nasimulan na, yun ay napondohan gamit lamang yung nasa 1/3 ng proposal na dapat ay mailaan. No? Kung susundin natin yung National Expenditure Program, ganun kalaki yung diferensya, Mr. Speaker. I believe regardless of our affiliation, regardless of our belief, mataas yung naiset na standard ng Office of the Vice President at diverse yung naging target communities kahit walang confidential funds na ginamit na address yung iba't ibang pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan na bigyan ng serbisyo at on point yung mga programa kahit hindi na ngailangan ng ganitong tipo ng pondo. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, with all due respect, I beg to disagree that the Vice President does not intend to continue what has been started by the previous Vice President. In fact, it is our belief that she can do more being a member of the cabinet of this present administration. She can actually be a complementary leader that will be a partner not just with the Office of the President, but with the other executive agencies that are mandated to do these tasks that were mentioned by the Honorable Speaker. We believe that it is not just the office itself that needs to address these gaps, but it is the Vice President who can help other agencies by being a complementary leader to the Office of the Vice President in addressing these gaps being mentioned, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, dahil na-mention din naman na halimbawa yung ating response sa COVID-19 ay mas iaasa na natin sa Department of Health, then for me it is clear na yung mga health-related programs na nasimulan ng Office of the Vice President, kagaya ng testing, online consultation, tsaka tulong dun sa pagpapadami ng makaka-access ng bakuna, ay hindi na natin masyadong may aasa ngayon sa Office of the Vice President, Mr. Speaker. And that would lead me to my next point, no? Doon sa share ng confidential funds sa budget ng Office of the Vice President. I'd like to, again, no, confirm sa ating sponsor na yung total budget, yung proposal para sa OVP ay nasa 2.3 billion pesos. Tama po ba?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Ito ay maihahati sa dalawa. General Administration and Support worth 91 million pesos. Tama po ba? Tsaka Good Governance Program na 2.2 billion pesos.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Ngayon, Mr. Speaker, kung merong 500 million na confidential funds, hindi natin ito maa-attribute doon sa General Administration and Support na nagkakahalaga ng 91 million pesos lamang. Tama ba, Mr. Speaker?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, yung 500 million pesos na confidential funds ay nakalagak bilang bahagi at hindi hiwalay doon sa Good Governance Program, Mr. Speaker.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes. Ito yung nakakabahala, Mr. Speaker. Kasi minsan meron ding misinterpretations kung saan ba mahahanap yung confidential funds. We thought na ito ay hiwalay doon sa Good Governance Program. Pero ang katotohanan pala, ito ay nasa ilalim ng Good Governance Program. Ibig sabihin niyan, Mr. Speaker, the confidential funds will constitute 23% o 1/4 na ng Good Governance Program. Malaki yung kinakain itong share doon sa yung binabanggit sana na mga aktibidad o proyekto para sa ating mga kababayan. And in totality, the confidential funds will constitute 22% or a little more than 1/5 of the budget of the Office of the Vice President, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it is true that it's part of the Good Governance Program because it is, again, the intention of the Vice President to implement good governance programs based on a strategy that was I mentioned earlier, which is legally mandated by a circular issued by COA and DBM that allows confidential funds for an office. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, naniniwala po ang representasyon na ito, with all due respect sa ating kagalang-galang na sponsor, na ang good governance ay kabaligtaran ng pagkakaroon ng maraming confidential funds. Ang good governance po ay nakasandal, or it highly depends on principles of transparency and accountability, especially among our public officials. Mahirap po tayong makapagsabi na meron tayong pinapractice na good governance kung malaking bahagi na ating pondo ay nakakubli. Dahil dyan, Mr. Speaker, to wrap up this interpellation, I believe na kung yung pondo ng National Task Force LCAC ay maituturing natin na general spork, yung current proposal naman para sa budget ng Office of the Vice President ay may lalaikan natin o may hahambing sa Vice Presidential pork cloaked with good governance. Yun lamang, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Franz Castro, Representative Franz Castro of the ACT Teachers Party List for her interpellation.
ACT Teacher, Congresswoman Castro, you're recognized, ma'am. Please proceed.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to the family of the Office of the Vice President, especially to our Vice President, Inday Sara Duterte. So, siguro yung unang tanong, Mr. Speaker, sa nakaraan po, although we respect yung tradition ng ating tradisyon natin dito sa Congress na during the briefing, so parang binibigay natin yung respect during the briefing na parang hindi na natin tinatalakay yung budget ng Vice President during the briefing. At the same time, ganon din doon sa Office of the Vice President, minsan nga sa Judiciary, at saka doon sa kung mayroon tayong colleague na naging part ng executive. So sa palagay ko, Mr. Speaker, hindi ito usapin ng mga personalidad. So nagkakataon lang na yung ating mga colleagues, yung Office of the Vice President, halimbawa, Office of the President, ay iba-iba naman yung personalidad na nandiyan. So ang pangunahing trabaho natin bilang kinatawan ng kongresong ito sa panahon ng budget hearing ay busisiin yung mga budget, yung hanggang sa sentimo ng ating budget, be it from the Office of the President hanggang dun sa pinakamaliit na ahensya. Ito po yung trabaho natin so that yung pondo, yung tax, yung inuutang natin ay makita natin kung saan talaga ito ay judiciously and prudently magagastos. So wala po tayong dito mga personalidad. Ito po ay trabaho lang, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So yun po yung unang una kong manifestation. And in the past, hindi naman natin in-accord yung respect na katulad ng tradisyon na ginagawa natin ngayon in the past. In fact, personally, yung Vice President ang nag-present ng budget niya during the last Congress, kung maaalala natin. And we appreciate that. Okay? Siguro, parang sinabi naman ng Office of the Vice President ngayon, na ready naman. Kaya lang hindi natin pinag-present para marinig talaga natin yung mga justification. Okay, so yun po for the purpose of transparency, yun po yung binabanggit ko ngayon. Though napakinggan na natin Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yung mga justification. So ulitin ko lang yung Office of the Vice President tumaas ng 226.58% as compared to the budget on the 2020-22 budget. So unprecedented, okay? Sinasabi nating unprecedented kasi hindi ito nangyari sa lahat ng taon, lahat ng Office of the Vice President, and at the same time sa mga agency. Particular na lumbobo ang budget para sa good governance, engagement, and social projects. So mula sa 523.79 million sa ilalim ng GAA 2022, tumaas ang MOOE ng programa patungo sa 2.07 billion or 295.10% increase. So nababanggit kanina, Mr. Speaker, yung mga pagkakagastusan, lalong-lalo na po doon sa good governance, engagement, and social services. Particular na in the previous interpolation, meron 7 satellite offices, particularly Dagupan, Tacloban, Cebu, Tandag, etc. ang napili po ng Office of the Vice President to be its satellite offices. So ang tanong po, ano po yung justification nitong 7 satellite offices? So baka magtanong po ang ating taong bayan, gusto rin nila makalapit, di ba, sa Office of the Vice President. So ano po ba yung yung criteria sa pagpili nitong mga satellite offices na ito? Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the main justification of the establishment of these satellite offices is accessibility. It is the intention of the Office of the Vice President to be more accessible to the people by bringing its services closer to the people. And the criteria in choosing for the location of these regional offices is based on its strategic location and considered to be the catch basin of the area so that the services can be more accessible. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. So, ibig sabihin din po ay panapanahon yung ating Vice President ay makakadalaw dito sa mga satellite offices natin para sa ating mga mamamayan. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, nabanggit kanina, hindi ko lang masyado nakuha, yung budget dito sa 7 satellite offices. So are you going to submit po, like for example, the personnel staffing pattern o yung mga kailangan together with the capital outlay and miscellaneous based doon sa more than 2 billion na budget. Are you going to submit that, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you po. Dako naman po ako dito no sa mga sinasabi nating mga social services project. So ilan sa mga nabanggit, Mr. Speaker, na mga social services na gagawin under the Office of the Vice President ay itong halimbawa, yung economic, livelihood, libreng sakay, meron pa yatang nabanggit about the scholarship, etc. At pwede bang malaman yung complete list noong mga projects under dito sa mga social services po, aside sa mga nabanggit ko po?
To name a few, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, these new programs will be medical and burial assistance, libreng sakay, pagbabago campaign, which is the giving of bags to school children, kalusugan food trucks, Peace 911, magnegosyo taday, disaster operations, and OVP food boxes. But the Office of the Vice President, Mr. Speaker, would be willing to submit the list of these programs with its project descriptions for reference of Her Honor, Mr. Speaker.
And siguro, Mr. Speaker, mai-submit din yung mga beneficiaries. Di po ba? Dito. Kasi parang kung titignan natin yung mga list of menu, o yung menu ng mga social services na binabanggit na napopondohan, dito ay parang duplication ito ng mga projects na ginagawa ng DSWD, ng DOTR, at saka ng DOH, etc. Tama po ba? Kasi kahit na, Mr. Speaker, kahit na po sa, yung NTF-LCAC, may ganyan, yung mga livelihood, at saka iba pa. Hindi po ba duplication ito doon sa ginagawa na ng DSWD, ginagawa na rin siguro ng DOH, DepEd, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that will not be a duplication. In fact, that will be complementing the services of other agencies. And rest assured that the Office of the Vice President will be implementing these programs and projects with the consideration of being complementary. So it will not be a duplication in whatever services that other agencies are giving. And all of this will be implemented based on COA rules and audit procedures, and considering that these are government resources that are being used. So all of these will be observed, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So umaasa po tayo, no? Kasi baka magkaroon ng duplication. So ihintay na lang po natin yung submission noong sino ba yung mga beneficiary. Like dito sa libreng sakay, Mr. Speaker, libreng sakay na ilo-launch ng Office of the Vice President, ano yung kaibahan nito doon sa libreng sakay na gagawin ng DOTR? Pero in fact nga, next year, wala tayong budget para sa libreng sakay natin dito sa dito sa EDSA. So, ano ba yung kaibahan nito, Mr. Speaker, doon sa libreng sakay ng DOTR? Sino po yung magbe-benefits nito?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, our local commuters who needs these services will be the main beneficiaries of this program. The Libreng Sakay is a relief project which aims to provide free public transport to commuters, especially those who are on a tight budget. At present, 2 buses have been deployed in Metro Manila, which plies the EDSA Carousel Busway, and 1 unit each in the cities of Bacolod, Cebu, and Davao. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, so ibig sabihin, yung libreng sakay natin, saan po yung ruta nito? Yung libreng sakay?
As of this moment, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there are 2 buses that have been deployed in Metro Manila. These buses ply the EDSA Carousel Busway, and 1 unit each in the cities of Bacolod, Cebu, and Davao. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. So, thank you po, Mr. Speaker. distinguished sponsor. So as regards naman po dito sa anyway, magsasabit naman kayo. So yung huling i-discuss na lang po ay yung tungkol muli dito sa confidential fund. So alam naman natin na meron po tayong tinatawag na joint circular na susundin ng Office of the Vice President with respect to the pag-spend nitong confidential fund. Sa sinasabi nila na physical and financial plan, at the very least, ay yung data kung saan makikita yung proposed amount allocated for each program, activity, project, where disbursement pertaining to CE shall be based. Dapat may maipresent na ganitong data kasi ano yung pinagbabasihan ng pagbibigay ng ng confidential fund. So, ang confidential fund ay masasabi nating lump sum. Kaya nga tayo po, Mr. Speaker, we are for the transparency over a huge amount of funds, which is unprecedented, hindi lang sa amount, pero mismong the fact na maglalagay sa ganitong klaseng na pondo. Kaya po kanina, bagamat hindi pa maididetalye kung ano po yung confidential fund na ito, natuwa naman po ako na binigay ito doon sa discretion ng Kongreso. At natuwa naman po ako talaga na dapat ang confidential fund ay napakalaki nito na dapat na maidagdag na lang natin kasi marami tayong mga ahensya na talagang nangangailangan na mapunan ng pondo o malagyan ng pondo dito sa confidential funds. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
I take note, Mr. Speaker, the manifestation of Her Honor.
Okay, for that, Mr. Speaker, I end my interpellation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, distinguished sponsor.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Honorable Castro. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Daghang salamat, Congresswoman Castro. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in continuation, I move that we recognize Representative Paul Daza of the 1st District of Northern Samar.
The gentleman from Northern Samar, Congressman Paul Daza, is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. There being no members of the minority who wish to interpolate, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate for the budget of the Office of the Vice President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpolations of the proposed budget of the Office of the Vice President.
Very helpful.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpolation on the proposed budget of the Office of the Vice President. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The interpolations on the proposed budget of the Office of Vice President is hereby terminated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Move to suspend, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Yan ang hero nyo. Yan ang hero nyo. Nag-aral. Hindi nakatulong na isang linggo. Nag-aral. Saan mo na ako, ha?
Thank you, Bob.
nag-iwan. Ano matandaan yung nag-iwan? Lagay mo lang dito. Oh. Pare, ano matandaan eh. Tuloy-tuloy na pa. Tayo.
Atras, atras.
Transponte. Transponte. Gracias.
Manong Ber?
Pa-clear muna natin. Clear na natin. Dave.
Namin pinapasalang.
Wala. Hindi niya pinapasalang. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we request our colleagues to kindly settle down so we can already tackle the next agency, department.
Yes, Majority Leader. While we congratulate the Office of the Vice President, may implore and humbly request members of this House to please take your seats, and of course, all agencies and government on board. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker,
I now move that we proceed with the consideration on the proposed budget of the Department of Education and its attached agencies.
We shall.
So move, Mr. Speaker.
For the consideration of the Department of Education, is there any objection? There being none, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, before we move to recognize the sponsor of the proposed budget of the Department of Education, we acknowledge the presence of the DepEd head led by the Secretary and other heads and officials of the Department of Education.
On behalf of Speaker Martin Romualdez, we welcome the Secretary of Department of Education and concurrent the Vice President of the Republic, Her Excellency Sara Zimmerman Duterte. Maayong hapon, ma'am. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we ask the Speaker to join the majority in asking our members to please settle down so that we can proceed with the consideration of the budget of the Department of Education.
Thank you. There is a humble request from the Majority Leader reminding each and every one to please take your seats so that we can proceed with the deliberation with the Department of Education. Daghang salamat. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move to recognize the sponsor on the proposed budget of the Department of Education and its attached agencies, the Honorable Maria Carmen Zamora of the 1st District of Davao de Oro, to answer questions on the proposed budget of the said department. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The sponsor of this agency, Maria Carmen Zamora, with the 1st District of Davao de Oro, formerly Compostela Valley, is recognized. Please proceed, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, it is my honor to sponsor the budget of the Department of Education, including its attached agencies for the fiscal year 2023, amounting to 710.657 billion. The 710.657 billion obligation budget of the DepEd is broken down by agency as follows. Office of the Secretary Proper, 709.702 billion. Early Childhood Care Development Council, 62.898 million. National Academy of Sports, 227.179 million. National Book Development Board, 68.2 million. National Council for Children's Television, 33.113 million. National Museum of the Philippines, 460.298 million. And Philippine High School for the Arts, 103.734 million. In terms of new appropriations, which is subject to congressional approval, the total proposed budget of the DepEd, including its attached agencies, amounts to 667.18 billion, representing an increase of about 12.57% or 74.484 billion higher than the fiscal year 2022 level of 592.695 million. The 709.702 billion proposed budget of the Department of Education, Office of the Secretary Proper, will be used to fund programs and activities that will continue to deliver quality, accessible, relevant, and liberating quality education despite the hurdles brought by the COVID-19 pandemic. Among the major programs of the Department of Fiscal Year 2023 include the DepEd Computerization Program with an allocation of 8.9 billion, hiring of new school personnel positions with 23.92 billion, general management and supervision with 8.55 billion, Government Assistance and Subsidies, formerly known as GASPE, with 53.21 billion. Operations for elementary and secondary schools with 30.83 billion. Human Resource Development Program with 2 billion. Learning tools and equipment will be provided 2.8 billion. Flexible learning options with 20 billion. Administration of personal benefits with 4.58 billion. School-based feeding program with 5.69 billion. Basic education facilities with 9.8 billion. Last mile school program with 1.5 billion. Textbooks and instructional materials with 998.45 million. Madrasa education program with 359.5 million. And indigenous peoples education program with 53.36 million. Philanthropist Nelson Mandela once said, "Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world." I therefore appeal to my colleagues of this august chamber to please join me in supporting the proposed budget of the Department of Education so that they carry out their mandate of providing the best possible basic education for all our learners to become caring, self-reliant, productive, and patriotic citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am now ready to answer questions.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Gabriel Bordado Jr. of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur to interpolate the sponsor on his proposed budget.
The gentleman from Camarines Sur, 3rd District, Congressman Gabriel Bordado. You're recognized, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I also wish to welcome the Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines and concurrently the Secretary of the Department of Education, Madam Sara Duterte. As mandated, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor,
Please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. As mandated by the Constitution itself, education should have the highest budgetary allocation. So, as stated by the okay. Okay. Mr. Speaker, as stated earlier by the sponsor, Representative Maricar Zamora, the 2023 proposed total expenditure program of the Department of Education amounts to 710.66 billion pesos, which is 77.33 billion pesos or 12.2% higher than the spending level of 633.32 billion pesos in 2022, Mr. Speaker. Is that correct, Madam Sponsor?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, we have the so-called Early Child Care and Development Council. the ECCDC, in particular, will have a budget cut of 75.4% or 192.7 million pesos from 225.6 million pesos in 2022 to 62.9 million pesos in 2023. Is that correct, Madam Sponsor?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, the cut is mainly on operations and the cut is for operations from 221 million pesos in 2022 to a proposed 30.6 million pesos in 2023. So, my questions, Mr. Speaker. Early childhood education helps develop emotional, social, and cognitive skills in children to better prepare them to be effective, lifelong learners. With the emphasis we should be placing on developing basic education in the country, developing early childhood education would be highly beneficial and crucial in achieving that goal. But, Mr. Speaker, the ECCDC would have a staggering 75.4% budget cut. Now, what will be the reaction of the Madam Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the Department of Education, particularly the Early Childhood Care and Development Council, shares the same sentiments with His Honor. It is the belief of the Council and the Department that early childhood should be a priority. And for the past years, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, based on records, the Early Childhood Care and Development Council had been seeking for funding for the establishment of early childhood development centers. Since 2020, while the Council, through the Department of Education, had been seeking for this budget and has been proposing for the establishment of these centers, there was no allocation given to the ECCD. The figures that we see that was earlier manifested by His Honor were all congressional initiatives. These were added during the 2020, 2021, and 2022 fiscal year. And if we base on the original National Expenditures Program, there was a zero budget given for the establishment of childhood centers. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the Council, through the Department of Education, has been doing this every year, proposing for the establishment of more development centers, but only through congressional initiatives. There are only few were given through congressional initiatives, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, I am therefore proposing that this Early Child Care and Development Council should be given sufficient funding through congressional initiatives. I fully support you, Madam Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, thank you for that manifestation. We share the same sentiment, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, what are the different programs the department has for special education and for children with disabilities? Historically, how much has the department been allocating for special education, if any?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, historically, the Department of Education has been proposing for allocation for special education because the department recognizes the importance of this program, especially that it is its intention to cater learners, special learners who also need to be to be able to, for them to avail the basic education services. However, in the past, there were no allocations being approved despite the yearly proposal asked by the Department of Education. But the Department of Education, despite this absence of approval based on its proposal, did not stop from doing its role and its mandate in serving our special learners. And for the past years, the department had been doing several realignments based on its internal own sourcing of funds just to be able to deliver the services for special education, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So in other words, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, we virtually do not have funding for special children.
If we base, Mr. Speaker, if we base on the National Expenditure Program that has been submitted to the Congress for the past years, yes, that is correct. However, as I mentioned earlier, this program continue to be implemented based on the internal source being sourced out by the department, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, I am again asking for congressional initiatives to give this special children education the necessary budgetary allocation, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that manifestation, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, developing quality content, both in print and other media, is a crucial part in ensuring that we deliver quality education to our learners. Mr. Speaker, why is the department slashing the budget for the NBDB and the NCCT? Does the department have other projects that also monitor the publication and creation of educational materials for students?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, are you referring to the capital outlay proposal of the National Book Board, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it is not the Department of Education who cut or who slashed the budget proposed by the National Book Board. The National Book Board, through the Department of Education, has proposed for this funding, but it was not just approved by the Department of Budget and Management, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 school years of the COVID-19 health crisis, the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, or the so-called BELCP, was DepEd's major response and commitment in ensuring that learning continues despite the absence of face-to-face classes. Education, Mr. Speaker, must continue even with the implementation of health protocols and other guidelines prescribed and set by the Department of Health and the World Health Organization. The BELCP has 3 important components: self-learning materials, preparation of human resources, and minimum health standards. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, aside from printed modules and the internet, has other forms such as television and radio been successful in delivering education to our students?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor. Yes, that is true. The Department of Education is still conducting and implementing programs that would address the new strategies being employed by the Department of Education and ensuring that the COVID-19 protocols and whatever new strategies that is being introduced be implemented properly. And even as we speak, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, that is still being implemented.
Thank you very much, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, now that the schools have returned to a fully face-to-face setup, will the department be discontinuing the production of self-learning modules? Will it continue to make other delivery modalities available for our students?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, we are currently under the transition phase of this kind of intervention. For next year, it is being proposed that we go back to the textbook approach as we fully implement the face-to-face learning of our learners, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, under the Bayanihan Tuhil Aswan, or the Republic Act 11469, and the Bayanihan to Recover Aswan Act, or Republic Act 11494, a total of 16.41 billion pesos was allotted for release to the Department of Education, primarily for the implementation of BELCP, and of this amount, 15.37 billion pesos had been obligated, with 14.5 billion pesos or 94.7% disbursed as of December 31, 2021, thereby resulting in a balance of 1.04 billion pesos unobligated allotment. Now, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, despite the urgency and importance of ensuring the continuity of education, the department was still unable to obligate 1.04 billion pesos and disburse 822.2 million pesos. What is the reason why the department was unable to utilize such allocations, Madam Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the LCP funds with a balance of on December 2021 is still continuing until 2022. So this is still being utilized now, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So in other words, we can still utilize the funding.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, the Basic Education Inputs Program, or the BEIP, will have 7.9% share of the DepEd's 2023 budget, representing 50.45 billion pesos. All sub-programs will have corresponding increase in funding except for the DepEd Computerization Program, or the DCP, which has a budget cut of 24.3%, or roughly 2.86 billion pesos. The DCP aims to provide public schools with appropriate technologies that would enhance the teaching learning process and meet the challenges of the 21st century. Mr. Speaker, for the past 2 years, the past 2 years have shown us how important it is to modernize our modes of education. It assures us that quality education will be accessible through different delivery modes, such as online, and that we provide a globally competitive education to our students. Despite this role, Mr. Speaker, why is it that the department is slashing the budget of the DepEd Computerization Program?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the department recognizes and shares the same opinion as His Honor. In fact, the Department of Education proposed for a total of 20 billion intended for the computerization program. It actually proposed for an increase of its allocation. However, only 8.9 billion has been approved by the Department of Budget and Management, and this is what is being reflected in the 2023 NEP, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, through this program, how many public schools have been equipped with technology in time for the return to the face-to-face classes?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, based on the record and the data of Department of Education, there are total of 77,685 school beneficiaries who received and availed the said program, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, what kind of technologies does the department provide to the public schools under this program? What is the process of acquiring and delivering these technologies, and how long do they take before they are turned over?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, with the DepEd computerization program, it provides for laptops for teachers, which are being procured under the DBM PS. And there is also this intervention for distance modalities using DepEd online and broadcast platforms. And under the program is also a component for radio-based instruction infrastructure for last-mile schools, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, we also have this basic education facilities program, and 9.8 billion pesos was allotted for this program, which is 64.8 higher than the previous year's allotment of 5.95 billion pesos. Now, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, for 2022, how many school buildings and laboratories were constructed under the BEFP program?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, under the Basic Educational Facilities Fund, under the data of the Department of Education for calendar year 2022, there's a total of 955 classrooms being constructed for calendar year 2022, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, with this 64.8% additional funding, can you say, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, that this funding will be enough to construct the necessary number of buildings for 2023?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, definitely that will not be enough, Mr. Sponsor. In fact, the Department of Education proposed for a total of 80 billion for the construction of new buildings. However, only 5 billion was approved by the Department of Budget and Management, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So in other words, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, the department still has no sufficient funding for this particular aspect. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, schools, the administrator of elementary and public high schools have been requesting us, the members of the House of Representatives, to help them construct classrooms. Do you agree with me, Madam Sponsor?
Yes, I agree, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Madam Sponsor. So for 2023, what will be the department, what will be the targets of the Basic Education Facilities Program given the insufficient funding?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, with the proposal of the Department of Education, with the original proposal of 86 billion, it intends to construct 8,978 classrooms. However, with the approved budget of DBM which amounted only to 5.9 billion, it can only construct 2,739 classrooms. And yes, I agree with the manifestation of His Honor, and therefore the need, and hence the need for additional funding for the construction of new buildings intended for all schools around the country. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, given the pronouncement of our Madam Sponsor, I am also seeking for the additional allocation of a budget for this particular program. Now,
Thank you for that manifestation, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Basic Education Inputs Program reflected an obligation rate of 79.9% and a low disbursement rate of 52.9%. Was the department unable to produce or procure manuscripts and textbooks and learning materials for calendar year 2021, as the COA reported in its annual audit report?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, one of the major factors affecting the low performance rating of these funds is the failure in the procurement process of the items being procured by the department, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The failure of what, Madam?
In the procurement, there is a gap, no? There's a backlog in terms of procurement of the items to be procured, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. And another reason is that the need to change in manuscript as the review for the K-12 program is ongoing.
Okay, thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, we had several what do you call this? We had several analysis or evaluation of the educational systems of various countries, including the Philippines. And the Philippines would always be ranked at the lowest level. Are you aware of that, Madam Sponsor?
Yes, I agree, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
In the three major international evaluations made even before the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, the Philippines was ranked second to the lowest. Are you aware of that, Madam Sponsor?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And the latest, I will now wrap up my interpellation, Mr. Speaker, because my friend here has been telling me to stop my interpellation. According to the World Bank, Mr. Speaker, we have the highest learning poverty rate, set at 91% after the pandemic. Are you aware of this, Madam Sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
When we say learning poverty, Mr. Speaker, we are referring to the number of pupils in the grade 4 level, or 10 years old, who cannot comprehend a single sentence. Are you aware of this, Madam
Yes, Mr.
Sponsor?
Speaker, Your Honor.
So, what are the plans of the DepEd to address this concern?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the Department of Education recognizes those learning gap that our learners are facing. And the department is now preparing for its learning recovery plan, which will focus on 3 areas: learning remediation and intervention, second, social emotional functioning, and third, professional development of teachers. This will be the approach to be considered in the preparation of the learning recovery plan of the department, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Sponsor. This is really very critical. Because if we cannot address this, it will affect the very future of our country, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you very much, Madam Sponsor.
Thank you, Honorable Bordado, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we recognize the representative of the 1st District of Albay, Representative Edsel Lagman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Edsel Lagman is recognized from the 1st District of Albay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to assure the distinguished sponsor that this will be a friendly, supportive, and short interpellation.
Thank you.
Yesterday, I received a copy of a letter to Speaker Romualdez through the distinguished chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations from Representative Richelle Singson of the Ako Ilocano Ako Party List. The first paragraph reads, and I quote, "On behalf of our special children and their parents, I would like to appeal for your help for the restoration of the 560 million budgetary allocation for the education of special children, learners with disabilities in the proposed FY 2023 budget of the Department of Education / FY 2023 General Appropriations Act," unquote. I support this request. I support this advocacy, and may we know whether the distinguished sponsor share this advocacy.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, this representation as well as the whole family of the Department of Education share the same advocacy, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And we are hoping that there will be an adequate budget for the education of special children. And I am informed that there is an increasing population of special children in the Philippines. And the Department of Education is in the process of gathering the data. The Honorable Bordado suggested that we should have a congressional initiative to fund the education for special children like what has been done in the previous years. But there is another way of doing this, Madam Sponsor. And this is for the Department of Education to voluntarily realign its items of expenditure, considering that it has 74.5 billion increase compared to the current level, so that they can produce the amount necessary for the education of special children. Could you please ask the Department of Education leadership whether they could precisely do this and find out how they could realign certain expenditures in their particular budget proposal?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, yearly the Department of Education has been doing this, that despite of the zero budget given by the Department of Budget and Management, the department was able to look for funds internally so that it will be able to implement the special education program. At present, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the DepEd family is committed to source out within its organization so that the programs will be ensured and supported. At present, the DepEd family is looking for its internal other sources and will soon submit its proposal to the Committee on Appropriations and how they will realign all of their proposals and ensure that SPED or special education be given its allocation. Mr. Speaker.
And thank you for that answer, Mr. Speaker. And one of the items of expenditures which could be realigned would be the amount of 150 million for confidential funds under the Department of Education. With that suggestion, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I end my interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the Department of Education will defer the decision to this August body. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
No, it's not really deferring, but I'm asking that they first volunteer how much they could realign for purposes of funding the special education for special children.
Duly noted, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Majority Leader, thank you, Honorable Lagman, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Representative Franz Castro of the ACT Teachers Party List for her interpolation. Thank you.
Honorable Castro is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Muli, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. So, isa po, Mr. Speaker, sa malaking kinakaharap ng Department of Education ay yung kakulangan ng mga classrooms. In fact, ayon sa report po, na more than 90,000 ang kinakailangan ng mga classrooms. At Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, maraming mga backlog pa ng panahon ng bago magpandemya hanggang sa panahon ng pandemya. Ngayon, magkakaroon po ng come November 2, talagang full blast na face-to-face classes na. Wala po tayong problema dun sa face-to-face. In fact, long overdue na po yung ating pag-face-to-face classes. Kung ikukumpara natin, huling-huli na po tayo kung ikukumpara natin sa mga ibang mga bansa. So, ano po yung plano ng Department of Education para mapunan etong kakulangan ng classroom, lalong-lalo na po, Mr. Speaker, doon sa mga ilang city na alam natin na talagang nangangailangan. Nagti-3 shifts na nga, siguro may mga ilang mga nagpo-4 shifts, depende doon sa talagang kalagayan. So meron na po bang plano or ano po yung plano ng Department of Education para mapunan etong mga kulang na classrooms? Kasi nagdaan yung pandemya, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, hindi po talaga minabilis itong pag-construct ng mga classroom. So meron na po ba tayong blueprint ng paano po mapupunan itong mga classrooms?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, at present, the Department is considering flexible learning options. This includes coordination also with the local government units on how the local government units, through their special education fund, can assist in addressing the gaps that the department and the schools are facing. And at present, the department is still on its transition period as it prepares for the full implementation of face-to-face classes. All of these are still being conducted and implemented, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Parang general ang sagot, Mr. Speaker. Parang di po ako satisfied kasi kailangan na talaga natin dito ng yung component ng paano talaga pinaplano itong pagbi-build ng mga rooms natin at yung mga kakulangan. Hindi naman ito bago no. Yung pagta-transform natin or transition natin sa face-to-face classes. Yan ay halos ginagawa naman na natin yung adjustment. So, yung konkreto po, halimbawa po, katulad ng halimbawa, yung may prepared na itong quarter na ito, ilan yung mabibuild na rooms para po mabawasan natin yung 91,000 na kakulangan ng classrooms. So, ang hinahanap ko po, Mr. Speaker, yung talagang yung talagang plano sa madaling panahon kasi para ma-build itong mga classroom na ito. So, hindi lang yung general na sagot na ginagawa natin naman yung paraan dahil nagta-transition tayo, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as to the detailed activities being implemented now by the department, it actually implements the shifting of classes just to address the shortage of classrooms. One of the strategies also that is being applied now by the department is its coordination with private schools that are now closing and exploring the possibility of partnering with them and utilizing the school buildings of these private schools so that these can be used by our learners in the public schools, because the construction of new classroom buildings, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, cannot just be implemented in 1 year or 2 years' time. And therefore, several strategies are being introduced, and these are part of these strategies that I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. Pero ang sinasabi natin dito, yung backlog ng 91,000 na classrooms ay before pandemic pa yon at hindi ito nagagawa. So, sa report din naman ng DepEd na halos 25% lang mula doon sa backlog natin yung nagawa, kaya may naiwan na 91,000. So, yun po yung ating tanong doon, kung paano natin ito mapafacilitate at mapapabilisan. Kasi lumalaki po, nilalagyan natin ng dagdag na budget yung ating facilities, pero yung absorptive capacity ng Department of Education in terms of building ng mga rooms ay low. So, yun po yung tinutukoy natin doon, Mr. Speaker.
As to the absorptive capacity, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, of in the construction of this building that was mentioned earlier, the implementation of the construction is lodged to the Department of Public Works and Highways. And therefore, the Department of Education and DPWH are now working together, looking at the gaps and trying to iron out things that will improve the absorptive capacity of these agencies, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Doon naman po ako sa dahil binanggit na po kanina yung i-utilize natin yung mga private schools in terms of yung mga kulang natin sa mga rooms. Okay. So napansin natin, Mr. Speaker, lumobo yung pondo para sa voucher program para sa high school. Practically unprecedented or nearly 138% increase from this year's appropriation. The senior high school voucher programs, which is 39.327 billion, is 9 times than the MOOE o public senior high school. So take note po 9 na beses na laki ng mga MOOE ng public senior high school. In fact, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, mas malaki pa siya by more than 9 billion kaysa sa total MOOE ng lahat ng public schools nationwide. Ang MOOE po ng mga public schools, Mr. Speaker, is only 30.828 billion. Ang total MOOE ng elementary, junior, and senior high school. So, ang tanong ko po, Mr. Speaker, bakit lumaki ng ganito yung programa? Sa tingin naman natin, mukhang hindi naman pinalawak ang sakop kasi the same categories ng eligible learners. Mukhang hindi rin naman itinaas ang amount ng vouchers. So, pwede po bang malaman yung reason bakit 9 times 138% ang itinaas nitong voucher program natin?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, in the past, the implementation of the voucher system based on budgeting, the department only allocates for the half of the year obligation of the department to the private schools. But with the proposal for the 2023 budget, it intends to pay the obligation for half semester this year and the whole year of 2023. So the implementation now will be different than in its previous implementation, hence the increase of the allocation. In short, it will pay for the obligation of 1 year and half semester payable, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Hindi, ang tanong ko po, 138% kasi yung in-increase. At kung babayaran natin yung total number of beneficiaries noong voucher program natin, so halimbawa sa 2022, allotted naman yan at meron tayong budget. So ang sinasabi natin, 138% ang in-increase, 100%, more than 100%. Ang tanong natin, Mr. Speaker, nadagdagan ba yung beneficiary nitong voucher program, yung senior high school? Kasi ito nga, meron mga panukalang batas na i-expand sana itong voucher system sa junior high school and elementary. And yet, lumaki ito at di ko naman nakikita doon sa mga data na nasa DepEd na kumbaga yung number of beneficiaries ay nadagdagan or tinaas yung amount na binibigay natin dun sa voucher. So hindi ko yan maintindihan, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, yes, hindi madadagdagan ang beneficiaries ng voucher system. However, as I mentioned earlier, the intention of the implementation for next year will be to pay for 3 semesters. Kasi dati, kung titingnan natin yung allocation in the past budget, ang binabayaran lang ng DepEd na naka-budget is the half of the year, which is from July to December. Kasi nga, magkaiba ang fiscal year at ang school year. Ang school year nagsisimula sa June to December, and therefore, yung ina-approve na allocation, na amount, is intended for July to December. This time, with the proposal for the 2023 budget, ang intensyon ng department is babayaran yung remaining na half semester plus the whole year of 2023. This explains now the increase of the allocation for the voucher system. Walang mababago, walang madadagdag sa beneficiaries because the beneficiaries will still be the same, but the manner of paying the private school based on the voucher system will now be different, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Hindi ko pa rin po, Mr. Speaker, matanggap yung explanation. Kahit na baguhin man natin yung manner of payment doon sa voucher system, the fact na tumaas ito ng more than 100% ay Matatanggap ko siguro kung nadagdagan yung mga yung mga beneficiaries natin o pinalaki yung amount na ibinibigay natin. So pwede bang makakuha ng report comparing Mr. Speaker, yung amount ng last year as compared dun sa ngayon sa mga beneficiaries at saka yung manner of payment. So kahit na anumang pag-iisip, kahit na paano ko man isipin, so hindi ko matingnan na nag-factor in dito yung manner of payment. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I will be willing to approach Her Honor later after this session and explain to her in details the computation used by the department in coming up with this amount. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, so kaya nga sinasabi ko, Mr. Speaker, posibleng pinarami ang bilang ng target beneficiaries, kaya gusto nating malaman yung target beneficiaries. Kung sinasabing hindi naman nadagdagan, hindi naman nabawasan, tignan din po natin yan. Next question, Mr. Speaker, kumusta naman yung compliance sa audit observation ng COA? So ipinapakita nito na for senior high school, ang tunguhin ay mas iasa sa private sector ang provision of education. Kasi alam ko for the last 2 years, Mr. Speaker, mas marami na tayo ngayong kinikreate na mga senior high school sa public school. At marami-rami na rin na mga private school students na lumilipat doon sa public school in terms of senior high school. So, kumusta po yung compliance doon sa audit observation ng COA before, kaugnay na implementation nito?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, may I ask Her Honor what specific audit report is she referring to so that I can also accurately answer?
Yes, ito po yung COA observation, Mr. Speaker, noong 2019 na COA observation as regards doon sa pagpapatupad pagpapatupad po nung senior high school na pondo, at may mga observations sila dito na mga double payment at saka yung may mga hindi po na existing na mga estudyante ay nababayaran. So siguro mamaya naalala na po ba ng ating ng Finance Undersecretary?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, according to the Undersecretary of Finance of the Department of Education, per record, as of now, the department has not received any notice of this allowance coming from the COA or AOM for that matter.
So siguro mamaya ma-explain natin dun sa Department of Education kaugnay nitong compliance ng audit. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, dahil ang Department of Education naman po yung in charge dito sa voucher system and IGASPE. Can we have the data nung mga schools na kung saan meron tayong pagpopondo sa mga private school at saka yung mga beneficiary? So, kung sasabihin ay nasa website, pero nakita po natin ay hindi kompleto ito at hindi updated. Can we have the updated, Mr. Speaker?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, we will submit the data asked by Her Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Ang next question ko po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ay yung may kinalaman doon sa executive order ng last administration about the Executive Order 174, yung paglalagay ng ito po yung Executive Order 174, yung paglalagay ng, ito basically promotion ng mga teachers, kung ano po yung plano ng Department of Education for 2023, dahil essentially, Mr. Speaker, pagdaragdag po ito ng teaching positions. Like for example, Teacher 3, magkakaroon ng Teacher 4, 5, 6, 7. Yung Master Teacher ay daragdagan ng Master Teacher 4, 5, and so on and so forth. So meron po ba sa budget yung pagpopondo ng Executive Order 174, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the department is now on its efforts to consolidate the finalization and the creation of these positions, and this will be subjected for final approval. I think Her Honor is referring to career progression for the department. It is being finalized, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ano po yung pina-finalize, yung guidelines, IRR, kaugnay nito? Dahil, Mr. Speaker, marami pong mga items sa Department of Education na hindi naman nafi-fill upan. Halimbawa, yung Master Teacher 3 and 4. May mga items na Master Teacher 3 and 4, pero mabibilang mo lang sa kamay kung ilan yung nilagyan ng position. So, paano po itong gagawin na ito? Kasi marami naman po mga vacant position sa Department of Education in terms of doon sa sinasabi nating mga posisyon. So, kung magdaragdag tayo, although ito ay career progression at welcome naman ito as promotion, pero gustong malinawan ng mga guru natin, Mr. Speaker, paano ito may implement. I-implement ba ito sa 2023 or mas maaga pa?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, at present, the department is doing some arrangement and finalization with the Department of Management for Department of Budget and Management for the creation and the filling up of these items. And the department is committed to expedite the process of hiring of teachers in all divisions of the country, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. So ano po yung timeline ng finalization ng guidelines dito sa Career Progression Executive Order?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the department is committed to expedite and implement this within the year, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, so umaasa, Mr. Speaker, ang kinatawang ito na kapag meron na pong guidelines ay mabigyan ng kopya ang kinatawang ito at saka ang lahat ng mga miyembro ng ating Kongreso para po makita natin itong guidelines na ito.
Yes, we will comply, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Next po, Mr. Speaker, as regards to the hiring of the non-teaching personnel. Ito, paulit-ulit na ako dito. Sinasabi natin na si teacher, ang mandato niya ay magturo. Okay? So, through the years, ang teacher ay ginagawa siyang social worker, nurse, clinic teacher, etc. Isa sa mga ayon sa pag-aaral, isa sa naging factor kung bakit mababa ang mga performance ng ating mga bata ay tungkol doon sa walang focus yung teacher doon sa pagtuturo dahil sa dami ng mga paperworks, overwork. So, ano na po yung plano ng Department of Education, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, doon sa pag-hire ng mga non-teaching personnel? Like, kulang na kulang po tayo ng registrar, kulang na kulang po tayo ng accounting staff sa mga school, kulang na kulang po tayo ng mga iba pa na like for example, yung na po yung plano sa mga clinic natin? Mag-hire po ba ng health worker, etc. Kasi si teacher, nagiging clinic teacher din siya eh. So ano po yung plano ng Department of Education para maibsan naman yung trabaho ng ating mga teachers dito sa mga non-teaching personnel na work?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, for this year, the department is hiring 5,000 positions, and the process is still ongoing. In fact, the department proposed for additional budget so that it can hire around 30,000 non-teaching positions. Unfortunately, the Department of Budget and Management did not approve this proposal, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, ano po itong mga sinasabing 5,000 na positions? Kasi nung nag-hire po nung rationalization ng DepEd, kung matatandaan ko niya noong 2010, nag-hire po ito ng mga yung mga halimbawa, yung mga admin officer, yung mga lawyer, pero wala pong halos kokonte or minimal yung nilagay na position dun sa mga schools natin. Ano-ano po ba itong mga 5,000 positions na ito?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, these are administrative positions, Your Honor.
Okay, ito bang administrative positions na ito ay may deploy sa iba't ibang mga schools or sa mga regional offices?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, so pwede pong ang sa proposal po ng DepEd, pwede rin po tayong makahingi nitong sinasabi nilang proposal for 5,000 positions.
Yes, DepEd will comply, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. So, next topic po natin, yung tungkol naman dito sa, meron po tayong ipinasa na RA 11650, an act instituting a policy for inclusion and services for learners. At dito po sa SPED ay talagang zero budget po ang inilagay. So, alam naman po natin na napakahalaga yung mga marginalized sector ng ating education sector, lalong-lalo na to special education program na may zero budget. Hindi ko narinig kanina yung sinabi ng Department of Education Distinguished Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, kaugnay dito sa plano nila na zero budget for SPED. Dahil meron naman pong budget na inilaan doon sa confidential fund ng Department of Education. So, pwede po ba na mailaan ito dito sa SPED na budget, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as earlier manifested by this representation, the Department of Education is now looking at its internal sources to realign and give allocation for the prioritization of special education program, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, ganun din sa Mr. Speaker, dun sa IPED, dun din po sa Indigenous Peoples Education dahil ito rin tinapyasan yung computerization program, yung Last Mile Schools program, yan po ay binabaan ang budget. So, ang kinatawang po ito, kung mamarapatin po ng Department of Education, yung nakita natin na 150 na confidential fund, ay pwedeng mailaan o maidagdag dun sa sinasabi nating program ng Department of Education. Ano po masasabi ng ating distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the department will look into it. Duly noted, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So, yun na lang po yung ating at ngayon po ay buwan ng ating mga kaguruan. September 5 to October 5, isa po siguro sa may papakitang konkretong maibibigay natin sa ating mga kaguruan ay yung pagpapahalaga dun sa ating mga kaguruan in terms of doon sa kanilang conditions of work, yung mga benepisyo, yung salary na dapat na maibigay sa ating mga kaguruan ngayong panahon ng World Teachers Day. So, ano po ba ang plano ng Department of Education, Mr. Speaker, kaugnay dito sa pagdiriwang natin ng World Teachers Day or Teachers Month para naman po mabigyan natin ng pagpapahalaga yung ating mga teachers aside from yung mga pangkaraniwan na ng mga programs, pangkaraniwan na ng mga ibinibigay doon sa ating mga teachers.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as a yearly practice of the department, it gives 1,000 pesos in additional incentive for every teacher as part of the celebration of the National Teachers Day, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Di po ba ito madadagdagan? Distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
The Department of Education, Mr. Speaker, will just implement based on what is being provided in the law.
Okay, so with that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I end my interpellation.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Representative Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Brosas of Gabriela is recognized to interpolate the sponsor. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ang tanong ko po sa Department of Education, will the good sponsor yield to some questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, natanong ko po last time yung kung ilan yung magagawa na classrooms batay sa budget na ibinigay sa inyo. No? Bago pa ang pandemya, lampas 90% na ang learning crisis sa bansa, 9 sa 10 bata, may edad na 10 years old, nahihirapan bumasa. Tapos tinanong po natin ano ang comprehensive na maaaring magawa o matugon ng DepEd para dito sa krisis na ito. Pero apparently, 2,300, ang sagot nyo po last time, correct me if I'm wrong, 2,300 classrooms, merong dagdag na 15,200 seats o armchairs, and DepEd has no budget for special education for learners which requires special needs and attention for 2022. Tama po ba?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, yung kinakailangan na classroom shortages, tapos yung flexibility learning options, yung shifting ng classes, yan rin po yung sinagot ninyo na mga maaaring solusyon, Mr. Speaker. Now, my question is, Mr. Speaker, ano ba ang paliwanag ng DBM sa inyo kung bakit hindi makapagbigay-bigay o makapag-allocate ng sapat na pondo para dito?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it's the limited funds that is preventing the department in implementing its in full capacity what are needed in the implementation of the construction of buildings and other facilities, Sir Speaker, Your Honor.
Sir Speaker, Madam Sponsor, hindi naman fiscal space ang sinagot sa inyo, hindi naman paliwanag na mababa ang utilization rate. Hindi ba ganon, Mr. Speaker? Madam Sponsor?
That is not correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. It's a purely limited budget, and that there are also other agencies who need funding as well, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, I beg to disagree, no? Actually, yan po yung question din natin sa DBM. But anyway, gusto po natin sabihin na napaka-tangible po ng mga kailangan. Dagdag na classroom, for the record, mga dagdag na upuan, saka mga learning materials na kailangan. Yan po dapat yung binibilang ng DBM na actual dapat na mapatupad para nang sa ganon, magkaroon naman tayo ng quality learning, Mr. Speaker. Ngayon, Mr. Speaker, punta na po ako sa next question ko. Ilan ang naitalang out-of-school youth ngayong taon?
We'll still have to check the data, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, based on the data received by the Department of Education from the PSA, there is around 9.8 million out-of-school youth in the country based on PSA data, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Sponsor, ano po ang balak dito or may plano ba dito ang Department of Education?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the implementation of the alternative learning system is one of the main programs of the department that will also address these problems for the out-of-school youth, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, magkano po ang pondo ng ALS natin?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, at present, there is an allocation of 559 million intended for the ALS program.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, hindi po ba napakababa nito? Kasi kung kukwentahin, it will only cater to, ano pong target ninyo for ALS? Mr. Speaker.
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, this program targets 683,744 learners under the ALS program.
Mr. Speaker, malayong-malayo po no, sa out-of-school youth na 9.8 million, right? Ang target nyo po ay 683,744 lamang. Yan po ang out-of-school youth na makikater ng pondo na ito.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the department can only cater the target based on the amount also being given to the department. We also acknowledge this need and these gaps, and therefore the department welcomes additional funding for ALS programs so that it can cater more out-of-school youth.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, nakakaiyak yung budget na ganyan. Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Anyway, kaugnay naman po sa curriculum ng DepEd, lagpas pong 2 taon na tigil sa pag-aaral ang karamihan ng mga estudyante ngayon. Now, to ensure that the curriculum caters to the needs of students in literacy and numeracy, it must be tailored to the state of their literacy and numeracy. Mr. Speaker, siguro dapat nating bigyan ng atensyon yung nagaganap na learning crisis nga sa ating bansa. Talaga namang importante po na ma-address ng gobyerno ito. Lumalabas sa mga sinasabi sa atin, kulang yung pasilidad, kulang yung kagamitan, kulang yung guro. Hindi matutugunan even yung target ng alternative learning schools. Napakababa mula sa 9.8 million tapos 683,744 lamang ang ating matutugunan. Mr. Speaker, sa question po on ano ang mga programs ng DepEd in coordination with NTF-LCAC, batay po sa dokumento na isinumite sa amin, may programa kaugnay sa recruitment for terrorism and extremism sa ilalim ng Child Protection Unit. Ang sinasabi po dito, DepEd will coordinate with NTF-LCAC for Information Education Campaign. Magkano po ang ilalaang pondo dito? At saang line item po ito nakapaloob?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, with regards to the implementation of Child Protection Program under LCAC, this is not being lodged to the Department of Education. It is under the NTF-LCAC, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, pa-clarify lang po, walang line item ito sa Department of Education?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, meron kasing portion doon kung saan nakalagay yung sa binigay ninyong document may nakalagay recruitment for terrorism and extremism, tapos under doon yung sa drug abuse.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, may I ask Her Honor what document is she referring to?
Mr. Speaker,
Because the Department of Education has not submitted any document with regards to the NTF LCAC implementation.
Mr. Speaker, pwede po bang mag-move for suspension para po mapakita ko yung document, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, we move to suspend session.
Session suspended.
Wait.
Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Zamora once more to sponsor the House bill, as well as the interpolator, the Honorable Arlene Rosas, to continue her interpolation.
Honorable Brosas is recognized to continue with her interpolation. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been clarified, Mr. Speaker, wala daw sa line item ng DepEd, tama, no? Department of Education, ang NTF-LCAC in coordination with NTF-LCAC na recruitment for terrorism and extremism na point nila doon sa program. Pinangangambahan po kasi namin ito, Mr. Speaker, tinatanong namin ng mga ganitong mga katanungan para nang sa ganon, malaman namin kung magiging, alam nyo naman po ang issue dito, ang mga red tagging seminars na ginagawa at sinasabi, tinatatakan na terorista yung mga ordinaryong mamayan o kritiko ng ating bayan. Kaya Mr. Speaker, kaya naman namin naitanong ito, mapanganib po ito at sa pag-exercise ng academic freedom. Kaya po NTF-LCAC should not be allowed to conduct its wanton red tagging and terror tagging in schools. At yun naman po ang aming misplaced at distorted ang pangamba hinggil sa recruitment sa terrorism and extremism na karaniwan ginagamit para patahimikin at sakagaan ang mga kritikal na pag-iisip. Kaya po tinatanong namin yan and inaalam namin kung saan talaga mapupunta yung pondo na yan. But it's good to know na wala po sa line item ng DepEd yan. Now, let me go to another question, Mr. Speaker, doon sa usapin ng confidential funds. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, mayroon po kayong 150 million na inilaan para sa confidential funds. Ito po ay gagamitin para sa intelligence and surveillance. Sinabi ng DepEd Secretary for sexual grooming of learners, recruitment in terrorism and violent extremism, drug use of DepEd personnel. Now, these are not laid out for regular personnel to see. Sabi niya, that is why we need the help of the security cluster and the security sector to address these issues and challenges to basic education. Now, Mr. Speaker, ang tinutukoy po ba na security cluster at security sector dito ay ang kapulisan at military? Tama po ba?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, but not limited to PNP and the military. There are also other agencies that are considered to be partners in this, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Considering, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, na security cluster ito at ang sinasabi nyo ay military at kapulisan na ito, papayagan ba sila ng DepEd ang presensya nila sa loob ng mga eskwelahan, itong mga militar at kapulisan?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, if we're referring to Philippine National Police, they are our peacekeepers. They are mandated to ensure peace and order in the community, and that includes our school. And that includes the safekeeping of to ensure that our learners are safe in their respective school places.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, ano po exactly yung gagawin nila? Kasi hindi naman pwedeng may mga mahahabang armas tas nandun sa loob ng mga eskwelahan. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, we expect our partners in peacekeeping to implement their mandate based on what is appropriate, depending on the place that where they are. And it is the number one commitment of the Department of Education to see to it that our learners and our schools will be considered as zone of peace. And therefore, it recognizes, it partners, not merely by, not specifically by expecting them to be bringing their guns, but just to safekeep our learners, just to be able to observe that our schools will be safe for our learners, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Magbibigay ba sila ng mga information education seminars, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor?
The Department, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, will implement the confidential funds based on what is being prescribed by the circular and will strictly follow what is being required by the circular, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, imbis po na sa confidential funds ilalaan, na hindi naman natin malalaman kung saan talaga mapupunta, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, siguro dapat ang taasan natin budget, halimbawa yung line item ninyo sa Child Protection Policy Program, yun po yung pag-a-address talaga ng safety ng mga estudyante sa loob ng paaralan. Tapos, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, nakakabahala po na ninormalisa natin yung pagpasok ng pulis at militar na may mga dala pang baril sa loob ng paaralan. Hindi po natin gusto na makapaghasik ng takot, lalong-lalo na sa mga far-flung areas. Kasi the very purpose ng Department of Education talaga ay makapag-aral yung mga bata at hindi sila masagkaan ng takot, di ba? Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. So, yung mga ganito po, maganda kung yung makakapagpagawa. In fact, kung yung confidential funds, makakapagpagawa na yan ng about 150,000 armchairs, 3 million textbooks, ma-address niya yung ilan sa mga learning crisis natin ngayon, Mr. Speaker, kung ilalagay natin as line item. Ano po?
We take note of the manifestation of Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Sponsor. On the last mile school po na mga questions, ang Department of Education Last Mile School Program is intended to address the gaps and resources and facilities of schools in geographically isolated, disadvantaged, and conflict-affected areas, o GIDAS. No po?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Magkano po budget ninyo sa...
That's 1.5 billion for next year's proposal, Mr. Speaker.
1.5 billion, Mr. Speaker. Around 259 classrooms from the fiscal year 2020 budget are expected to be completed by the end of May 2022. Tama po ba? At 340 classrooms from the fiscal year 2021 are targeted to be completed by August 2022 under the Last Mile Schools program. Tama po ba?
Mr. Speaker, for 2023, there are total of 88 classrooms as a target number of classrooms to be implemented under the Last Mile Schools program, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, 88 classrooms ang target. Target ito for 2023. Ano po ang status nitong mga target na ito?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, this is yet a target for 2023's implementation.
Pero yung last, tama po ba, Madam Sponsor? Yung merong 259 classrooms para sa fiscal year ng 2020. Tapos merong 340 for supposedly August 2022. Ano na pong natapos niya? Ano yung total na meron dyan?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, at present for fiscal year 2022, the 88 target physical classrooms for the Last Mile School program is still under procurement.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, clarify ko lang ulit. Yung 88 target pa lang yan for 2022.
And may 88 for this year kasi pareho lang yung amount for 2022 and the proposal for 2023.
Oh, so yung 2022, pareho lang siya for 2023.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yung 2022 may natapos. Mr. Speaker, Madam
Ongoing
Sponsor.
pa po ang procurement.
So yun
Mr.
ang
Speaker.
status. Ongoing pa rin ang procurement. Ongoing ang procurement. Ngayon, yung iba po na merong classrooms, meron po bang sapat na mga guru dito at mga kagamitan? Ilan po yung ongoing sa Last Mile Schools? Ilan yung working, ilan yung may guro, ilan yung may ano?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we will be glad to submit the data asked by Her Honor.
Mr. Speaker, can you give me at least an idea kung gaano yung functioning ngayon? Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, may I request for suspension so that I can approach Her Honor and let her see the data?
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, we move.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move once again to recognize the Honorable Carmen Zamora for her sponsorship and the Honorable Arlene Brosas for her interpellation.
Honorable Brosas is recognized to continue with her interpellations.
Mr. Speaker, I have already explained to Her Honor the details of the data she's asking.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ito po ay kina-question natin kasi nga, sabi ko nga kanina, merong around 259 classrooms ang tinarget, 340 classrooms ang tinarget for 2021, 259 ng 2022, tapos ngayon 88 classrooms ang sinasabi na target, tapos 8 for 2023, samantalang wala pong maibigay sa atin na detalye ngayon for now, and sana po maisubmit nila itong mga detalye na ito. Ang ipinagtataka lang po natin, Mr. Speaker, syempre, ang tanong natin dyan, ilang estudyante ang nakakapag-aral o nade-deprive ng pag-aaral sa kasalukuyan sa ilalim ng programang Last Mile School sa Mindanao kung wala naman pala, no, paano napapatupad at nasa procurement process pa lang siya. Samantala, 176 lumad schools po ang pinasara sa Mindanao, depriving at least 5,500 indigenous peoples children. Yan po ang meron tayong tiyak na data sa ngayon. Now, on to my next question po. Ito po ay kaugnay naman sa reproductive health law, sa provisions po ng reproductive health law. One of the core provisions of the reproductive health law is comprehensive sexuality education, or CSE. Based on the costed implementation plan for the CSE, how much specifically is the appropriation for 2023?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the sexual education, comprehensive sexuality education is not part of the line item of the department. Its implementation is being subsumed under the MOE of the department, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, saan doon? Parang, where is this in the agency's proposed budget for 2023?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it's under the basic education curriculum.
Basic education curriculum. How much specifically is the appropriation po?
3 million, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
3 million? Now, what are the agency's plans for rolling out the implementation of the CSE for the rest of the Philippines? With the 3 million budget.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, at present, the department has already conducted training for the teachers, and the policies were already being formulated, and all of these policies were done based on its coordination with the POPCOM, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, linawin po natin, kaklarify ko lang, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. How are the educators, teachers being prepared and equipped for the implementation of the CSE?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as I earlier mentioned, trainings are already made and were already conducted, and it's ongoing, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Speaker, what are the plans and budgetary allocations of DepEd to engage out-of-school teenage parents in the alternative learning system? Meron po ba yan?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it's being included in the alternative learning system. One of the components is responsible parenthood and reproductive health, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
May budgetary allocation ang DepEd dyan, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor? Magkano nilalaan dyan, Madam Sponsor?
This is already, Mr. Speaker, this is already part of the proposal of the department under the ALS program, which amounts to 100 million for the learning resources.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, di ba in-engage naman ng DepEd ang LGU para suportahan yung mga CSE sa mga komunidad using yung Special Education Fund? Ginagawa ba yon ng DepEd, Mr. Speaker?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Speaker, how will the DepEd ensure the CSE implementation in the basic education learning continuity plans that include online and modular learning? Parang paano po ginagawa ng DepEd ngayon na makapacitate yung mga teachers, community volunteers natin, parents, para i-sustain yung CSE dito ngayon, no, sa nangyayari na new normal, basic education?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, trainings are being conducted in coordination with the local government unit and particularly with the barangay health workers so that they can take part in the implementation. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, ngayon pa lang to ginagawa? Ongoing?
Mr. Speaker, this approach has been implemented and it started since 2019.
So, Mr. Speaker, you have a report of that?
We will submit, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, i-comprehensive na po natin yung report ng kung paano sinasagawa yung ini-implement yung CSE, Mr. Speaker, kasi we would like to know kung ano yung mga components nito. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Yun lang po, Mr.
Yes, DepEd will
Speaker.
comply. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Maraming salamat po. Yun po ang huli sa aking interpelasyon sa Department of Education. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to recognize Representative Raul Daniel Manuel of the Kabataan Party List for his interpellation.
The Honorable Manuel of the Kabataan Party List is recognized. Please proceed with your interpellation.
Magandang hapon, Mr. Speaker. Pagbati din ulit sa sponsor, this time para sa budget ng Department of Education. Una kong tanong, Mr. Speaker, ay tungkol sa priority school health facilities. Nag-propose ang DepEd na mabigyan ito ng 14 billion pesos. Ano po ang laman o para saan sana magagamit itong budget para sa priority school health facilities, Mr. Speaker? Kaya po natin ito natanong kasi nagulat tayo na yung Department of Budget and Management ay naglaan ng zero budget for priority school health facilities.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the special health facilities include water system, hand washing, and toilets, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ngayon, Mr. Speaker, kung ganun ka-crucial ang mga mapaglalaanan sana ng ganitong pondo, dapat lamang na meron itong allocation. In fact, noong 2022 din ay nag-propose ang DepEd ng budget for this, pero hindi umabot kahit 50% man lang yung nasa final budget. Meron lamang 458 million pesos for 2022 at sa susunod na taon, zero pa nga, Mr. Speaker. Naniniwala ba ang ating kagalang-galang na sponsor na dapat ay ma-restore yung pondo para rito?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Sunod, Mr. Speaker, maraming mga grupo ang nananawagan ng uniform health standards and guidelines sa ating mga paaralan. At panawagan din sa DepEd na maging accountable sa health and safety na ating mga estudyante, teachers, and personnel sa gitna ng pandemya. Ngayon, inisyu ng DepEd ang Department Order 39 at meron tayong ilang mga komento at katanungan din sa ating sponsor. Una dyan, Mr. Speaker, tungkol sa vaccination, kinikilala natin bilang positibo na hindi nire-require ang ating mga estudyante, teaching and non-teaching personnel na dapat ay fully vaccinated para makapasok. Ito ay bahagi ng non-discrimination policy at syempre, atin pa rin hinihikayat na dapat ay magpabakuna ang ating mga kababayan at mag-take din ng boosters para madagdagan ang ating immunity laban sa COVID-19. Ang sunod dyan, Mr. Speaker, tungkol naman sa ventilation. Merong maraming recommendations na naipasa na sa Department of Education ng iba't ibang mga grupo, kasama dyan yung mga health experts, safety advocates, na dapat ay bahagi ng ventilation at pagtitiyak na okay yung hangin sa loob na ating mga learning spaces, yung air filtration. Kaso nga lang, sa current guidelines na meron tayo, yung Department Order 39 ay wala pong pagbanggit ng air filtration. Maari po ba nating malaman kung bakit hindi ito naisama, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the policies under the Department Order 39 are anchored also on the recommendation of the Department of Health. The Department of Education only adopted the policies implemented by the Department of Health, and therefore we deem it necessary also that this concern be raised to the Department of Health, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, dahil ang Department of Education na rin naman ay nag-mandate sa ating mga paaralan na dapat by November ay magkaroon na ng 100% full face-to-face classes, marapat lang din na i-take note ng Department of Education yung ganitong recommendation. Kasi kung meron ding halimbawa ilang mga dapat pang i-improve sa guidelines ng Department of Health, that should not prevent the Department of Education from coming up with improved guidelines as well, Mr. Speaker.
Noted, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes. Para na lang din na magkaroon tayo sana ng consistency at mas maayos na COVID protocol sa ating mga silid paaralan at sa ating mga spaces, Mr. Speaker. Crucial kasi yung ventilation tsaka air filtration para tiyaking napapalitan yung hangin. Dapat ay nagsisirculate ito at regularly na merong tinatawag na air change, Mr. Speaker. Okay naman na nandyan yung ventilation sa ating guidelines, pero tingin natin ito ay kulang pa, Mr. Speaker. Sunod naman sa usapin ng face masks, atin ding sinasalubong yung nabanggit sa Department Order that schools shall ensure availability of face masks, especially for learners who may come to school not wearing one. Ngayon, Mr. Speaker, we recommend na dapat ay nakaspecify din kung ano yung tipo ng face mask na gagamitin ng ating mga estudyante, teaching and non-teaching personnel. Kasi hindi po pantay-pantay ang ating mga face mask. Nasa pinakamababang layer ng protection po yung cloth masks. Nasa mas mataas na antas po yung disposable masks, yung kulay sky blue. At yung may pinakamataas na protection, ngayon, Mr. Speaker, ay yung KN95 o yung N95 na mga mask. Kaso nga lang sa current guidelines ay hindi po nakaspecify iyon, Mr. Speaker.
We will take note of that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yan. At isa pa, Mr. Speaker, nasa ating department order na in specific situations kung saan ay hindi makakagamit ng face mask, kagaya na lamang kapag nasa outdoors or merong activity kung saan ay mahirap magsuot ng face mask, ang rekomendasyon po ay gumamit ng face shield. Naniniwala po ang representasyon na ito, Mr. Speaker, na tapos na po ang era ng face shields. In fact, may mga pag-aaral po na nagsasabi na hindi nakakatulong ang face shield para pigilan ang pagkalat ng isang airborne disease kagaya ng COVID-19, Mr. Speaker.
We take note the manifestation of His Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Sunod po, Mr. Speaker, tungkol naman sa testing. Ang nabanggit po sa ating department order, unvaccinated teaching and non-teaching personnel and learners shall not be required to undergo regular COVID-19 testing. Tingin po natin, Mr. Speaker, ito ay hindi consistent sa ilang ding mga practices na meron tayo, even in government agencies and institutions. Halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, tayo dito sa House of Representatives ay privileged tayo na every week ay meron tayong libreng antigen testing. Lahat ng pumapasok sa Kongreso ay may access sa testing. Kaso paano naman po yung ating mga estudyante, ating teaching and non-teaching personnel, at the minimum nga po, based na rin sa nagagawa sa ibang mga bansa, kahit nga hindi naman lahat ay kailangang itest, lalo na kung milyon-milyon yung ating pinag-uusapan. Sapat na po kung may ilang porsyento lamang na ating itetest, with priority doon sa mga may sintomas, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the department is committed to review the policy and will take note all the manifestation of His Honor.
Okay. Final point on Department Order 39, Mr. Speaker. At ito yung mayor na pinangangambahan ng ating mga kasama sa education community na DepEd offices and schools shall not be held liable if a teaching and non-teaching personnel or learners shall turn COVID-19 positive. Mr. Speaker, kung state policy po na bumalik na sa paaralan by November ang ating mga estudyante, guro at mga personnel, dapat lang din ay meron tayong suporta kapag merong nagkasakit. Hindi yung wala at all, yung tulong na pwede nating ibigay sa kanila for treatment at iba pang health-related expenses, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we'll take note of that and we'll consider that in the review of DepEd's policy.
Okay. Sunod naman, Mr. Speaker, ito ay tungkol sa special education budget. Natanong na po ito kanina, pero kamakailan lamang ay meron din tayo nakuhang sagot mula sa Department of Budget and Management through its response sa katanungan ng media. Ang banggit po ng Department of Budget and Management kung bakit walang inilaang pondo for 2023 para rito ay dahil sa mababang obligation rate para dun sa SPED program. As of this year, Mr. Speaker, sa first half ng 2022, only 1.13% yung na-obligate. Yan ay 6.35 million out of the 560 million pesos. Can the Department of Education confirm this or deny this?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, yes, the DepEd confirms that statement because the said item is considered for later release, and therefore the procurement was also delayed, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
With that, Mr. Speaker, kung meron pang natitirang malaking amount na hindi pa na-obligate, that would be around 554 million pesos. Ano po yung pace ng Department of Education para magamit ito sa natitirang bahagi ng 2022?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the catch-up plan is already in place so that the implementation will be implemented within the year, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
With that, Mr. Speaker, maaasahan ba natin na magagamit nearly 100% or ma-obligate nearly 100%, kung hindi man 100% yung budget para sa special education for 2022?
DepEd is committed for that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Kung ganun, Mr. Speaker, edi nararapat lamang at hindi nag-hold yung paliwanag ng Department of Budget and Management kung bakit zero budget yung ilalaan para sa special education. With that, all the more, no, na dapat nating i-echo yung proposal na mag-allot, no, at i-adopt yung kahingian ng Department of Education na dapat ay magkaroon ng 531 million pesos for fiscal year 2023 ang special education.
Noted, duly noted, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Sunod, Mr. Speaker, ito naman ay tungkol sa pagpapatayo ng mga bagong library sa ating mga public school. Meron ng 16 years, no, kung kailan ay walang sufficient budget or zero budget pa nga, no, para sa pagpapatayo ng mga bagong library sa ating mga pampublikong paaralan, Mr. Speaker. Gusto nating mahinga ng paliwanag ang Department of Education kung bakit ganito nakatagal yung moratorium.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, for the past years, the department has, to begin with, there is no moratorium in the construction of library. It's just that the department has adapted with new approaches, and it is still ongoing. The department is using the learning resources portal in lieu with the construction of the traditional building of a library, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yung learning portal po, Mr. Speaker, yan ba ay ma-access online, digitally, virtually?
Pardon, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, nais nating malaman kung yung learning portal na nabanggit ay ma-access ba either online, digitally, or virtually?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sa panahon ng pandemya, there have been countless stories na nag-exhibit kung paano hindi pa rin naman talaga ganun ka-accessible ang ganitong tipo ng mga resources. Kaya dapat ay hindi pa rin natin iniiwan yung traditional modes, kagaya na lamang ng hardbound books natin na mahanap sa ating mga library. Kesa po malimit yung pwedeng ma-access na learning materials or may mga pagkakataon pa ay masasensor yung laman ng ating mga libraries, ang dapat pa nga ay i-promote natin yung mas maraming mga library in our state-funded educational institutions, Mr. Speaker. Nasubukan ba ng Department of Education na at least mag-ballpark ng figure, mag-estimate man lang kung magkano yung cost ng pagpapatayo ng library sa ating mga paaralan?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as of this moment, the department has not yet made its computation as to how much will be needed for the library, much so that it is the priority of the department to look for funds for the construction of classrooms instead of library, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, kung nais po natin ng total development ng ating mga kabataan at natututo sila sa iba't ibang paraan, dapat lamang na hindi po natin maipagbangga ang pagtatayo ng mga classroom at ang pagtatayo ng ating mga library.
We'll take note of that manifestation, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Now I'm down to my last few questions, Mr. Speaker. Kanina ay na-mention na yung Child Protection Program, kaya I'll go straight to my question. Bukas po ba yung Department of Education na i-realign na lamang yung confidential funds papunta sa Child Protection Program, lalo na ang nabanggit na rin namang layunin nitong confidential funds ay para protektahan yung ating mga bata at mga estudyante?
Mr. Speaker, we have answered this earlier that the department is considering all means just so that the department can implement these special education funds.
Mr. Speaker, I was referring to the Child Protection Program. Since the mentioned goal of the confidential funds is to protect our students, our learners, our children from various illegal activities, from sexual grooming, from harassment from various entities, bukas po ba, again, I repeat, bukas po ba ang Department of Education na i-realign na lamang yung kanyang 150 million pesos na confidential funds sa Child Protection Program?
All of these suggestions, Mr. Speaker, are being taken note and considered by the department.
At the moment, Mr. Speaker, we take that as a no. Panghuli, Mr. Speaker, para takpan yung ating interpellation, again, dun sa Department Order 39, given na na-note na ng Department of Education yung ating mga komento, kailan po natin maaasahan yung revision ng Department Order? Kailan natin maaasahang lalabas ang revised version nito?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, at present, the department will coordinate with DOH and rest assured that the review will be conducted, and unfortunately I cannot speak for the timeline because there are several considerations that are to be taken note by the department on its review of policies. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, by November ay nakatakda na yung 100% face-to-face classes, which means we have a little more than 1 month para maghanda. If I am to suggest, kakayanin ba ng Department of Education na ilabas ito in the middle of October para may sapat din na panahon for another round of soliciting comments and suggestions from the Filipino people para mas planchado na tayo by the time na magbukas na sa November?
We take note of that suggestion to expedite the review, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
I am putting on record that suggestion, Mr. Speaker, at sana naman ay kakayanin ng ating Department of Education at ang Department of Health na makapag-keep up, no? Lalo na't sobrang halaga ng ganitong mga guidelines. With that, thank you to our sponsor. Salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to recognize the Honorable Bernadette Herrera.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
The Honorable Herrera is recognized, Party List DH.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Magandang tanghali po, Madam Sponsor, Vice President Sara, and the DepEd family. Very short and quick manifestation lang po, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Last week po, sabi po ni Vice President and DepEd Secretary Sara Duterte, if we can give 100 billion for the basic education facilities, kaya po nating isolve ang problema ng DepEd. Naniniwala po ako dito dahil hindi po ito imposible. I would like to point out that in 2018, DepEd regular budget, ang budget po ng basic education facilities is nasa 105 billion, 461 million, and 287,000. So kung nagawa na po natin ito noong 2018, hindi po imposible na mahanapan po natin ng paraan para magawa ito sa 2023. And I would just like to manifest it na sana po pagtulungan po nating hanapin on how we can increase the budget for the basic education facilities of DepEd. With that, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, I support the budget of DepEd and all initiatives to increase its budget, especially in the basic education facilities. Maraming salamat po at magandang tanghali.
Thank you very much for the manifestation.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to recognize the Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul R. Daza for his interpellation.
Honorable Dasa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to everyone. I really wasn't sure if I should interpolate on this particular topic, but I thought that it might be very good for my colleagues to hear it and for our new secretary and the vice president. Because I'm sure the problems that I face in my district is not unique to my district. And I wanted to share this information. I'm very grateful to the undersecretaries and to my regional director. Just now, they promised me that they'll give me the report, but I wanted to manifest, Mr. Speaker, and maybe just get a short response from the good sponsor. In my division, in the last few years, Mr. Speaker, we've had a problem of delays of hiring new teachers. This representation had asked for a report on what we call unfilled positions, which comprises of two things, which is new items and natural vacancies. Let's say when teachers retire or resign or move out, then you have these vacancies. There seems to be a long-standing management issue in my division. In fact, last year I had found out that there were about 270 unfilled positions that were not reported to me when I had asked about it for 2 years. But I think they're trying to address it now. So I wanted to put on the record that in my division in Northern Samar, we have operational issues and concerns. And I hope the department will put this on their agenda of delayed hiring. And in fact, if I may be so bold to say, that in some cases, they will actually hide items from the mayors, from the local school boards, provincial school board, and even myself. I had asked for almost 3 years now, I think, and I've never gotten an official report on unfilled positions in our division. Can I just get a response from the sponsor? I didn't want it to be too parochial, but I think I've heard other district members who had similar concerns. So I hope our new secretary will put this on their agenda, because 1 day delay in hiring new teachers is 1 day delayed in helping students, giving employment to a new teacher and to the family. In my case, years of delay of hiring new teachers when the items are there. I think it's a disservice to new teachers, the students, the communities, and the families. I couldn't help but share that because I've been frustrated in my area. And I'm sure other members may have similar experiences.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the department headed by no less than the Secretary is committed to look into this, and that reports will be given to His Honor on the update of this concern, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. If I may add, prior to my turn to interpolate, the regional director, who's very kind, and the two undersecretaries had assured me that they will give me a report, I think by next week. Okay, by next week. So can I get that assurance that this report I've been waiting for the past 2-3 years will be given to me by next week?
The department will comply next week, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm satisfied with that assurance from the Honorable Zamora. Second one, in my area, it's a good program. We call it the school-based feeding program. The intentions are good, but sometimes the implementation is not so good. We've had cases of spoiled milk being delivered, Nutribun that some students don't like to eat because they prefer to use the regular local food. I just wanted to ask the sponsor if there are any plans to improve the program. We have many, many malnourished children, especially in my region, Region 8, and I'm sure nationwide. Malnutrition is a big problem. But I don't want to burden, and I want to expedite the proceedings. I just want the sponsor to share with us what the plans are going forward to improve our school-based feeding program.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the department also recognizes that observation and that at present it's now formulating several policies, and that includes the possibility of a localized implementation of the school feeding program, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will wind up with that, and I appreciate the responses of my esteemed colleague, and thank you to the DepEd family for taking the time to address my concerns.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to recognize the Honorable Sergio Dagoc for his interpellation.
Honorable Dago is recognized. Interpolate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the distinguished sponsor, yield to some
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
clarifications which will lead to recommendations.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Do you have DepEd have a reporting system that has an inventory of schools with electricity, those schools with electricity also that were disconnected because the MOOE of those schools is not enough to pay their monthly electric bills. And new buildings constructed, completed, but until now being used without electricity because of the non-provision of budget for the construction of lines. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, based on the data of the Department of Education, there are 2,414 schools that need no source of electricity based on the 2022 data. However, with several interventions, as of now, as we speak, there are only 1,757 schools that are still needing electricity, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you for that data, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. The only purpose of this representation is to ensure that the purpose of the government in constructing that school buildings will not defeat. Because if that building will be used without electricity, it will defeat the purpose of giving convenience to our pupils, to our students. Then, finally, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I would like to recommend that there should be a regular reporting from the division office of those schools who have electricity already but requested the electric cooperatives to disconnect because their MOOE is not enough. I will give a specific example. In the division of Dinagat, province of Dinagat Islands, just this morning, there are 19 schools being requested to be disconnected. May mga laboratory po yan. So I hope mayroon kayong ganong klaseng reporting system. Rest assured that
this representation, will do everything to assist that. But on the part of the DepEd, can I give a commitment that you will also include that in your budget, the line extension, as well as the MOOE for utilities? Kasi minsan, nakakahiya man, no? Binabayaran ko personal yung electric bill para lang hindi maputulan. Kung mga 500 pesos, 1,000 lang ganon. So may delay din doon sa release ng MOOE. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, can I give a commitment from the DepEd na asikasuhin natin tong problema na to?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that will be part of the review in terms of reviewing the policies in terms of utilization of MOE funds for all schools under the department, and rest assured that that will be taken into consideration. Thank you very much for that suggestion. Your
Finally, no, I will not consume the 5 minutes. Finally, may I suggest, no, may I recommend your engineers, no, will include in the planning of the construction of new buildings the extension of lines. We have done this before. They coordinated to the National Electrification Administration. I hope, no? Alam ng DepEd to kasi concern ko din ito noon. Nakipag-coordinate sila sa NIA. Tuloy-tuloy natin yon para pagkatapos ng construction, may kuryente kaagad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is
Thank
really
you,
noted
Madam
by the
Sponsor.
department. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, we'd like to request the Honorable Speaker to join the majority in requesting all our members as well as our staff to please take their seats so we proceed with the deliberations for the budget of the Department of Education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Sir Speaker, we move to recognize the Honorable Mujib Hataman for his interpellation.
The Honorable Hataman is recognized to interpolate the sponsor of the Department of Education. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor, maraming salamat po. May the distinguished sponsor yield to a very quick
Yes,
questions.
Your Honor.
Una, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, natutuwa ako na ang head mismo ng DepEd ay ang mismong Vice President ng ating bansa. At higit sa lahat, lalo akong natutuwa dahil Mindanaon. Sa tingin ko nga baka sa pagkakatanda ko, sa kauna-unahang ata na naging kalihim ng Department of Education ay namula sa Mindanao. Given yung realities at yung mga hamon na hinaharap natin lalong-lalo na sa Mindanao, hindi lamang kanina nga narinig ko sa interpellation ni Congressman Bordado na binanggit niya yung pag-aaral ng IMF World Bank kaugnay ng poverty rate, learning poverty rate ng ating bansa. Sa 10 bansa na bumubuo ng South Asian nation, Pilipinas ang pumapangalawa na may rate na 91 at Laos ang 97. At malamang sa ating bansa, Mindanao ang may mataas na poverty learning rate, lalong-lalo na ang Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao dahil na rin sa mga kaguluhan mula noon hanggang panaghanaga ngayon. But anyway, distinguished sponsor, matanong ko lang magkano yung budget proposal originally na sinubmit ng Department of Education sa DBCC?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the department has proposed a total of 848.94 billion pesos.
600.
848.94 billion pesos.
Magkano ho ang buong natapyas sa budget proposal ng DepEd at ano-ano ang programa na apektado ng pagtapyas na to?
Nasa 144 billion na, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ang natapyas from the original proposal.
Ma'am, pwede ho, para hindi na lang ho tayo humaba with courtesy to our Vice President dahil mula kanina at nagugutom na rin po ako. Baka pwede na lang, ma'am, yung natapyas, di ba? Baka pwedeng isubmit kung ano yung mga programs na apektado para mapag-aralan natin para pagdating nung continuing deliberation ng National Appropriation para pwede tayong magtulungan. Inuulit ko nga ho, mataas ang poverty learning rate ng Mindanao at ng ating bansa. Kung tinapyasan mo to, malinaw rin ho na mandato natin lahat bilang kongreso na dapat lagi nating sinusuportahan at pinopromote. Mandato to ng saligang batas natin, yung quality education. So pag tinatapyasan mo ito, ibig sabihin kada piso na tinatapyas mo sa pondo ng sektor ng edukasyon, ibig sabihin nun, talagang parang wala kang plano na pabilisin yung pag-address dito sa problemang ito. With that, distinguished sponsor, pangalawa lang ho, gusto kong i-manifest. Naintindihan ko rin ho yung parochial concern. Pero sa totoo lang, baka hindi nga lang ho parochial concern yung ni-raise ni Kong Paul Dasa kung hindi nangyayari ito. Hindi ko sinasabi, I think itong isa ito sa mga major reforms na dapat tingnan ng bagong pamunuan ng DepEd. Baka meron ng sindikato na sa ilan na lumalaganap kahit yung item ay hinaharang para ibenta doon sa mga ilang aplikante. Dahil yung kwento ni Kong Paul Dasa ay kwento rin ho yun sa distrito ko. At palagi ko ring naririnig na merong mga ganon. Wala lang ho akong ebidensya. So, with that, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, on the part of the minority, there being no member who wishes to interpolate on the budget of the Department of Education, I move to terminate the period of interpolation and debate.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
On the part of
Majority
the
Leader, yes.
On the part of the majority, we join the minority in their motion to terminate the interpolations on the proposed budget of the Department of Education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There
Thank
is
you
a
very
joint
much, Mr.
motion to
Speaker
terminate the
and honorable
interpolations
colleagues.
on the proposed budget of the Department of Education. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion's approved.
Mr. Speaker, we move to suspend.
Session suspended.
Ito ang motion, ito ang nag-motion to terminate. Okay? Congratulations, ma'am, again.
Developmental.
Handshake lang.
Hanggang handshake lang.
Tayo pwede magpapakita. Kahit tayo dito.
Actually,
Ano next agency?
Sabi niya, ako ng ilang buwan.
Thanks, Paul.
thanks.
Dangerous drugs. And then, drugs. Dangerous drugs. And then,
Wala na, no? Ay, ito.
Tama ako, para hindi obvious.
Thank you.
Sandali lang kayo.
Ito naman patingin. Ma'am, boss, dito lang patingin. Silang. Ano. Ay, kami ni ano. You want to? Okay, boss. Picture daw tayo.
Thank you, Arnie.
Kasi po-post daw nila sa Facebook.
Ano pala, Tom, Mark.
Saan nagbigay nito?
Mabilis naman sa'yo, may magtatanong.
Wala ata eh. Nakuha na ba tayo? Anong gabi? Wala ka. Item.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, earlier we approved to terminate the interpellation for the budget of the Department of Education. Mr. Speaker, may I just reiterate my motion to include that we terminate the interpellation for the Department of Education as well as all its attached agencies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to proceed with the interpellation of Dangerous Drugs Board and recognize the sponsor, Representative Arnie Fentabella of the 4th District of Camarines Sur. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Fentabella is recognized to sponsor the budget of the
Dangerous Drugs Board.
Dangerous Drugs Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This representation is ready to defend the budget of the Dangerous Drug Board amounting to 447,413,000.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the family of Dangerous Drugs Board headed by Secretary Catalino Cuy and Undersecretary Earl Saaverda.
We acknowledge the Secretary. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Congressman Gabriel Bordado of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur for his interpellation.
The Honorable Bordado is recognized to interpellate.
Thank you very much,
Please
Mr.
proceed.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I fully support the Dangerous Drugs Board. And, Mr. Speaker, there being no other member in the minority who wishes to interpellate, I move to terminate the period of interpellation and debate for the Dangerous Drugs Board.
Mr. Speaker, in behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the interpellation for the Dangerous Drug Board. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a joint motion to terminate interpellations on the proposed budget of the Dangerous Drugs Board. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The interpellations on the proposed budget of the Dangerous Drugs Board is hereby terminated. Session suspended.
Sabay-sabay na lang. Ang family.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we proceed with the consideration of the proposed budget of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency.
Is there any objection? There being none, we proceed with the interpolations of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Annie Pointabilla, Vice Chairman of the Committee on Appropriation, to answer question of the proposed budget of the Philippines Drug Enforcement Agency.
Honorable Pointabilla is recognized to sponsor the budget of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, this representation is ready to defend the budget of PDEA amounting to 3.16 at 3.167 billion pesos.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize I move that we recognize the Honorable Gabriel Berzado.
Honorable Bordado is recognized to interpolate the budget of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, there being no other member of the minority who wishes to interpolate, Mr. Speaker, I move to terminate the period of interpolation and debate for the budget of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellation on the proposed budget of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The interpellations on the proposed budget of the PDEA is hereby terminated. Session suspended.
Ito yung budget. Ito yung pinaposes sa DBC.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the consideration of the proposed budget of the Anti-Money Laundering Council.
Is there any objection? There being none, motions approved.
At this
Now
juncture,
proceed with
Mr. Speaker, may I request that the Executive Director of the Anti-Money Laundering Council, Attorney Matthew David, be recognized or
The
acknowledged.
Executive Director is recognized. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
I now move, Mr. Speaker, that we recognize Honorable Raul Bongalon in order to sponsor the budget of the Anti-Money Laundering Council under the period of interpellation.
Honorable Bongalon is recognized to sponsor the budget of the Anti-Money Laundering Council. Please
Thank
proceed.
you, Mr. Speaker. This humble representation is now ready to sponsor and defend the budget of the Anti-Money Laundering Council with a proposed budget for the fiscal year 2023 amounting to 108 million. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Franz Castro of the ACT Teachers Party List for her interpellation.
The Honorable Castro is recognized to interpolate. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. So muli, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat, sa ating distinguished sponsor, at saka sa AMLAC. So yung unang tanong ko, Mr. Speaker, dahil hindi naman dumadaan sa briefing itong AMLA, no? Pwede pang marinig natin mula sa sponsor, ano po ba yung mandato ng AMLAC?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po sa inyong katanungan, kagalang-galang na Representante Franz Castro ng ACT Teachers Party List. Ang mandato po ng ating Anti-Money Laundering Council ay naaayon po sa batas na kung saan sila po ay may critical functions patungkol po sa Financial Intelligence Unit na kung saan sila po ay nag-aanalisa at tumatanggap din po patungkol doon po sa tinatawag natin na mga covered and suspicious transaction reports. Pangalawa po, they also perform a supervisory function na kung saan the exact compliance with the law, rules, and regulations on covered institutions. Ito po yung mga banking and non-banking financial institutions so that we can prevent the money laundering and terrorism financing. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, sila din po ay nagpe-perform bilang isang investigator at prosecutor. They investigate and prosecutes money laundering cases and terrorism financing to the fullest extent as allowed under the law. Yun po ang mandato, Mr. Speaker, ng Anti-Money Laundering Council.
So, Mr. Speaker, so ayon doon sa inuran ng ating kagalang-galang na sponsor about the mandate, so hindi lang po doon sa pinaghihinalaan ng ating gobyerno na mga terrorism, bagkus doon sa mga transaction involving banks and non-bank transaction. Ano po ba yung mga non-bank transaction na sinasabi?
Yung nabanggit po ng ating kagalang-galang na representante ng mga non-banking financial institutions, yun po ay ang mga pawn shops, yung mga real estate, and including money changers. Yun po, Mr. Speaker.
How about yung mga yung mga e-payments? 'Di ba meron tayong mga like yung Palawan, like yung GCash, etc. May mga ganun. Kasama din po ba 'yan?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, kasama po sila sa mandato ng AMLC. Sila po ay tinatawag na money service centers, businesses, Mr. Speaker.
So therefore, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yung kanilang trabaho ay nangangailangan ng matinding paniniktik, surveillance, analysis, at highly technical. Kumbaga, kung titignan ko itong trabaho ng AMLA, tama po ba ako, Mr. Speaker?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
So in terms of personnel, so ilan po ba yung personnel dito sa AMLA na magagampanan itong mga trabahong napakalaki na ganito at magkano po ba kung meron intelligence funds on confidential funds, intelligence funds pala. Kasi sa ganitong trabaho, Mr. Speaker, di ba, malaki ang gampanin ng ng paniniktik o yung intelligence para makita natin at hindi tayo na kumukuha lang ng information mula doon sa isang sa isang agency or organization. May sariling paraan ng paniniktik ang AMLA, di po ba? Magkano po ba at ilan yung mga personnel ng AMLA na gumagampan ng mga ganitong trabaho, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished colleague, sa una pong katanungan, kung ilan po ang ating personnel sa AMLC, base po sa datos, meron po tayong 204 na field positions at meron pa po tayong 44 unfilled positions sa AMLC. At tungkol naman po doon sa katanungan kung magkano po ang confidential fund ng nasabing ahensya, meron po sila na 10 million confidential fund sa kanila pong budget, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Okay. So sa ganitong sa ganitong kahirap na trabaho ng AMLA, 204 field position at 44 unfilled. So namamanage po ba ng AMLA yung kanilang trabaho ng mabuti sa ganito tingin ko kasi kakonti na mga personnel at na kailangan pang fill upan na 44. At sa ganitong confidential fund, Mr. Speaker, na 10 million lang yung confidential fund na ganito na magagamit sa paniniktik, so mukhang ang liit. Okay? Mas malaki pa nga yung confidential fund ng DepEd kung tutuusin, 150 million. Pero ang isang ahensya na talagang nangangalaga o talagang merong mandato na sa paniniktik sa buong bansa, kasi alam ko hindi lang naman sa buong bansa, di ba? Kung may mga foreigner din na pumapasok. So tingin po ba ng distinguished sponsor, tama enough itong 204 o sabihin na lang natin kung mapil upan tong 44 na to, 248 with the confidential fund of 10 million na mas malaki na mas na napakaliit po ikukumpara natin sa DepEd confidential fund.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, sinasang-ayunan po ng sponsor nito ang panawagan na upang magampanan ng AMLC ang kanilang pong mandato, kailangan po i-fill ito pong mga vacancy. And for the record po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, ngayon pong taong 2022, ang AMLC po ay may magdadagdag ng 36 na bakanting posisyon at yun po ay kanila pong pipilapan at sa taong pong 2023, sila rin po ay magdadagdag ng 8 posisyon. And sumasang-ayon din po ang sponsor na ito na bagamat maliit po ang confidential fund na ibinibigay po ng Department of Budget and Management, ay talagang pong kailangan na madagdagan ang ito pong pondo ng AMLC upang mapagtibay pa ang kanila pong tungkulin na gampanan ang kanila pong trabaho, lalong-lalo na sa mga investigation po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
So mahalaga to, Mr. Speaker, na para po mas magiging efficient at magiging effective itong ginagampanan ng AMLA at hindi lang parang ang trabaho ay makinig lang sa isang ahensya like NTF-ELCAC or tira-pasok ang nangyayaring trabaho ng AMLA dahil may mga pinaghihinalaang mga terorista, halimbawa, mga organization na talaga namang legitimate yung kanilang mga ginagawa na sa kanilang mga sektor. Like for example, Mr. Speaker, halimbawa, magbibigay na lang po ako ng isang example, itong halimbawa yung Amihan, ito yung organization ng mga kababaihang magsasaka na tinuro na isang organization na meron daw terrorist funding or financing. Pero later on ay nalaman na hindi at nakita naman siguro nila doon sa account na hindi naman talaga sufficient yung account nitong organization na ito na mga magsasakang kababaihan na magpondo ng mga terorista. Kaya nga dinismiss, di ba? Tama ba ako?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, Base po sa ating mga opisyales from the Anti-Money Laundering Council, ay pending pa po ang nasabing kaso sa korte. Distinguished colleague, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, kung pending pa po yung yung binabanggit nating na kaso sa korte, saan ba to? Sa korte, sa lower court.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, ang nasabi pong kaso ay still pending with the Regional Trial Court of Manila, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So kasi alam ko meron na tong decision na nakita natin na pinris ang kanilang accounts pero hindi rin naman tinuloy din. So tama ba?
Ang nasabi pong kaso, Mr. Speaker, ay for civil forfeiture at again, gaya po ng nabanggit ko kanina, ay still pending with the Regional Trial Court of Manila, Mr. Speaker.
So bukod sa mga pinaghihinalaan na mga terrorist organizations, so pwede po ba kayong magbanggit pa ng ilang pang mga halimbawa ng ibang mga organisasyon or accounts na under investigation pa sa AMLA, bukod dun sa sinasabi nating o bukod dun sa pinaghihinalaan ng AMLA na terrorist organization?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, patungkol po doon sa kahilingan ng ating pong ginagalang na representante from the ACT Teachers Party List, ay akin pong mamarapatid na i-invoke ito pong Section 8-A ng AMLA Law dahil meron po tayong tinatawag na Information Security and Confidentiality. Gustuin man po ng representasyong ito na bigyan ng mga detalye o impormasyon ang ating pong Madam Interpolator, pero dahil po dito sa specific provision ng nasabing batas, ay hindi po natin magagawang sagutin ang kanya pong katanungan, Mr. Speaker.
So ganito na lang Mr. Speaker, yes or no na lang ang isasagot. Meron ba tayong kaso na pending na halimbawa doon sa Pogo? Meron ba tayong ganung kaso? Meron pa tayong kaso ng inimbestigahan ng AMLA? Meron ba?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, again, with all due respect, we cannot disclose any information or details as regards the ongoing investigation or any cases filed before the law enforcement agencies or courts with that respect, Mr. Speaker.
So ulitin ko lang din po, meron ba tayong naimbestigahan doon sa may kinalaman sa kaso sa Pharmaly? So meron ba tayong nakitang irregular na halimbawa yung ng pera, palitan ng pera dito sa Pharmaly? So sasabihin nyo, i-invoke nyo ulit yung Section 8.
Mr. Speaker,
Okay.
distinguished colleague, still, we would like to invoke the Section 8-A of the particular law, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last na lang. How about, Mr. Speaker, mga smugglers? Meron ba mga pending na na kaso about dun sa mga smugglers at saka doon sa mga bangko?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, ipagpaumanin niyo po, still subject po ng information security and confidentiality po, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So siguro ang mga susunod na ko na lang question, ano po ba yung proseso na dinadaanan ng ng AMLA ayon sa batas sa pag-freeze, pag-i-issue ng freeze order? Meron bang participation ang persons or organizations involved? Ano ba yung due process kung meron na pinagdadaanan? O halimbawa, merong isang tao na nakita natin na irregular yung pasok at labas ng kanyang pera. So paano po masisecure ng isang individual yung due process of law kaugnay ng pag-freeze ng kanyang account? O bibigyan na lang natin sila ng notice na freeze na yung account mo dahil may ganitong paghihinala ang AMLA. So ano po ba yung dinadaanang proseso, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, under the law and existing rules, ang proseso po ay ex parte application po for the issuance of the freeze order at ang Court of Appeals po ang nagdedetermina kung igagrant po ang issuance ng isa pong freeze order.
Pwede po bang nating ipaliwanag sa ating mga kababayan ano ba ibig sabihin ng ex parte application? At ang pag-freeze ay manggagaling sa utos ng Court of Appeals, tama?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. Kapag sinabi po natin na ex parte application ang isang petition for the issuance of a freeze order, it is just a summary proceeding. Balit, titignan lang po ng Court of Appeals kung ang nasabing petisyon ay kumpleto sa mga elemento upang ang isang freeze order ay i-issue po ng nasabing korte.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, magkanong amount ba ang pinag-uusapan natin dito para masabi nating irregular itong pagpasok at paglabas ng pera? Meron ba tayong certain amount na nakalagay doon sa ating batas o sa procedure natin?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, kung titignan po natin ang ating batas, wala pong nakalagay as to specific amount. For as long as yung nasabi pong amount is in relation to the anti-money laundering cases, yan po ay the court will take cognizance regardless of the amount po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
So for example, meron ka lang 50,000 sa bangko na na-receive naman ng individual mula sa kanyang repatriation funds na nakuha mula sa martial law, human rights violations. So kung 50,000 yan, 30,000 yan, o 10,000 yan, ipi-freeze ba natin yung account? Kasi parang meron kayong na-freeze na account na itong account na ito ay galing sa isang matanda na consultant, peace consultant, pero pinrease niyo yung account. Would that constitute a terrorist financing? Halimbawa, mga 10, 15, 20?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, yung nabanggit po ng ating kagalang-galang na representante ay still pending pa po, no? And again, we would like to invoke Section 8-A as regards the confidentiality and information security dahil isa po itong kaso na patuloy pa pong dinididik ng ating pong korte.
So yan ang ating problema, no, Mr. Speaker, dito sa sinasabi nating pag-freeze, parang arbitrary na lang kapag pinaghinalaan sila ng ganito, ipi-freeze na lang. Kahit naman ang laman ng nasa bangko ng isang individual ay reparation funds na galing sa martial law victim. 'Di ba? Yung pagbabayad sa kanya dahil sa naging biktima siya ng martial law noong panahon ng 1972 o martial law years. Kaya di natin maintindihan, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, kung paano yung proseso nitong ginagawa ng AMLA na pag-freeze nitong mga account na ito na sa tingin natin dito, nagkakaroon ng masamang record ang AMLA sa tulong din ng ATC ng freezing of accounts under the ATA dahil ilang accounts na ang na-freeze without due process. So biglaan at di alam ng mga tao or organization involved na walang makatotohanang puwang para masabi nila yung side nila o kontrahin ang ebidensya na hawak ng AMLA o ng ATC. Halimbawa, yung mga sinasabi nating pending cases na yan, hindi lang yung sa amihan, yung pa sa Rural Missionaries of the Philippines, naka-freeze pa yan mula noong 2019, at saka yung UCCP at iba pa. So sa ganitong Mr. Speaker, nabibigyan ba natin ng due process bago i-freeze yung mga account ng mga pinaghihinalaan natin, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, tama po, ino-observe po ng ating ahensya, lalong-lalo po ang ating mga korte, ang tinatawag po natin na due process. At may dagdag ko lang po, Mr. Speaker, na yung nasabi po na naging subject ng isang freeze order ay meron naman po tayong remedy under the law na kung saan ang isang aggrieved party can file and can go to court to question the basis for the issuance of the freeze order, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. Therefore, pwede po sila humingi
Okay.
no, ng sang remedyo na kung saan pwede po sila magpa-delist doon po.
So may I cut may I cut you on that, Mr. Speaker. So bago ninyo makaka-receive lang ng due process ang isang taong na-freeze ang kanilang account, kapag ginawa na ninyo, hindi man lang kayo nag-undergo ng due process. Sasabihin ninyo, o pwede ka naman pumunta sa korte para patunayan mo na hindi ka nagte-terrorist financing. Ganun ba yon? Di ba dapat, Mr. Speaker, mauna muna yung pag-iimbestiga ninyo. Kasi alam ba, itong katulad ng isang individual na yung account niya doon, ang nakalagay lang doon ay yung kanyang repatriation, yung kanyang bayad mula doon sa kanyang pagkakabiktima ng human rights violation ng martial law. So natanong nyo ba yon bago nyo i-freeze, Mr. Speaker? Kasi parang baliktad. Ipapa-freeze nyo muna sa bangko bago nyo iimbestigahan at tatanungin. Papupuntahin nyo sa korte. Parang baliktad ang nangyayari, Mr. Speaker. Hindi ba dapat nakalagay sa batas natin, you are guilty until proven otherwise? Pero baliktad. So, yung dinimanda ninyo at finreeze nyo yung account, yun pa yung magpapatunay na hindi yun galing sa financing terrorism. Baliktad na talaga yung batas natin at proseso.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, meron din po na proseso na pinagbabatayan ng ating pong Anti-Money Laundering Council na kung saan sila po ay nag-o-observe ng tinatawag po na due process. Hindi naman po sila basta-basta magpapalabas ng freeze order na kung saan hindi po ito dumadaan sa masusing investigasyon at pag-aanalisa ng ang anuman transaksyon na magiging subject po ng freeze order. At may dagdag ko lang po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, the issuance of the freeze order is based sa upon the determination of the probable cause. Ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, kung mayroon pong sapat na batayan upang i-freeze ang isang account, yun po ay ang kanilang pinagbabasehan sa paglabas po ng freeze order, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
So, okay, Mr. Speaker, so na-realize ko lang dito, yung sinasabi natin na talagang parang nababaliktad na po yung proseso. Parang pag sinabing, halimbawa, pag sinabing finreeze yung account mo, so later on, ikaw na lang pumunta sa korte para patunayan na na yung mga account mo ay hindi talaga financing terrorism. At hindi muna magkakaroon ng preliminary investigation doon sa tao o doon sa organization or individual para ma-determine talaga yung sinasabi nating financing terrorism bago ma-freeze yung account. So yun lang po yung gusto kong gusto ko mapalabas dito sa interpellation na ito, na proseso na ginagawa ng AMLA na tingin ko po, Mr. Speaker, baliktad ito dun sa proseso na nasasang-ayon sa ating batas at sa saligang batas natin. With that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I end my interpellation.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Please proceed.
I move to recognize Representative J.C. Abalos.
for
Honorable
his
Abalos
manifestation. Is recognized. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member from the minority who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we terminate the period for sponsorship and debate for the Anti-Money Laundering Commission.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority on its motion to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate on the proposed budget of the AMLA.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpolations on the proposed budget of AMLA. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The interpolations on the proposed budget of AMLA is hereby terminated. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we proceed with the consideration of the proposed budget of the Department of Labor and Employment.
Is there any objection? There being none, motions approved.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the presence of the head of the department, the Honorable Secretary Bienvenido E. Laguesma.
Secretary Laguesma is acknowledged. His presence is acknowledged, and welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now recognize Representative David J.J. C. Juarez, Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, to answer questions on the proposed budget of the Department of Labor and Employment.
The Honorable Suarez is recognized to present the budget of the Department of Labor and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Partelis to interpret the sponsor of the proposed budget of Department of Labor and Employment.
The Honorable Brosas is recognized to interpolate the sponsor and the budget of the Department of Labor and Employment. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat po. Will the good sponsor yield some questions, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, it will be the greatest privilege in the world for me to answer a few of the questions of our dear colleague from Party List Gabriela.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Una sa lahat, Mr. Speaker, nagpapasalamat kami sa Department of Labor and Employment sa maagap na tugon sa mga ni-request naming mga dokumento at datos hinggil sa sahod, trabaho at karapatan ng mga manggagawa. Gayon din sa mabilis na pagkonsidera sa isyong inilapit ng mga leader unionista sa Laguna na nakararanas po ng red tagging kamakailan. Maraming salamat po sa Dole family. Now, on to my question, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, no? Ang unang tanong po namin, Mr. Speaker, ay hinggil sa kontraktualisasyon dahil isa po ito sa ipinamana ng 1974 Labor Code ng Marcos Senior Regime at mayorya ng mga kontraktual na manggagawa ay mga kababaihan. So, Mr. Speaker, kaugnay ng listahang isinumite ng DOLE hinggil sa licensed job contractors as per Department Order 174 na umaabot sa 500 pahina po, no? Lumalabas na napakarami ng third-party service providers na pasok sa legal contractualization. Dahil walang suma total sa dokumento, maaari po bang makuha ang total number of registered contractors at total number of employees employed by these contractors, including male and female workers, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, with regards to the number of registered contractors, we have a total number of 962 as of January, July of this year. And as of 2021, a total of 2,907 registered contractors. And in 2020, 1,506 are listed as the registered contractors.
Mr. Speaker, do you have the total number of employees employed by these contractors and the male and female workers?
Mr. Speaker, because the list is quite voluminous, sa dami po kasi ng mga hinihingi na pangalan, kung papayagan po ako ng ating kinatawan mula sa Gabriela Party List, isasubmit na lang po namin sa kanyang tanggapan yung datos na kanya pong hinihingi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, kung hahanapin pa po yung datos, isunod ko na yung susunod kong tanong, Mr. Speaker. Siguro ang kapansin-pansin lang po dito, parang yung legal contractualization, basically contractual pa rin naman yun o hindi regular sa mga principal. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker? So marami talaga ay contractual pa rin.
Hindi po siya regular sa principal, kaso lang regular po siya sa contractor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tama bang sabihin na ang Asia Pro Multipurpose Cooperative ang may pinakamalaking ine-empleyo na manggagawa? Mahigit po 30,000 na manggagawa ang bilang na nakita namin. Saan-saan pong industriya naroon ang Asia Pro, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, again, I beg to the indulgence of our colleague from Gabriela Party List, if she will give me a few moments to verify the data, and along with the other specifics of the said request, siguro within today, kaya ba? Within 5 minutes? We will supply her with the data that she requests. If she will agree, Mr. Speaker, we will again also provide her the said data. Unfortunately, it is not with us today. Kasi masyadong specific po yung hinihingi niya, down to the specific company at down to the specific number. So if she will allow us enough time, the DOLE will be able to supply her with the said data.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tuloy na po ako sa questions ko on DOLE Department Order 174. Sinasabi, Mr. Speaker, sa DOLE DO 174 na non-permissible forms of contracting and subcontracting undermine the constitutional and statutory right to security of tenure of workers. Tama po ba ito, Mr. Speaker?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Ibig sabihin ba, Mr. Speaker, walang presumption ng paglabag sa security of tenure ng mga manggagawa kapag licensed job contractors?
There's a presumption of its legitimacy, but of course we cannot discount also that there's also a possibility that there is also chances of illegitimacy regarding that setup, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, yun ang pinapoint out namin. Hindi ba problematic ang assumption na ito? Given the volume of workers employed by these job contractors, may malaking gray area kapag automatic na exempted na sila sa labor regulation at labor standards, Mr. Speaker?
Opo. Tunay pong kamangha-mangha at nakakataba po ng puso ang pinakikitang pagmamalasakit ni Congresswoman Arlene Brosas sa status ng ating mga laborers under this setup. Kaya po naglabas na po ng direktiba ang ating bagong kalihim ng Department of Labor and Employment upang reviewin, ripasuhin, at kung kinakailangan baguhin yung Department Order 174. Furthermore, It is also subject to the tripartite consultation as directed by Secretary Lacuesmo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor. Sinasabi po sa Department Order 174 na 2 years ang validity ng license. Hindi ba't walang security of tenure ang manggagawa kung hindi naman siya regular sa principal employer at kung hanggang 2 years lang siya sa job contractor?
Opo. Tama po kayo doon. Kaya nga po ito, bahagi po ito ng ninanais ng ating kalihim na reviewin, ayusin, ripasuhin, at dadaan sa konsultasyon upang sa ganon mailabas natin ang mas nakakaayon na setup para sa ating mga laborers sa ilalim po ng binabanggit na sistema ng ating mahal na representative mula sa Gabriela Party List.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, gusto po nating maintindihan yung DO 174. Lalo na, we are aware that DO 174 stipulates the rights of workers, including the right to self-organization and collective bargaining, and the right to obtain an employment contract. Ngayon, paano po ba ito sa aktwal? Paano ang monitoring ng DOLE sa licensed job contractors? Tapos, ang mga job contractors may existing union at collective bargaining ang mga manggagawa.
So, base po dun sa tanong ng ating mahal na kinatawan, Mr. Speaker, ang mga contractors po ay nagsasubmit ng mga reports. And once these reports are submitted, they are further validated and checked and reviewed by our inspectors.
So sa actual po, Mr. Speaker, sila lang, yung batayan natin ay yung mga sinabmit lang nila, Mr. Speaker. Paano po nagmo-monitor exactly yung DOLE dito sa mga licensed job contractors na ito?
So we give them enough time to review, and it's subject to review by the inspectors. At the same time, we give other parties time to file complaints if they see any irregularities in the said reports, Mr. Speaker.
So Mr. Speaker, lahat po ng mga licensed job contractors na ito ay ating nagagawang i-inspect.
Opo.
So, meron pong sa mga job contractors, may mga existing union at collective bargaining agreement ang mga manggagawa?
Meron po, although hindi po masyadong considerable yung bilang, at kung mamarapatin po ng ating kinatawan mula sa Gabriela Party List, kasama din po ng ilang mga datos na kanyang hinihingi, we will also submit to her the reports that were filed together with the results of the inspections done by DOLE.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oo, pwedeng submit. Pero may initial na po kayong binigay eh. Pero dun sa mga binigay nyo po, yung mga existing pa ba, hindi namin alam kung existing pa yung ibang mga unions na nakalagay doon. Or na-inspect ba ng DOLE kung nagpa-function pa ang mga unions na ito, Mr. Speaker?
This will require a thorough updating. So if Congresswoman Arlene Brosas will be kind enough, we will update the report, submit to her regarding whether or not some of these unions are still operational, if that is the data she requires, and furthermore kung ano po ang naging resulta nung pagre-review na ginawa ng DOLE tungkol po dito.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a whole section of questions hinggil sa unionism. So mamaya na lang po natin balikan ulit yung ilan pa sa mga detalye na hihingin ko sana tungkol dito. Meanwhile, sa maraming instances, Mr. Speaker, yung licensed job contractor ang violator ng labor rights. For example, Sa NutriAsia Marilao at PepMaco halimbawa, tinatanggal agad sa trabaho ang mga empleyado sa licensed job contractors dahil sa minor mistakes lang. Sa parehong kumpanya rin, marahasang naging tugon sa pagsisikap ng mga kontraktual na manggagawa na mag-union. Kaya, Mr. Speaker, kung sinasabi po ng ating butihing sponsor na nai-inspect nila ito, familiar po ba kayo dito na merong mga ganitong nangyayari, no? Sa NutriAsia, Marilao at sa PepMaco?
I would like to confirm, Mr. Speaker, na tama po yung binanggit ni Congresswoman Arlene Brosas. May mga ongoing cases nga po na nire-review, pinag-aaralan, at ngayon po ay under the Department of Labor and Employment. At kung nakikita niya po na mayroong mga violations sa mga karapatan at may mga illegal dismissals na nangyari doon sa mga kasong kanyang mga binanggit, DOLWE will be more than happy to entertain those cases and to act accordingly against those said companies that she mentioned in the specific places that she has enumerated.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maigi pong malaman natin kung ano talaga yung nangyayari on the ground. Ano? Those are the realities ng ating mga manggagawa. So, Mr. Speaker...
Opo, in fact, Mr. Speaker, the Secretary has been proactive enough to call the attention of DILG and PNP regarding some issues that happened within Region 4A to ensure na walang karapatang pantao ang nalalabag. Na pagdating sa unionism at pag-iipon, dapat hindi po ito pinipigilan ng ating mga enforcement agencies. Pinaalala po ito ni Secretary Laguesma sa ating DILG at ito naman po ay in-implement ng ating mga PNP officers sa iba't ibang mga rehiyon.
Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor. Pero meron po akong personal na karanasan kung paano rin ako hinarap ng pulis, lalo na sa NutriAsia po nung naroon ako. In fact, hindi po 50 meters away. Harap-harapan po. No, papakita ko po sa inyo yung picture para malaman ninyo kung paano talaga ini-impose yung mga ganito na paglabag sa mga manggagawa. At kung napakahina po ng ating DOLE sa pag-oversight sa mga licensed job contractors na ito kasi napapayagan even yung mga ganon, police presence within the premises pa nga na sa mga union kapag ka nagkakaroon ng mga strike, Yan po yung At personal ko pong karanasan yon. Even sa PepMaco po ay nakita ko kung gaano yon karahas na tinatanggal sila at inaalis sila sa kanilang mga picket line. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, sa pangkalahatan po, gusto kong sabihin, ayon sa Section 12 ng DOLE, DO 174, kapag may paglabag sa mga karapatang ito, ang magiging direct employer, ang magiging direct employer ang principal. Ngayon, ilan po ang kaso na nagresulta na sa ganito? Di ba licensed job contractor tapos yung principal, na-elevate doon, di ba, kapag may mga paglabag sa karapatan. So, ang tanong ko po, ilan na ang kaso na nagresulta sa ganito? Na ang liable ay ang principal.
Mr. Speaker, if you would be so kind, 2 minutes just so that we can complete the data.
Session suspended.
Masyado palang mahal.
Mr. Speaker.
Session is resumed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, with regards to the data that Congresswoman Arlene Brosas requests, as of now, July 2022, based on the data that has been submitted by the Department of Labor and Employment, a total of 652,456 have been regularized. Now, there are two ways, that they were able to attain this, either through trilateral or bilateral. Now, with regards to those who were regularized through the bilateral and trilateral system, if the kind representative from Gabriela will allow us, because the data is not with us kasi hindi pa po ito nabe-breakdown specifically to those two manners, we will submit to her a breakdown of the 652,256 that have been regularized. Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sa data. Mr. Speaker, sa mga kaso na nagresulta, very specific dito, nasagot po ba?
The number of based on the number of regularized workers.
Isasama po namin yon, Mr. Speaker, sa isasabit po naming data sa kanya. Kung may mga kaso na nakaugnay po dito, base po doon sa trilateral and bilateral manner of regularization.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, given these limitations of the current DOLE DO 174, actually, very appreciative po kami na magre-review ang DOLE sa said order at makapag-come up with a new department order that will at least enforce decent work and strengthen labor regulation in the licensed job contractors. Especially nakikita po natin ngayon na weak talaga, mahina yung DOLE labor inspection program natin. Hindi po tayo pwedeng umasa sa voluntary compliance na gagawin. Sinabi ko nga po yan, diba, nung sinagot po tayo na 1 million yung mga enterprises, tapos, diba, hindi naman talaga sila totoo na nagbo-voluntary compliance, Mr. Speaker. Anyway, Mr. Speaker.
If I may, Mr. Speaker, we do respect the position of Congresswoman Arlene Brosas regarding Department Order 174. Tulad po na sinabi ko po kanina, nasa proseso po ito ng pagre-review, pagre-repaso ng ating bagong kalihim ng Department of Labor and Employment. And we will actually welcome a recommendation from the dear representative how she wishes na mapa-improve natin yung ilalabas na bagong department order. Base na rin sa mga rekomendasyon at karanasan na ipinagdaanan niya na sa palagay niya mas makakabuti sa buhay ng ating mga manggagawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, hinggil po sa unionism, Mr. Speaker, we requested from DOLE the latest data on the total number of unions and workers covered. But since the Google Drive link sent to us is not working, we will ask again the sponsor, ilan po ang updated na bilang ng mga registered union sa Pilipinas? Tapos ilan po ang covered ng manggagawa at ilang porsyento ng private sector workers ang sinasaklaw ng mga unyong ito?
So Mr. Speaker, if you will allow me to read, based on the data of DOLE, there are 18,134 registered labor organizations in the private sector with a total of 1.600 million reported membership as of August 2021. Of these, 14 trade union centers, 138 federation, 4 industry unions, and 17,978 enterprise-based unions. So, if the good Congresswoman will be so kind, I can submit to her these numbers para at least may pakita natin kung ilan po dito ang aktibong mga union na rehistrado sa ilalim ng DOLE.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the interest of time, i-submit na lang po. No? Kasi gusto natin, actually may gusto pa po tayong malaman, makita natin halimbawa, yung unionization rate simula 1970s, yung number of strikes per year since 1970s, at yung available data on recorded cases of union busting or union harassment. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is very, very clear that union coverage and unionization rate in the country is very low. Tama po ba? If not near non-existence, maaari bang malaman kung ano ang ginagawa ng DOLE para palakasin at suportahan ang unionismo sa bansa? May allocation po ba para rito sa ilalim ng 2023 budget, Mr. Speaker?
Kung babalikan po natin ang datos, Mr. Speaker, mula 2017 hanggang 2021, nakikita po natin na hindi masyadong nagbabago ang rate of unionization dito po sa ating bansa. Para po sa private sector, an average of maybe 7.5% from 2017 to 2021. And for the public sector, ito po yung nakikita po natin, may mga decrease kaso lang hindi naman po drastic. From 2017, it was at 13.3%, and at 2021, it was at 11.4%.
So parang bumaba pa, Mr. Speaker, ano?
Bumababa po, kaso lang hindi naman po masyadong malaki po ang rate of decrease niya, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may allocation ba tayo para palakasin, suportahan yung mga unions sa ilalim po ng 2023 budget?
Opo. Meron po tayong pondo na nakalaan para sa kanila. Under the Workers' Organizations Development Program, may pondo pong nakalaan para hikayatin, palakasin ang mga union dito sa ating bansa. At sa ilalim din po ng Labor, Employment and Education System, meron din pondong nakalaan para sa kanila. At ito po ang ginagamit ng DORE upang alalayan po ang mga union dito sa ating bansa.
So, Mr. Speaker, makakatulong itong pondo na ito para sa mga unions, no, ng mga manggagawa, Mr. Speaker. Paano exactly?
They undergo seminars, trainings in labor education, leadership training, para sa mga ganitong paraan, mas napapatatag at mas napapalakas po nila ang kanilang mga organisasyon. Pumapasok din po ito sa kakayahan upang mapalakas ang level of negotiations nila, upang sa ganon, mas may paglaban nila ang karapatan ng mga manggagawa sa mga kumpanyang pinagtatrabahuhan po ng kanilang mga kasamahan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, naniniwala ba ang DOLE na kailangan magkaroon ng amyenda sa Labor Code para paluwagin ang rekisito sa pag-uunyon? Tama bang sabihin na silent ang batas paggawa hinggil sa pag-uunyon ng mga kontraktual, gayong malinaw ang konstitusyon na ang karapatang mag-unyon ay dapat na tinatamasa ng lahat ng manggagawa, Mr. Speaker?
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. It is high time that we look into and review the labor code. I asked the members of this August chamber that once we get back on our break, siguro isa po ito sa mga dapat pagtuunan ng pansin ng 19th Congress kung paano po natin gagawing updated ang labor code. Huwag nating kakalimutan na huli po yatang naaprubahan ng labor code 1974. Marami po sa atin ay hindi pa po napapanganak noon. Kaya ngayon, 2022 na, alam naman natin, iba na po ang Pilipinas noon sa ngayon, iba na po ang hamon, iba na po ang pangangailangan, iba na rin po ang dapat nating siguraduhin at tinitiyak na sistema upang mas mapangalagaan po natin ang ating mga manggagawa. And we will always promote, protect, and preserve and uphold the rights of our laborers. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sa sagot. Oo, kung mga kinakailangan pong pagbabago or amyenda sa labor code, kailangan po natin talagang i-up-to-date yan. Ngayon, Mr. Speaker, wala po bang percent o target ng bilang ng manggagawa? Kumbaga, kung ang performance indicators na ninyo ay yung mga nabigyan lang ng trainings, hindi ba dapat magkaroon ng target talaga ng mayu-unionize o bilang ng manggagawang na mayu-unionize, Mr. Speaker?
Siguro, pagdating po sa tanong ng pagsiset ng target, mas nakakaayon po yun sa labor movement dahil hindi po sa klaw ng kapangyarihan ng ating pamahalaan ang mag-set ng targets para dito. Kaya mas hinihikayat po natin ang labor movement para mag-set po ng targets para dito.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, bagamat ibang na po ito, topic. Bagamat nakapag-dialogue ng ilang leader manggagawa, kasama po mismo ni Secretary Laguesma, gusto po muli naming kunin ang commitment ng DOLE para tumindig laban sa red tagging at harassment sa mga manggagawa. Yun po kasi ang dinulog po, kung maaalala po ninyo, ang dinulog ng mga manggagawa natin ay hindi sila puntahan sa mga bahay-bahay nila, sa workplace mismo nila, pinupuntahan sila ng militar, tinatakot sila, sinasabihan ng kanilang mga pamilya, mga ganyan po na matitinding red tagging na actually tinugunan po ni Secretary, makakaasa ba ang mga manggagawa na marereflect ng 2023 budget ng DOLE ang pagsuporta nito sa pag-uunyon ng mga manggagawa at pagsasagawa ng investigasyon sa mga kaso ng red tagging at harassment laban sa kanila, laban sa ating mga manggagawa, Mr. Speaker?
Mapanghahawakan po, Mr. Speaker, ang binitawang salita ng Secretary ng Department of Labor and Employment that he is against any form of red tagging for that matter, of whatever type. And furthermore, the good representative from the Gabriela party list can hold firm that funds will be used for the 2023 budget in order to preserve and protect the rights and the welfare of our workers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po sa sagot ng ating good sponsor. Mr. Speaker, last na lang siguro. Oo, hinggil sa COVID-19 testing for job seekers lang po ito. Habol ko lang po, importante po. Mr. Speaker, pansin namin wala ng budget ang DOLE para sa free COVID-19 testing for first-time job seekers para sa susunod na taon. Mula po 100 million ngayong taon, may we know ano ang rasyonale sa pagtanggal ng pondo na ito, Mr. Speaker? Kasi batay po sa mga ulat na natatanggap namin, nire-require pa rin ng mga kumpanya ang COVID-19 negative result sa mga naghahanap ng trabaho. At kung required pa rin po ito, karagdagang gastos ito sa mga first-time job seekers. Sa minimum, hindi ba dapat na maglaan pa rin ng pondo para sa COVID-19 testing ang DOLE? Kasi out of pocket po sila, nagbabayad ng testing, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Brosas, I'd like to remind you that your time has expired. Please answer the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes. With regard to the question of Congresswoman Arlene Brosas, naglabas na po ng guidelines ang ECC patungkol po dito. Furthermore, with the improvements that we see in the handling of the COVID-19, and the opening up and new protocols coming out. Of course, we're also waiting for new guidelines coming from the IATF if these antigen tests will still be required in the future. So, yun po yung sagot tungkol po doon sa katanungan. And also, tinitiyak po ng ECC na isa-subsidize po nila ang cost ng mga antigen kits and that the resolution has already been passed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat to our good sponsor.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Maraming salamat, Congresswoman Brosas.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Marissa Magsino of OFW Party List to interpolate the sponsor on the proposed budget of DO.
Honorable Magsino is recognized to interpolate the sponsor of the DOLE.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Gusto ko pong sabihin ng ating OFW Party List, being first-termer ngayon po sa 19th Congress, ay magpapasalamat dahil hindi ko pa po talaga naumpisahan noon ang pakikipag-usap sa Department of Labor and Employment. Marami na po ang mga OFW natin ang nabigyan po ng mga tupad at GIP. Sana po magpatuloy po ito. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. For 2023, the Department of Labor and Employment will have new appropriations amounting to 25.9 billion, which is lower than its 50.8 billion allocation in 2022. The reduction is attributable to the transfer of Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, or OWA, the Philippine Overseas Employment Administration, POEA, and the National Maritime Polytechnic, NMP, to the newly created Department of Migrant Workers. Despite the 37.1% total budget reduction, the Workers' Protection and Welfare Program will continue to receive the biggest chunk, amounting to 18.82 billion, or 81.3% of the total agency budget. This is noteworthy, Mr. Speaker, considering that the primary mandate of the department is the protection and promotion of the welfare of both local and overseas Filipino workers. However, the bulk of the 18.2 allocation for the Workers' Protection and Welfare Program is set aside for the Livelihood and Emergency Employment sub-program in the amount of 18.4 billion, or 97.8% of which TUPAD and the Government Internship Program, GIP, are being implemented. The remaining balance of 366,873 million, or 2.2%, is what we allocated for the Welfare Services sub-program. The question is, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, is this not a stark imbalance in the allocation of funds between the two sub-programs of livelihood and emergency employment vis-a-vis welfare services?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It seems that our good Congresswoman has done her research with regards to the budget of Department of Labor and Employment, and we also want to thank her for recognizing the assistance that DOLE has provided to the OFW sector. And we also want to commend her for continuously fighting for the OFWs dito po sa mababang kapulungan. Mr. Speaker, we note the concern of Rep. Magsino that the reason why at the proper time we will request at least to restore the budget of CLPEP under the GAA 2022 in the amount of 80 million pesos. However, this is actually a matter not of imbalance but of necessity. The need to reduce yung poverty incidence. One of the major root causes of child labor is poverty. Hence, we ensure that as much as possible, we have a budget to reduce poverty and mitigate the vulnerabilities of the poor. So, through the livelihood and emergency employment programs, these programs cater to the workers, those both in the informal and informal sectors. The budget of GIP and TUPAD in the regions is based in the preference of requesting parties, specifically on the program they wish to implement in their respective locality. Thus, the allocation is based on actual requests depending on the number of beneficiaries being requested and proposals being received from the stakeholders and partner agencies, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that response. Mr. Sponsor, may we know the specific benefits or assistance that can be availed by our workers under the Welfare Services sub-program, if there's any more?
Livelihood program for child labor, parents of child labor,
Yeah.
advocacy.
So, pwede po sila makatanggap ng programa, Livelihood Assistance for Parents of Child Labor.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, another major program of the department is the Employment Facilitation Program, which has an allocation of 769,156 million. Under it are the sub-programs, Youth Employability, with a budget of 627,876 million, and Job Search Assistance with a budget of 108,271 million. By their titles, these programs appear to be merely facilitative of employment generation. Do we have other programs that are intended to directly generate employment opportunities? If yes, what are these programs? If no, why is that so?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the employment of generation, we confirm that the department facilitates the matching, the demand and supply of jobs and workers in the labor market. We do not directly create the jobs, but indirectly we contribute to the employment generation through effective labor governance. Some of the programs being implemented by the Department of Labor and Employment are GIP, Job Start, and SPES. And through these programs, mas naalalayan po natin ang ating mga kababayan to gain gainful employment para po sa kanila at sa kanilang mga pamilya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect to the Youth Employability Sub-Program, what specific activities or projects are under it, Mr. Sponsor?
Pagdating po sa Youth Employability Sub-Program, the DOLE Bureau on Local Employment, or BLE, promotes decent and productive short-term employment through bridging programs that improve employability and reduce school-to-work transition among the youth. These programs include DOLE Government Internship Program, or GIP, Job Start Philippines, GSP, and special program for the employment of students, or mas kilala po nating under SPES.
Mr. Speaker, let us assume that we have enhanced the employability of our youth. Do we have an inventory of available job opportunities that will match their competencies? I surmise that is precisely the very objective of the Job Search Assistance Program. Is that correct?
Yes, you're absolutely correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How successful are we in the implementation of these programs in the past in terms of providing employment to our qualified youth? Can we begin some figures, please?
Presently, we are undergoing the evaluation of these numbers. So if the good Congresswoman from the OFW party list will allow us, we will give her the data that she requires. Medyo voluminous po ito at makapal dahil nga sa may kinalaman po ito sa youth employability. So kung papayagan niyo po kami, Congresswoman Magsino, isasubmit po namin to sa inyong tanggapan.
Definitely, Mr. Speaker, I will do that. I will be waiting for those documents.
Mabigyan ko lang po kayo ng isang halimbawa. In 2021, for example, the number of trainees who finished the skills training, umabot po ng 3,809. Ang job placement po, 1,535. So we can give her all this data for the past 5 years para makita niya po yung rate ng success ng programang pinatutupad ng DOLE.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our Constitution directs that the state shall affirm labor, local and overseas, as a primary social economic force and shall protect the rights of workers and promote their welfare. This duty falls directly on the shoulders of the Department of Labor and Employment. Over the last 2 decades, our labor force continues to grow faster than the economy can create jobs. The Philippines was also hit by major disasters and crises which caused massive layoffs and loss of employment opportunities. But despite the hurdle and setbacks, the department made some positive strides. According to data furnished by the Philippine Statistics Authority, our unemployment rate decreased for a high of 10.3% in 2020 when the COVID-19 pandemic was at its peak, to 7.8% in 2021 and further down, on the average of 6.0% up to April of this year, 2022. By region, the NCR recorded the highest of 7.4% for the first quarter of 2022, significantly still a single-digit unemployment rate. On the other hand, underemployment, the twin problem, is also on a downward trend from 16.2% in 2020 to 14.3% in the first half of 2022. Moreover, the obligation to appropriation ratio of the department and its attached agencies improved to 95.8% in 2021 from 87.8% in 2020. The improvement translates to a reduction in unused appropriations of the department from 5.31 billion in 2020 to 2.28 billion in 2021, though admittedly is still a huge amount. Mr. Speaker, with the transfer of some of its attached agencies to the Department of Migrant Workers, the department is expected to focus more on the needs and welfare of our workers in the domestic front. We would like to see the department achieving more targets in the promotion of local employment, labor rights and standards, promotion of industrial peace and workers' empowerment, and of course, in the pursuit of workers' welfare and protection. This expectation should be matched by a corresponding budgetary support to be realized. Mr. Speaker, indeed, our country has experienced modest economic growth and made important gains in the labor market. However, it remains crucial for us to put greater emphasis on decent work, social protection, and livelihood for our workers to achieve sustainable and inclusive growth. Lest we ignore the fact that without labor, everything will grind to halt it. For this purpose, we need a labor department that is sufficiently funded to take the lead and to carry on. With that said, I would like to express our OFW party list and my full support for the approval of the proposed budget of the Department of Labor and Employment for 2023. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, Secretary Laguesma, and the Dole family. God bless us, more power. Let's do our job well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Magsino. Mr. Speaker, I have nothing to add to that.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
For the next interpolator, Mr. Speaker, may we move to recognize the distinguished gentleman from the 2nd District of Samar, Representative Reynolds Michael Tan.
The Honorable Tan is recognized to interpolate the sponsor of the Dole.
Mr. Speaker and the distinguished sponsor, good afternoon. Will the distinguished sponsor yield to a few questions?
A few, yes.
Thank you. What is the current unemployment and underemployment rate in the Philippines? And more specifically, may the distinguished sponsor please provide the actual number of unemployed and underemployed Filipinos?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to report that based on the most latest survey conducted, as of June 2022, our unemployment rate is down to 5.2%. If you will compare this to our unemployment rate last year, this time, nasa 7.2% po tayo. Pagdating naman po sa employment rate ng ating bansa, 0.5% points po ang itinaas nito from April to July 2022. And similarly, 2 percentage points were reported in the same period in 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the answer. May the distinguished sponsor share how much of DOLE's budget is devoted to projects and initiatives to eliminate unemployment and underemployment? And may the distinguished sponsor also please specify what these projects and initiatives are?
To address unemployment, Mr. Speaker, it is often thought that the burden is in DOLE, when in fact the main thrust of DOLE is to protect and to promote the welfare of our workers. To improve the employment of the Filipino people, we need to work continuously with the private sector, because private sectors are the demand growers of our labor force. Now, to address certain gaps that we see in this system, marami pong programa ang ginagawa ng DOLE upang ma-facilitate natin na makakamit ng gainful employment ang ating mga kababayan Pilipino. Ilan po dito ay ang SPES, ang Job Start, ang Public Employment Service Program na pinatutupad po ng Department of Labor and Employment, ang GIP program, ito po ay Government Internship Program na nakakatulong din po sa ating mga kabataan na nagnanais na magtrabaho sa ating pamahalaan. At para naman po sa mga pansamantalang pantawid para sa mga informal sectors, meron din po tayong programang tupad na ibinabahagi sa ating mga kababayan.
Salamat po sa sagot. I have a few questions about TUPAD. When I was governor, we encountered delays in implementing the program in my province. The key reason was the beneficiaries had to wait for the uniform and gear prescribed and issued by the department. And it took a very long time for the uniforms to be sent to Samar. Considering that the program is meant to provide short-term employment and immediate income to those who need it, delays in implementing TUPAD are unacceptable. Does the distinguished sponsor agree?
I share the same background as our good colleague, Mr. Speaker. I was once a governor too for 9 years. At ilan din po ito sa mga nakita po nating suliranin na pinagdadaanan ng ating mga kababayan. Kaya po ilan sa mga pangunahing direktiba na nilabas ni Secretary Laguesma ay inutusan niya ang immediate review ng TUPAD guidelines upang matugunan ang mga nabanggit at napansin po ninyong problema. At ilan po sa layunin nito? Number 1 is to streamline the process. Number 2, to reduce documentary requirements. Number 3, to expedite the profiling of beneficiaries and payment of their wages. Upang sa ganon, hindi na mahirapan yung mga kababayan natin makatanggap ng serbisyo mula sa pamahalaan. And DOLE will institute a reform of putting up a regional standby fund. This will decentralize approval and funding. Tulad po na naging karanasan nito, nung panahon po na kayo ay gobernador, nandun na po yung programa, kasi lang yung pondo, kinikailangan i-follow up pa. At dahil nakita po ito ng DOLE, makakaasa po kayo, kinatawangtan mula po sa Samar. Inaksyonan na po ito ni Secretary Laguesma. Magbababa na po tayo ng standby fund sa bawat region para hindi na po maantala ang pamamahagi ng serbisyo sa ating mga kababayan.
Salamat po, Mr. Sponsor, sa inyong sagot. These uniforms are referred to in relation again to the uniforms referred to as personal protective equipment. But the DOLE's own guideline, under the DOLE's own guideline, this is really just a long sleeve, a hat, and a face mask. Is this correct, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, sir. Pero may mga ibang trabaho na mas nangangailangan ng mas magandang protection.
Opo,
Generally, yun yung
tama po kayo.
The beneficiaries themselves said that the uniform actually was unnecessary and did not provide any added benefit or protection. As such, Mr. Speaker, it seems that these uniforms simply cause delays without providing much benefit. It appears that this is really an unnecessary expense. Mr. Speaker, according to the data of the department in Eastern Visayas, the cost of each uniform in the year 2021 and 2022 was about 350 pesos per beneficiary. Meanwhile, the total budget for TUPAD beneficiary, ang natatanggap po nila na sweldo kasama na yung insurance, ay 3,500 yung sweldo, while 56 naman yung insurance para sa ngayong taon. Using these figures, we can calculate that the cost of 100 uniforms is roughly equivalent to 9.84 beneficiaries. To put it into clearer terms, Mr. Speaker, let us say that, for example, we have 100,000 TUPAD beneficiaries. We would have to buy 100,000 uniforms or PPEs. But if instead buying 100,000 uniforms, we simply use that for additional beneficiaries so that we can add for every 100,000 another 9,840 beneficiaries, at least for the case of Eastern Visayas, na yung 350 po ang salary, ang standard salary. Mr. Speaker, the budget for the year 2023, kung hindi po ako nagkakamali ng TUPAD, is 15,592,595 pesos. Tama po ba to?
Correct.
While the TUPAD budget for the year 2022, yung present year po, is 26,509,741,000. Tama po ba yun?
Correct.
With a reduction, na-reduce po for next year ng 10,917,146,000, roughly 41%. Considering, Mr. Speaker, yung tanong po tungkol doon, sa 2022 na taon, yung present, magkano po ba yung ginastos ng DOLE para sa mga pag-procure ng mga PPE na ito?
Let me first stress one point. No, the PPEs were necessary. The uniforms were necessary. We wouldn't want to expose the beneficiaries of the program, especially at that time and early part this year, COVID-19 was rampaging across the nation. So, kinailangan po talaga na paglaanan ng pondo yon. Ngayon, patungkol po doon sa actual numbers na hinihingi po ninyo, kung mamarapatin po ni Congressman Tan, we will submit you the detailed report and breakdown. administrative costs, subsidies, wages, PPE, cleaning solution, kasama din po ng microinsurance. Isasubmit po namin sa inyo at medyo mahaba po kasi yung listahan nito.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. Considering, Mr. Speaker, that there was a significant reduction of the 2023 budget, perhaps it would be more prudent to simply dispense with the uniforms or PPEs. May I ask the distinguished sponsor to please, kung maaari po bang makonsider to ng DOLE yung aking pong suggestion tungkol po sa mga PPEs. Tama po kayo, siguro nung panahon na kasagsagan ng COVID, maaari ay ito ay necessary. Pero sa kasalukuyan po, I think with the reduction of the budget, na significant siya at madami pa rin ang gustong makatanggap or makapag-avail ng tupad, baka po pwedeng maikonsidera na i-review yung policy with incomes to the PPEs para po instead na igastos yan sa PPE, ay maigastos na lang or maidagdag dun sa mga pwede pang maidagdag na beneficiaries. Maaari po ba yun?
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, sa mga rekomendasyon ni Congressman Tan mula po sa lalawigan ng Samar. For as long as hindi po malalagay sa alanganin ang buhay ng ating mga manggagawa, ng ating mga beneficiaries, for as long as mapapatupad po natin ang proyekto ng maayos at walang problema, yes, we will agree to the recommendations of Congressman Tan. Furthermore, I would like to inform you that DOLE is actually in the process of implementing a Tupad Plus program. So this will be a better version of the Tupad program that a lot of us has benefited from in the previous years. So with your recommendations, you can be rest assured, Congressman Tan, sa pamamagitan po ng inyong abang lingkod, ipararating po natin to sa DOLE para sa ganon, mas mai-tailor fit po natin ang programa sa pangailangan ng iyong lalawigan at ng inyong constituencies.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. I have no further questions. Salamat po sa inyong pagsagot sa aking mga katanungan. Magandang hapon po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Franz Castro of the ACT Teachers Party List for her interpellation.
Honorable Castro is recognized.
Maikli lang po ito, Mr. Speaker. Bago yon ay bumabati po ako ng magandang hapon sa Department of Labor and Employment at siyempre sa ating distinguished sponsor. So nagpapasalamat po ako, Mr. Speaker, no, dito sa maagap na pagtugon ng Department of Labor and Employment, lalong-lalo na po kay Secretary Laguesma, doon sa inano po natin na mga loan tagging o yung utang tagging sa ating mga kaguruan. At ito po yung yung statistics na binigay sa atin. Tayo po ay nagpapasalamat. So ilang mga clarification lang po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So sa mga untag professionals, meron tayong 3,151 at yung mga untag ay 1,602. Sa mga teachers po naman, sa mga tag ay 1,109 at ang inantag ay 460. So makikita natin sa data, Mr. Speaker, na mas more than 50% pa yung mga natag na mga teachers. So maari po ba nating malaman bakit may mga tag pa rin po ito na hanggat meron po ba talagang kaso at hindi pa nadidesisyonan, ay talagang hindi tatanggalin yung tag?
Opo. Bago po lahat, Mr. Speaker, gusto ko pong pasalamatan si Congresswoman Franz Castro In fact, Congresswoman Franz Castro, kilalang-kilala na po kayo dahil kung titignan niyo po yung DOLE website, nandun po yung rekomendasyon ninyo tungkol po dito sa naging problema ng ating mga teachers sa utang tagging. At dahil po sa nabanggit po ninyong problema ng ating mga teachers, naglabas na po ng resolusyon ng ating PRC, Resolution 1558. Ayon na rin po ito sa direktiba ng ating mahal na kalihim Secretary Laguesma, kung saan pinapasuspend niya po ang implementation ng Memorandum Order number 44 with the guidelines on the tagging and untagging of professionals with administrative cases. We believe on the principle that we need to implement the rule of law. We need to make sure that proper cases have been filed, and without which none of our workers should be deprived of any rights that should be provided to them.
Yes, I agree, no, dito po sa sulat ng ating acting person ng PRC, Jose Cueto, na naglabas po siya ng Memorandum number 44. Pero kagaya ng sinabi nyo, and I agree, hanggat wala pa pong decision at pending pa po yung administrative case, so bakit pa natin tinatag yan? At di ba pabayaan na lang natin siya na gumulong yung kung meron mang administrative case dito sa PRC. And of course, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, parang yung due process of law, parang kumbaga napaparusahan na sila na hindi pa naman natatapos yung kaso nila sa administrative case. So, ganun po yung labas ng tagging na ginagawa dito ng PRC. Kasi 1,109 ang inantag ninyo dahil dun po sa aking dun sa aking pagtatanong noong briefing ay 460. So, ibig sabihin, merong pang more or less 600 na natag. Which is, na meron silang mga pending administrative cases. So yun ba yung ibig sabihin nitong PRC Memorandum or PRC Resolution number 1558? So ano po ba yung compelling reason kung bakit hindi pa sila maantag lahat?
Okay, maraming salamat, Congressman Castro. Dalawang bahagi po kasi Unang-una, may makakaso po tayo na meron na pong final resolution at verdict doon sa kanilang mga kaso. Pangalawa, meron din pong proseso ngayon ng pang-aantag, and this is ongoing. Kaya po doon sa unang bilang na nabanggit nyo po na 460, makakaasa po kayo, mapapadagdag po ito sa mga darating na mga araw at linggo. Ayon na rin po ito sa rekomendasyon ng mahal na kinatawan mula po sa ACT party list.
More than distinguished sponsor, more than 600 yung mga nakatag pa. So, kung meron itong administrative cases, bakit ito ay nakatag pa, wala pa naman decision. So, yun po yung kina-question ko doon. Sa binigay nyo pong binigay nyo pong data, may revoke na nga 443 at suspended na mga professional. Sa teachers ay 103 at saka 81. So, ibig sabihin itong revoke and suspended, maaaring hindi na sila makakapag-renew ng lisensya and therefore, hindi na rin sila makakapagtrabaho.
Opo, tama po kayo doon, Congresswoman Castro. Kaya po kinikailangan lang po na kumpletuhin po yung proseso. At ito pong proseso po ito ay minamadali na po ng PRC sa utos na rin po ng ating kalihim para naman po hindi na po ito maging balakid sa ating mga teachers at manggagawa na nagnanais po mag-renew ng kanilang mga lisensya at makamit ang ilang mga dokumento para sa kanilang trabahong pinapasukan.
Okay, thank you po Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor. So umaasa po ako na marireview muli kung sa proseso itong na-receive natin na mga data para po naman sa kapakanan ng ating mga kaguruan. At salamat din po pala Mr. Speaker doon sa sagot ng DOLE dito sa Yung tungkol doon sa sinabi nating mga harassment, red tagging ng ating mga employees or yung mga manggagawa. At nakalagay dito na magkakaroon ng dito po sa sa letter ni Secretary na magkakaroon po ng ng meeting sa October 5, 2022 to provide avenue for concerned stakeholders to discuss labor matters and concerns including the issue of red tagging incidents. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, sponsor, mabigyan din po ako ng ng update kaugnay dito sa meeting na to sa October 5.
Yes, Congresswoman Castro, we will give you an update on the said October meeting. At ito pong pag-uusap na to ay pagpapakita lang po ng Department of Labor and Employment na sincere po sila sa kanilang ninanais na mapa-improve po yung sistema, mapagaan ang ilan sa mga nakikita po nating naging hadlang para sa ating mga guro at hindi lang para sa mga guro, para din po sa ilang mga propesyon na dumaan po sa ganitong problema.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker and distinguished sponsor. As a last manifestation po, mahalaga po ang ating mga manggagawa sa ating lipunan dahil sila po yung lakas paggawa na siya pong pumapanday sa ating lipunan. Kaya kailangan po nating pangalagaan yung kanilang mga karapatan at kanilang mga karapatan na nababase sa ating konstitusyon. Pangalawa, pangalagaan din po natin yung kanilang mga benepisyo at sahod. At tingin po natin sa panahon na ito ay hindi sapat yung sahod na tinatanggap ng ating mga manggagawa sa kanilang mga empresa. At I hope itong Kongreso ay mapadali natin yung mga panawagan, mga bills na nagaano po ng pagtataas ng sweldo ng ating mga manggagawa at pagkarapatan doon sa pag-union. Yun lang po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat din po.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Next to interpolate is Representative Raul Manuel of the Kabataan Party List. I move, Mr. Speaker, that we recognize the good gentleman.
The Honorable Manuel is recognized to interpolate the sponsor of DOLE. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon also to the sponsor of the budget of the Department of Labor and Employment. Una, Mr. Speaker, gusto ko lang na i-underscore yung tungkol sa youth unemployment. At kanina din ay kinagagalak natin na naitanong na rin ito ng ating kapwa mambabatas. Dahil nga yung K-12 program, dati pinangako nito na magkakaroon ng sapat na trabaho or magiging job ready ang ating mga kabataan kapag nagtapos lamang sila ng K-12. Pero hindi naman natupad ang pangako ng ganitong programa. Kaya nararapat lamang na pagtuunan ng pansin ng ating pamahalaan yung pagtitiyak na dapat ay merong sapat na opportunities yung ating mga kabataan para sa disenteng trabaho dito sa ating bansa. Sunod, Mr. Speaker, edi kapag meron ng trabaho yung ating mga kabataan, edi nandyan din naman yung mga hindi din naman agad na nakakakuha ng trabaho. Kaya sila ay pumapasok bilang mga apprentice sa iba't ibang mga kumpanya. Nais po nating malaman ko ano yung programa ng DOLE sa ating mga apprentice at paano din na ensure na hindi po sila nagagamit bilang mga kumbaga ay low-paid laborers, yung turing sa kanila, lalo na sa mga enklabo. Kasi meron po tayong nakuhang mga ulat na sa electronics field, merong interns na, example, 3 years na sila, pero ang load ng kanilang trabaho ay kagaya ng mga regular workers. Meron pang sapilitang overtime at allowance lang ang kanilang natatanggap na mas mababa sa minimum wage, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I recognize the the significance and the importance that our good colleague from Kabataan is emphasizing on this point dahil ito po talaga ang sektor na kanyang ipinaglalaban. Tungkol po sa apprenticeship program, dapat po ay accredited po ito and approved ng TESDA. So, yung apprenticeable occupation kung tawagin. Tunay pong may ilan pong mga napapansin na problema tungkol po dito. Kaya to the kind indulgence of my good colleague from Kabataan Party List, I think this is better addressed by TESDA once their budget is submitted to the floor. Dahil ito naman po ay napapaloob sa kanilang mga programa. Although the abuses can be reported to DOLE, and DOLE will act on this, especially kung may kinalaman po ito sa minimum wage at saka overtime pay na hindi po nila natatanggap. Kaso lang, tulad po ng sinabi ko, Mr. Speaker, dahil nakakapaloob po ito sa programa ng TESDA, sila po siguro ang mas may kapangyarihan para sagutin ang usapin tungkol sa apprenticeship program.
Mr. Speaker, dagdag na lang din doon, given na kung ang nagpapatupad din ng ganitong mga patakaran na pwedeng mag-abuso doon sa ating mga kabataang intern pa lamang or mga apprentice, nakita natin na meron ding papel dito yung Department of Labor and Employment, given na kung ano yung kanilang policies regarding interns and apprentices, ay pwede itong mag-imply ng kung ano din yung kanilang mga policies pagdating na talaga dun sa mga manggagawa, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Kaya makakaasa po kayo, Congressman Raul Manuel, na ngayon na ibinalik ang TESDA sa ilalim ng DOLE, mas ma-address po effectively ng Department of Labor and Employment yung napansin nyo pong ilan sa mga, we wouldn't want to say abuses, but concerns regarding this type of setup that has been reported to you. Although presently, DOLE can act effectively, especially if this concerns certain abuses and certain rights that were not properly promoted in the apprenticeship program. Tulad po ng sinabi ko sa inyo doon sa pagbabayad po ng overtime pay at saka non-observance po ng minimum wage. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sunod po na punto, dahil din ang pinag-uusapan natin ay DOLE at dapat ngang protektahan yung ating mga manggagawa whose major concern sa panahon ngayon ay yung usapin ng sahod, Mr. Speaker. Dahil dyan ay magpe-present ako ng ilang mga katanungan regarding minimum wage. Mr. Speaker, ito po ay isang direktang tanong. Pabor po ba ang DOLE sa signifikanteng dagdag sahod sa panahon ngayon?
Naniniwala po ang DOLE na it has to be determined by both the private sector and the public sector, because in determining the minimum wage, hindi po dapat gobyerno ang nagtatakdani dito. Dapat pinakikinggan din po natin ang saloobin at mga inputs ng private sector dahil sila naman po ang magbibigay ng trabaho sa ating mga kababayan. Kaya dito sa sistema na ini-implement ng DOLE, which we think is very effective, the regional approach in determining minimum wage is implemented.
Mr. Speaker, nais nating malaman kung meron bang naiisip na rekomendasyon ang National Wages and Productivity Commission o yung NWPC para sa pagtaas ng sahod. Dahil Mr. Speaker, ito po ay merong budget na 246 million pesos ngayong taon. This commission has to note na sa ngayon ay 12 pesos na ang minimum na pamasahe sa jeep. Patuloy na tumataas ang presyo ng gulay, mantika at pagkain. Mataas pa rin ang inflation, nasa 6.3% na ngayong Agosto. At patuloy namang bumabagsak ang piso. Nung Tuesday po ay nasa 57 pesos pa lang yung dolyar. Ngayon po ay nasa 58 pesos na as we speak. At nakababahala ang epekto nito doon sa presyo ng mga bilihin, lalo kung nakaasa tayo sa imported na mga produkto. So we hope that the Commission can put to good use its budget by coming up with timely studies on wage and benefits of workers. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Congressman Manuel. Actually, you hit the mark right on its target. Tama po yung binanggit ninyo. The review of the National Wages Board is usually conducted annually. Kaso lang dahil nga po sa napakabilis po na mga pangyayari presently, pinaalalahanan po ni Secretary Laguesma na you don't have to wait for the annual review. At any time during the year, you can conduct a review, and if an adjustment is required in determining the national wages, it can be done. And presently, this is the position of DOLE with regards to that matter.
Dahil po nabanggit na rin ng ating kagalang-galang na sponsor na hindi kailangang hintayin yung isang taon, no? Lalo na kung merong mga supervening conditions na nagne-necessitate na dapat taasan ang sahod, then can we expect na sa lalong madaling panahon ay magsasagawa ng ganitong review ang DOLE, Mr. Speaker?
Opo, makakaasa po kayo. For as long as there is a supervening event, a review will be conducted.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, karugtong na tanong, malinaw po sa ating konstitusyon ang karapatan ng ating mga manggagawa hinggil sa living wage. Pero nagsasagawa din ba ng pananaliksik ang National Wages and Productivity Commission o ito pa ring NWPC kaugnay ng computation kung magkano ang living wage? Dahil, Mr. Speaker, kung living wage ang nakasaad sa ating konstitusyon, dapat lamang na magtakda tayo ng parameters para rito. Dahil sa ngayon po ay merong computation yung mga think tanks na ang sinasabi ay dapat yung family living wage ay nasa 1,107 pesos na. If i-consider natin ang iba't ibang mga gastusin para mabuhay, actually bare standard nga po ito, essentials lamang para sa isang pamilya.
Opo, tama po kayo, Congressman Manuel. Presently, meron pong isinasagawang pag-aaral ng DOLE patungkol po dito. And we are sensitive to the environment right now where we see that there's a continuous rise in prices. However, we cannot also discount that with the opening of the economy, there's also new opportunities of employment presently available para sa ating mga kababayan. But nevertheless, meron po talagang hinaharap na suliranin ang marami sa atin patungkol sa tumataas na presyo ng mga bilihin at kung ano man. Kaya makakaasa po kayo dito sa pag-aaral na ginagawa ng DOLE. Mapapabilis po ito, lalabas po ang mga rekomendasyon nito at ito po ay aaksyonan ng ating punong ehekutibo.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, lalo na't kung tataasan ang budget ng NWPC ng 10% sa susunod na taon patungong 271.4 million pesos, magiging patas po para sa ating mga manggagawa kung susundin ng komisyon na ito ang mandates na pinagkaloob na ating konstitusyon para ating maabot ang nakabubuhay na sahod, Mr. Speaker. Dapat ay hindi natin baratin yung ating mga manggagawa. Kung nasa punto po tayo na ang goal ng ating national administration ay mag-attract pa ng mga foreign investments, hindi po pwedeng magamit para akitin sila yung pag-maintain na mababa yung sahod dito sa ating bansa para lang makarami ng papasok ng mga foreign direct investments. At this point, I will end my interpellation, Mr. Speaker. Salamat din sa ating buting sponsor.
Thank you very much, Congressman Manuel.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for the final interpellator, may I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the Lone District of Basilan, the Deputy Minority Leader, Mujib Hataman.
The Honorable Hataman is recognized.
Thank
Please
you,
proceed.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Konti lang, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. For confirmation, distinguished sponsor, ang total ang total NEP is 25.899 billion, tama? For 2023.
You're correct, Congressman Hataman.
Magkano ho yung yung project ang budget proposal ng DOLE for 2023?
Ang budget proposed po for 2023 is 29 billion.
So ang difference is nasa 4 billion. Tama.
Correct, tama po
Pero
kayo.
sa sources of funds, ang total available appropriation nyo ay nasa 26 billion 231 dahil meron kayong automatic appropriation na 331 million. Tama? Ano itong automatic appropriation?
Retirement, life insurance premium.
Salamat. Pero bakit nung 2022 at 2021 ay medyo mataas? 2021, 525 at 2022 automatic appropriation nyo ay 535. Bakit bumaba siya pagdating sa 2023?
Ang isang naging rason ay dahil yung ilang mga ahensya, nung ibinuo po natin yung Department of Migrant Workers, ay napalipat po sa kanila. Ilan sa mga kakayahan, kapangyarihan na dati ginagawa ng DOLE, kasama ng mga personnel, ay lumipat po sa DMW. Ito po ang isang dahilan kung bakit maipapaliwanag po natin yung discrepancy na napansin po ninyo doon po sa figures na nabanggit.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Another item, continuing appropriations. Noong 2021, meron ho kayong 5.070 billion na continuing appropriation. Pagdating ng 2022, 1.766. Ano tong 1.766 noong 2022?
Yung sagot po sa inyong katanungan ay ilan po ito sa yung mga continuing appropriations po ng kagawaran. Ilan po dito ay yung social protection for vulnerable workers, strengthened workers protection and welfare program under the livelihood emergency employment. Nandito din po yung GIP, nandito din po yung DILP, nandito din po yung Adjustment Measures Program o mas kilala po natin sa AMP. So the other balances from the organizational outcome ay ito din po ang dahilan doon sa nakikita po ninyong diferensya sa amount.
Etong 5 billion, totally disbursed na po to? Yung 2021, totally disbursed na to? Totally obligated, totally disbursed?
Completely dispersed na po yung amount na yun.
2021.
Yung 2021.
Yung 1.766 noong 2022, totally obligated and disbursed na rin po to?
Yes po.
So ano yung unused appropriation nyo? The same amount, 1.766B ng 2022. Anong difference niya doon sa 1.766 na nasa continuing appropriation?
So yung mga binanggit ko po kanina, Congressman Hataman, yun din po yung continuing programs ng DOLE.
So yung continuing na 1.766, yun din yung 1.766B na unused appropriation.
Correct.
Magkano ho ang obligated dito sa 1.766?
As of, ano pong...
As of ngayon, or as
As
of
of-
anong latest distinguished sponsor?
Presently po ay pumapalo na po sa almost 50% ang utilized po dito.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, para hindi na lang ho magtatagal, nakikiusap na dito si Kong Bem sa akin dahil Brad daw niya yung secretary ng DOLE. Kaya pagbibigyan ko na lang. Pwede ba ho, distinguished sponsor, hingiin ko yung mga listahan. Una, ng unused obligation and disbursement ng 2.2 ng 2021 and obligated and undisbursed and unobligated ng 2022 na listahan.
Kung mamarapatin po ninyo, Congressman, lahat po kasi po ito ay napapaloob sa 2021, 2022. So these are 2 years previous to the budget that we're proposing for the next year. So if you will allow us, we will submit and compile all this data and provide you with the data that you require.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor, for your generosity. Pero ang purpose ko lang no na Mr. Speaker, para makita lang din ho natin. Kasi alam nyo ho, minsan mayroong mga ahensya talagang hindi equitable yung distribution ng wealth ng ating pamahalaan. So sa akin na distinguished sponsor, lalo't-lalo na ho pag ikay taga Mindanao, lalo't-lalo na kung taga Basilan ka, dahil maraming nangangamba sa Abu Sayyaf. Kaya para sa akin ho, bilang public servant na dapat malakas ang loob natin sa ating pagsaserbisyo at dapat equitable din ang distribution natin sa lahat ng appropriation ng pamahalaan para sa ating mga kababayan. With that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I end my interpellation.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, at this point, I respectfully move that we recognize Representative Florencio Noel of Anwaray Party List.
The Honorable Noel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this point, there being no member from the minority who wishes to interpolate on the budget of Department of Labor and Employment and its attached agencies, and in deference to a fraternity brother in the Aquila Legis fraternity, I move that we terminate the period of interpellation and debate on the budget of DOLE and its attached agencies. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, I join the motion posed by the minority in terminating the sponsorship and the debate on the budget proposal of DOLE, including that of its attached agencies, Mr. Speaker.
There is a joint motion to terminate interpellations on the proposed budget and its attached agencies of the Department of Labor and Employment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes to allow
Session-
the next agency to prepare for the
Session suspended for a few minutes.
Wala ka bakal-bakal eh.
So, give me 2 minutes para lang.
tagal pa kung bababa natin. Kami na pag-birthday ni Justice.
Tawag po tayo ni Majority Leader. Pa-picture po tayo.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lots of time.
My wife is putting effort.
Enjoy yourself.
All right, thanks. Thank you.
3 minutes.
Yeah, it's lonely up here.
Bilisan yung pagkasa.
Yes, sir. Waalaikumsalam. Basta mag-duty pa tayo dito ng buong...
Ako po yung sa Region 3. Salamat po, salamat.
Sabi ko nga eh.
Opo, opo, salamat.
Yung sa probinsya, dinagdagan pa nga ako yung sa Bulacan, nagdagdagan naman. Nagbigay pa 1 million, sabi ko, salamat.
Opo, siyempre po.
Sabi ko, binanggit ko rin. Sabi ko, Bulacan. Yung direktor natin, sabi ko.
Opo, salamat po.
Boy,
Opo, opo. Thank you po sa support. Thank you po po.
Sober na.
Inantay lang naman na salita yung
Kinakwento sa akin, yung kapatid niyo, ang asawa, kapatid ni nung mother ni Iris. Si Julie, Duvalia.
Oo.
Yun ang aking sister.
Yes, sister.
Ay, Julie Kibalya.
Si Julie, ang mother, ang misis niyo, ang ninang.
Yes po.
Ninang siya sa kasal ni Iris.
Iris.
Kinakwento sa akin ni Iris.
Walang problema.
Julie Kibalya.
Si Julie, anak ni Julie yon. Si Julie, anak ni ano.
Si Julie, kapatid ni Bart. Bart.
Oo.
Bart. Yun ang ninong, nakatuwang ni Girlie noon, si Big Mike. Display to ang ninong nila eh. Kasi
Naalala ni
yung asawa
Iris.
niya, media, nasa media.
Oo, correct. Si ano,
Sa media sa...
si Miguel.
Miguel, oo.
Si Miguel. Yun.
Kapag anak ka ni Jimmy Hill yun eh.
Correct.
Romans and countrymen, thank you, Lord.
Ito ang usek ng ano, employment. Sa ano, sa PRC.
Tinuruan niya eh. Open na? Sige, sige.
Bye. Okay. Idol, salamat. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, no. Kumain tayo ng masarap. Was my pleasure. Kahit na.
Session resume.
Mr. Speaker, Mr.
Majority Leader.
Speaker, may I request that everyone be requested to please settle down now so that we can proceed with deliberation of the proposed budget of the next agency.
There is a request from the Majority Leader. Distinguished members, once again, may I please remind you to sit down, and of course we have guests in order to a smooth and orderly deliberation this afternoon. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the consideration of the proposed budget of the Department of Migrant Workers and its attached agencies.
There is a motion for the recognition of this department. Any objection? Chair hears none. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we acknowledge the presence of the Acting Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers, the Honorable Maria Antoinette Velasco.
Undersecretary and the head of this afternoon on Department of Migrant Workers and its officials, on behalf of Speaker Romualdez, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
I now move that we recognize the Representative David J.J. Suarez to sponsor the budget of the Department of Migrant Workers in the period of interpellation.
We recognize the sponsor of the Quezon Province, Congressman J. Suarez. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is an honor and privilege to sponsor and defend the most infant of departments in our country, the Department of Migrant Workers. We often refer to our OFWs as our heroes for the remittances that they send that continue to bring life to our economy. So it is only right that we have a department that will truly cater, fight for the rights of our OFWs. At ito pong departamentong ito ay kinikailangan pong maaprubahan ng budget upang tuluyan na pong maging operational ang departamentong ito. At nais ko lang po idagdag, palakpakan naman po natin ang mga miyembro ng DMW dahil bagamat hindi pa po sila nakakasweldo, ay patuloy po silang naglilingkod para sa ating mga OFWs.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Assistant Minority Leader Arlene Brosas of the Gabriela Party List to interpolate the sponsor of the proposed budget of the Department of Migrant Workers.
Assistant Minority Leader Arlene Brosas of the Gabriela Party List. Please proceed. You're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, for the second time around, to our good sponsor. Will the good sponsor yield to some questions, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, to the best of my ability, I will yield to some clarificatory questions from my dear colleague from
Mr. Speaker, gagawin ko na pong many questions kasi sinabi some lang eh. na Mr. Speaker yon.
Yes,
Ilang questions lang to, Mr. Speaker?
We will enlighten and we will try to put clarification in a lot of the questions that you will seek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will go on to my first question, Mr. Speaker. Ito po ay hinggil sa mga claims ng OFWs na nawalan ng trabaho sa Saudi. Isa po sa mga inilapit na concern sa amin ng mga kababayan nating migrante ay ang pending pa rin na claims hinggil sa unpaid wages, benefits, contract violations at separation pay ng mga OFW sa Saudi Arabia noong 2015 pa, bunsod ng Saudi oil and economic crisis. Maaari bang malaman ano na ang update dito? Ano ang ginagawa ng pamahalaan para tulungan ang mga kababayan nating claimants lalo't may desisyon na ang labor court, Mr. Speaker?
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ito na po ang pinakadahilan kung bakit nasuspend po ang pagde-deploy ng mga Pilipino sa Saudi dahil ilan po sa mga kababayan natin ay nakaranas ng mga ibinanggit po ninyong paglabag sa kanilang mga kontrata. Sa kasalukuyan po ay nagbukas na naman po muli ang pagdadala o pagde-deploy ng ating mga kababayan sa Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Secretary Toots Ople personally went to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia personally to address the issues that you have enumerated. At isa po sa tiniyak ng ating mahal na kalihim na sa bagong kasunduan na ipinasok po between the Republic of the Philippines and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, hindi na po dapat mauulit ang mga naging karanasan ng ating mga kababayan doon sa taong 2019 at 2021 na binanggit po ng mahal na kinatawan mula sa Gabriela Party List.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ang tanong ko po, kasi sinabi niyo naman po na na-lift na yung deployment ban sa Saudi Arabia. Apparently, wala itong naging epekto sa Saudi Arabia. Tama po ba? Mr. Speaker, simple lang po yung tanong ko. Ano po yung mga concrete na mapanghahawakan ng mga kababayan nating naghihintay pa rin ngayon na makuha na yung mga claims nila hinggil sa ano ang gagawin ng gobyerno kaugnay nito, Mr. Speaker? Kung pumunta lang po doon si Secretary, pumunta lang doon. Ano po yung konkreto magagawa sa claimant?
Maraming salamat po. Papunta na rin po tayo doon, Congresswoman Arlene. Nakapagbuo na po tayo ng isang council that is represented by both the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of the Philippines. The legal team is now on the ground addressing all the claims and cases ng mga kababayan nating nagpadating ng kanilang mga reklamo. Ilan po dito ay for resolution na. At kung mamarapatin po ng inyong tanggapan, Congresswoman Arlene, we can give you a more detailed report regarding the individual cases of our OFWs in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
At gusto ko lang po madagdag, Mr. Speaker, on a good note, marami po sa kanila ay nabayaran na po.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to be very specific na lang, yung report po will include sana yung unpaid wages, yung benefits, unpaid benefits, yung contract violations, tas yung mga separation pay. Kasi since 2015 pa naman po ito eh. Tapos ngayon, sinasabi nyo po na hindi nyo masasabi ngayon as in now kung ilan yung mga na-resolve na cases dito.
So, tulad po na nabanggit po natin kanina, Mr. Speaker, the report will include, number one, the cases that we are talking about. Number two, it will be detailed to find out who of our kababayans have received their payments. Number three, kasama din po dito yung bankruptcy report nung employer. Mapapasama din po dito yung updated report ng council na binuo ni Secretary Ople patungkol po dito at yung ilan pa pong mga hakbang na gagawin para makamit po natin ang maagap na resolusyon dito po sa mga problema ng ating mga OFW.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, hintayin po natin kung ano yung result niyan, Mr. Speaker. Now, kaugnay naman po sa mga Pilipinong nasa death row, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have received the requested details on the Filipinos facing death row in different countries. And based on the submission, there are 56 death penalty cases, mostly in Southeast Asia and Saudi Arabia. Karamihan dito sa mga kasong ito ay may kaugnayan sa drug trafficking, smuggling of illegal drugs. Maaari bang malaman kung bahagi ng aasikasuhin ng DMW ang pagtulong sa mga kababayan nating nasa death row? Ano po ang mga konkreto na gagawin ng DMW given its limited budget, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you very much. Maraming salamat, Congresswoman Arlene, sa pagpapakita niyo po ng malasakit para sa mga kababayan natin na ngayon po ay may kinahaharap na pananakot patungkol sa kanilang buhay. Ang ating kalihim po ngayon ay masigasig sa pagbibisita sa ilan sa mga kababayan natin under death row. She has also been working together with DFA to fight for a plausible solution para po sa ilan sa mga individual. At pinalalakas din po natin yung legal team sa pamamagitan po ng ngayon pong DMW at yung transition po ng mga kaso from ATM, assistance to nationals in DFA, will now be under the DMW. So makakaasa po kayo doon sa hinihingi niyo pong konkretong hakbang, mas magiging malakas po ang aksyon na gagawin ng ating pamahalaan upang ipaglaban ang ating mga Pilipino sa abroad. At gusto ko rin po idagdag, Mr. Speaker, sa pamamagitan naman po ng OWA, meron din po silang mga programa na ibinibigay sa pamilya ng mga OFWs in death row. They give livelihood assistance, they give livelihood opportunities, they give scholarship to their dependents, para sa ganon hindi po natin sila napapabayaan. We do not say that they are guilty, we cannot say that they are absolved from these cases, but what is important, that in whatever stage in the life of our OFWs, government should not be remiss of providing services, programs, and assistance not only to them, but also to their families back home.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, magkano lang ba ang pondo ng Action Fund? Sa Action Fund ba ito kukunin, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor?
1.2 billion pesos po.
But basically, yung sinasabi niyo pong pantulong sa mga pamilya, sa mga legal fund, para sa assistance, para sa mga nasa death row, dun po ba yun kukunin, Mr. Speaker, sa Action Fund? And ang sabi niyo po ay sa OWA. Tama ba, Mr. Speaker?
Can you allow me 1 minute? I'll just get the complete data. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the fund queries of our good Congresswoman, so umaabot po sa 100 million ang pondong pwedeng nakalaan mula sa OWA para ibigay po doon sa mga OFWs on death row. The Action Fund from the DMW is 1.2 billion. So under the 1.2 billion, meron po ditong 200 million pesos nakalaan para sa legal assistance at meron din pong pondong nakalaan para sa repatriation, immigration fees, and any other assistance that they may need. So ito po yung action fund ng DMW para po sa kanila. Furthermore, meron din po tayong Workers Auxiliary Support Fund amounting to 200 million pesos para naman po sa mga legal fees at legal assistance na kakailanganin ng ating mga OFWs who are distressed abroad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dahil bago pa lang naman po kayo, siguro yung mga reports on 56, yung sinabi ko po na 56 death penalty cases, sana po ma-appraise tayo kung ano na yung inaabot ng kanilang mga kaso. Mr.
Opo.
Speaker, ginoong sponsor. And last time naman po, ang sinabi ko sa committee hearing dito, napakaliit ng pondo no, ng direct assistance para sa ating mga kababayan na OFWs. At yun po sana talaga yung hinihiling natin na mas malaki o mas taasan na budget. Kasi yun ang kailangan ng mga specific talaga na in crisis situations na mga kababayan natin. Kasi yun ang makakatulong sa kanila. Halimbawa, sa pag-hire po ng mga interpreters, particular, sa pagtulong po para sa kanilang mga pamasahe, sa pagtulong po sa pagpapaalam sa kanilang mga pamilya, etc. Yun po yung konkreto na makukuha na direct na assistance ng mga involved na mga pamilya at mga tao dito sa situation na ito, Mr. Speaker. Sana po magkaroon ng update in the immediate. Kasi alam niyo po, kapag mabibilis ang mga cases na to, yung, lalo na kung death penalty po, so ma-appraise po sana tayo kung ano yung nagaganap na sa kanila, Mr. Speaker.
Opo, actually, napakaganda po ng binanggit po ni Congresswoman Brosas. We will not leave any stone unturned when it comes to finding a solution to make sure that we're fighting for our OFWs in distressed situations. Marami po talagang pinagdadaanan ang ating mga OFWs na kailangan po talaga natin silang alalayan. Nandyan po yung mga medical assistance na ibinibigay po ng OWA. Meron pa nga po tayong mental at physiological health support na binibigay din po sa ating mga OFWs. Pag nade-depress po yan sa abroad at may kailangang kausapin, nandyan din po ang OWA natin. Meron din po tayong financial assistance na binibigay sa kanila kung sila po ay naging biktima ng mga trafficking, wars, epidemic, pandemic, at saka mga crisis, whether man-made or natural. Some of the assistance that we even provide to them is the one-stop shop. Call a Filipino that operates 24/7. So marami po talaga tayong binibigay. Kaso lang I am one with the position of Congresswoman Brosas. We really need to add more funds because with the additional of funds to the DMW is a concrete action, is a concrete way of manifesting how important, how much importance we give to our OFWs and how much they contribute to the national economy. Kaya siguro ang magandang rekomendasyon para sa ating kapulungan, Mr. Speaker, ay kung sasamahan niyo po kami, ipinapakiusap na po ng DMW. Hindi lamang ang pagpapa-approve ng budget ng departamentong ito na sana po madagdagan pa para mas alalayan pa po natin ang mga OFWs natin sa mang banda sila ng ating mundo.
Yes, thank you Mr. Speaker kasi kung maaalala po natin, bagong ahensya ang DMW, tapos kaya naman natin siya tinayo dahil gusto nating maging epesyente, epektibo tayo sa pag-address sa mga issues ng OFW. But if this will be just like any bureaucratic and kulang sa pondo na departamento, parang nagdagdag lang tayo ng another set ng mekanismo pero hindi naman talaga siya gumugulong sang-ayon sa pangangailangan ng mga kababayan natin overseas. Yun naman yung sinasabi natin. Kasi kung tinanggal nga natin yung ilang mga functions doon sa DFA, nung pinag-uusapan natin ang pagtatayo ng DMW, tinanggal natin yung ilang functions doon sa Department of Labor and Employment. Pero pag sa ground, hindi pa rin natin ma-address. Dumadami pa rin yung bilang ng ating mga mamamayan na nagkakaroon ng issues at kaso, tapos patuloy na lumalaki at dumarami ang labor export natin, hindi naman po yun nakakatulong sa ating bayan kasi ang mas gusto po natin in effect ay magkaroon talaga sila ng trabaho dito sa loob ng ating bansa at hindi sa labas ng bansa, di ba? Yun naman po yung gusto natin. Magkaroon sila ng disenteng trabaho dito mismo sa loob ng ating bansa at napangangalagaan natin sila. Yun. So, yun Mr. Speaker, last siguro na set of questions ko ay tungkol sa Overseas Employment Certificate. Ito po, Mr. Speaker, this is another concern which migrant Filipinos are raising. The issue of the issuance of the Overseas Employment Certificate, which is bound to Pag-ibig and SSS contributions. Based on the agreement between the POEA and Pag-ibig, the POEA shall collect Pag-ibig membership contributions from OFWs leaving for abroad through its e-payment system. And this will form part of the prerequisites for the issuance of the Overseas Employment Certificate or OEC. Hanggang ngayon po ba ay umiiral pa itong requirement? Tama ba, Mr. Speaker?
I would be happy to report to Congresswoman Brosas, Mr. Speaker, that as of March this year, tinanggal na po yung PhilHealth at saka yung Pag-ibig. Naiwan na lang po yung Pag-ibig. Wala na po yung PhilHealth at nawala na rin po yung SSS.
Totoo ba, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor? So, hindi na...
Ma'am, tinataya ko po yung buhay nilang lahat. Silang lahat po na hindi pa po nakakaswahod. Tinataya ko po ang buhay nila na as of March, tinanggal na po yun.
Okay. For the record, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, kasi bahagi po ito ng panawagan ng mga kababayan nating migrante na tanggalin yung requirement na ito para makakuha sila ng OEC. Dahil dagdag ito na pahirap sa kanila. Kaya po humingi kami ng commitment. Pero kung sinasabi niyo po na since March pa ay tanggal na yung requirement na ito, bound yung OEC sa Pag-ibig and SSS contributions, hindi na.
Ang tinanggal po, just so that we can put finality in the issue, ang tinanggal po ay PhilHealth and SSS. Ang naiwan lang po ay Pag-ibig.
Yun, Mr. Speaker.
At lagi naman po may Pag-ibig.
Yun, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor. Pag wala pong Pag-ibig, mas makakagaan po para sa kanila. Yun ang sinasabi ng ating mga migrante, Yun po yung kanilang panawagan, kahilingan, Mr. Speaker, na tanggalin yung prerequisite na ito, na bago makapag-issue ng Overseas Employment Certificate, kailangan meron sila nung tatlong ito, Mr. Speaker. Siguro, pagmuni-munihan po ng Department of Migrant Workers itong mga kahilingan na ito ng ating mga mamamayan. Suspended lang po ang PhilHealth, right? Hindi tanggal for OEC. Or tanggal na po ba?
Suspended lang po. You're correct.
So, Mr. Speaker, ibabalik pa rin with the 4% premium, Mr. Speaker. Ganun ba?
Presently, Mr. Speaker, ongoing po yung deliberation on. And then continuous po ang consultation regarding this topic and regarding this issue. And siguro within maybe a couple of months, DMW will be able to put more finality tungkol po sa position nila. But presently, yun po ang sitwasyon, suspended po ito.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, siguro may we get the commitment na lang no, ng DMW kaugnay dito sa habang crisis pa yung kalagayan ng ating mga OFWs, ng ating mga overseas Filipino workers, wag naman i-impose sa kanila itong mga contributions na ito, no? Or mapag-usapan, konsultahin sila at hindi arbitrary na sila ay magbayad ng ganito para lamang makakuha sila ng OEC. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, yung commitment na lang na yun.
I think the position of Congresswoman Brosas is correct. They need to be consulted, they need to be asked, and their opinions are very important in determining what the proper policy is when it comes to the issue of contributions. So makakaasa po kayo, Congresswoman Arlene Brosas, na bahagi po ng pag-aaral at pagsusuri na gagawin po ng DMW ay konsultasyon kasama ng ating mga OFWs para siguraduhin kung ito po ba ay tuluyan ng tatanggalin sa kanyang contribution or may manunumbalik o baka may ibang paraan. Kasi makakaasa po kayo sa pamamaraan ng pagdating doon sa desisyon ay dadaan po ito sa konsultasyon ng ating mga OFW partners.
Pati po yung pag-ibig, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Of course, pag-aaralan din po yun, isasama din po yun, dahil tulad po ng sinabi ko po kanina, dahil bago po ang departamento, ang ating kalihim is in the process of reviewing all and existing policies, all and existing operational bureaucratic rules that governs them so that we can ensure that we can have a more responsive department para sa ating mga OFWs. Focusing, one aspect would be on the contributions our OFWs have to deduct from their contributions to certain government programs and services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat to our good sponsor.
Maraming salamat, Congresswoman Brosas.
Daghang salamat, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Assistant Minority Leader Marisa Del Mar Magsino of the OFW Party List for her interpolation.
Representative Magsino is recognized. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our fellow colleagues, of course, our Department of Migrant Workers family, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Alam niyo naman po na 2 weeks lamang po tayo after the State of the Nation address, tayo po ay nagbigay na ng ating privilege speech at doon po ay damang-daman niyo na po ano ang paghihirap ng ating mga OFWs dahil sa pagmamahal sa kanilang mga pamilya, lalo na po sa mga pamilya na iniwanan nila dito sa Pilipinas. Sa ngayon po, since nag-umpisa po ang ating opisina sa 19th Congress, yung mga kumpletong detalyado po ng mga cases ay about 60 ang finorward na po natin sa DMW, kasama na po ang DFA. At sa ngayon ay happy po ako na i-announce na meron na po tayong 10 cases na na-solve. Kaya I would like to give kudos, mabuhay po sa DMW, kahit transition period, gumagalaw at nagtatrabaho na po kayo. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman, for your manifestation.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, under Republic Act Number 11641, or the Department of Migrant Workers Act, all Philippine Overseas Labor Offices or POLOs under the Department of Labor and Employment, together with all the offices for the Social Welfare Attaché of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, and all existing ATN or Assistance to Nationals units of Foreign Service Post with regard to OFWs will be merged and consolidated with the department and to be reconstituted as the Migrant Workers Offices or MWOs. How many existing POLOs, OSWAs, and ATN units will be absorbed by DMW, and when will be the process be completed? Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Congresswoman Marisa. Presently, we have 40 MWOs, 12 OSWA positions from DSWD, and 97 ATN units from the DFA in the future. But we can see this materialize once the 2023 budget has been approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The law also further provides that within the next 3 years from its effectivity, as far as practicable, all Philippine Foreign Service posts shall have an existing and MWO prioritizing countries with large concentration of OFWs. The law became effective since February 3 of 2022. Mr. Speaker, do we have a timeline as to what Philippine Foreign Service posts will have and establish MWOs from 2022 to 2024, in particular in 2023, and do we have the budget for this in the department's budget proposal?
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Marisa. Yes, it is the position of the DMW to maintain and operate the 40 existing MWOs, and we expect that 4 additional will be established in 2023. And the 4 new MWOs that will be established will be located in Thailand, China, Mexico, and Russia.
Wonderful, Mr. Speaker. Under the consolidation, the MWOs will then have the following important functions: ensuring the promotion and protection of the welfare and interest of OFWs and assist them in all the problems arising out of employer-employee relationships, facilitation of the repatriation of distressed OFWs and their families, provision of prompt and appropriate response to global emergencies or crisis situations, provision of assistance, legal or otherwise, in labor, criminal, immigration, and other cases filed by or against OFWs, provision of appropriate assistance to victims of illegal recruitment and trafficking in persons, and other victims of other crimes in cooperation with the DFA, and provision social and welfare programs and services of our OFWs. Mr. Speaker, I enumerated the more significant functions of the MWOs that are critical to the welfare and interest of our OFWs to impress upon us the necessity of ensuring that sufficient budget for the establishment of MWOs in our foreign service posts are provided for, not only in 2023, but for the succeeding years as mandated by the law. Bilateral agreements, let's talk about it because we have discussed this also with Yusek De Vega of the DFA. On September 13, 2023, Tuesday last week, the Department of Migrant Workers announced that the country will resume the deployment of Filipino workers to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia starting November 7, 2022. It will be remembered that the Philippines halted the processing of new applications for deployment to Saudi Arabia in November 2021 in response to reported billions worth of unpaid wages of Filipino construction workers and allegation of abuses against several Filipino workers. In a joint statement, the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development of Saudi Arabia said it values the significant contribution of OFWs to the economic and social development of the kingdom. It shares the Department of Migrant Workers' vision of a rights-based approach to labor migration. Both nations have been committed to a joint partnership against trafficking of migrant workers and intend to move forward by working together on implementing mechanisms that would ensure the protection of our workers' rights and welfare. Mr. Speaker, do we have similar agreements with other countries where there are also a significant number of reported incidents of employer maltreatment, violation of employment contracts, human trafficking, and other abuses committed against our OFWs, such as in Kuwait, Hong Kong, Syria, among others? What is the status of these agreements, if there are, or where are we in the process of coming up with such, Mr. Speaker?
Okay, let me just answer the queries of Congresswoman Marisa one by one, if my memory would serve me right. No. Number one, the question of do we have existing agreements with other countries? Yes, we do. Are they valid? Yes. For Jordan, the agreement will be valid up to May 2024. For Kuwait, the agreements will be valid until 2024. For UAE, it is valid until 2023. With Qatar, it is valid until 2023. Kaya po ito yung mga binanggit natin dahil base po dun sa tanong ni Congresswoman Marisa, nandito po yung karamihan ng mga problema na pinagdadaanan ng ating mga OFWs. And the first memorandum of agreement our country entered into is with United Arab Emirates, and this is specifically against human trafficking. So these are the existing agreements that we have. Although we do have more agreements with other countries, but pertaining to the question of where there is a lot of concerns in the area of violation of employment contracts, human trafficking, and abuses against OFWs, this is the status of these agreements, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. My dear sponsor, Mr. Speaker, as we see that the Department of Migrant Workers, through its current leadership, our very able and capable Secretary Tuts Ople, and our OFW party list, together with the anti-trafficking OFW movement, or AUTUMN, that we launched with then President Rodrigo Duterte, I would have no doubt with regard to the competence and integrity that we are facing because of the transition period. Yet, it has started strong in its initial moves, as demonstrated by the recently concluded successful agreement with Saudi Arabia. It is therefore only fair that we extend to our support to further inspire and encourage its officials and rank and file to achieve even more. The coming year, 2023, is definitely a critical year in its transition, and it is when our budgetary support will be most useful and important. Once more, I say that the amount we allocate for the annual budget of a particular department of the government signifies the priority that we attach to the implementation of the programs and mandate of said department in the overall governance strategy of any administration. In the case of the DMW, it is well-being of millions of our overseas Filipino workers and their families that is at stake, not to mention the billions of foreign exchange remittances that they send and the impact to our economy. It is high time that we honor our OFWs, our modern-day heroes, with more actions than words. I support the passage of the proposed budget of the DMW for 2023, and I recommend, when practicable, that the proposed budgetary amount be increased to a more reasonable and sufficient level. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Dear sponsor, our DMW family, mabuhay po ang mga OFW. OFW, kayo po ang bida. Maraming salamat po.
In response, Mr. Speaker, let me just commend Congresswoman Marisa. Our OFW contributed around 31 billion pesos last year. We are halfway through 2022. Pumapalo na po ang remittances to around 16 billion pesos. So baka pumalo na naman tayo ng mga 33, 34 billion. In dollars po yun. Kaya sana maramdaman po natin ang kahalagahan ng OFW at sana may paglaban din po natin tulad ng isinisigaw ni Congresswoman Marisa na dapat madagdagan po ang budget ng DMW upang mas maaksyonan po nila ang pangangailangan ng sektor na nagbubuhay sa ekonomiya ng ating bansa. Ilan po dito yung pangangailangan ng OWA na sana madagdagan po yung mga capital expenditures nila. Sana madagdagan natin yung pondo para tuluyan na makapag-operate yung kauna-unahang OFW hospital na matatagpuan po sa lalawigan ng Pampanga. At ganun din po yung additional funding na kinakailangan ng DMW for them to better service and attend to the needs of our OFWs abroad. And I am one with the position of Congressman Ron Salo in this, being the chairman on the Committee on Overseas Filipino Workers, na dapat po natin siguraduhin na madagdagan pa po ang budget na ibibigay po natin sa Department of Migrant Workers. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Dear sponsor, DMW family, we love you. OFWs, love you all.
Daghang salamat, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, at this point, I move to recognize Representative Florencio Noel of the Anuaray Party List.
Representative Florencio Noel of Anuaray Party List is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There being no member from the minority who wishes to interpolate on the budget of Department of Migrant Workers, I move that we terminate the period of interpellation and debate of the department and its attached agencies, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in its motion to terminate the interpolation of the proposed budget for the Department of Migrant Workers.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpolations on the proposed budget of the Department of Migrant Workers. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The interpolations on the proposed budget of the Department of Migrant Workers is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend.
Session suspended.
Can do this in 30 minutes. Come on. Biniro ko nga si Matthew. Sabi ko, Matthew.
Ay, Europe to. Tara, let's join them.
Okay, okay.
Ano?
boss.
Ryan.
Sino muna?
Wala akong magagawa kung sinabi mo. Basta sabi mo.
Medyo yung dinagdagan nga ang departamento namin, sabi namin, may tahi na. Bagong
Tapos na kami ng anak ko. Pero mahal namin si Magyo.
Totoo naman yun.
Ilan nakalista? DOH?
Inayos nila after,
Okay na.
before, after leave.
Yeah.
Okay na.
Yes.
Session is resumed.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
may we request our dear colleagues and our guests to please sit down so that we can start the interpellation for DOH.
House members, please settle down so we can begin the interpellation of the DOH.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
may we proceed for the interpellation of Department of Health and recognize the sponsor, Honorable Stella Kimbo of the 2nd District of Marikina. So move, Mr. Speaker.
First, we should acknowledge our guest from the Department of Health, and the chair recognizes the sponsor, Representative Stella Kimbo. You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the family of Department of Health headed by our OIC Secretary, Dr. Maria Vergeri. So move, Mr. Speaker.
We acknowledge the presence of the heads and officials of the Department of Health, headed by Secretary Vergere. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Gabriel Bordado for 3rd District of Camarines Sur for his interpellation for the budget of Department of Health.
Representative Gabriel Bordado is recognized to interpolate. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, the Department of Health had 21,074 unfilled positions out of its 89,365 and 91,638 authorized positions in 2021. The DOH, data for the proposed year usually reflect the same figure as the current year. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, is this correct?
Mr. Speaker, there's a slight disparity. Total number of authorized positions is 99,120. Filled is 78,099. And unfilled is 21,021. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, has the department looked into the unfilled positions, particularly in the office of the Secretary, and has it determined what these positions are for?
Well, in general, Mr. Speaker, there had been some obstacles towards filling up these positions. One of them, of course, was the election ban on the hiring of new employees and promotions. But, of course, it is also important to emphasize that the DOH is very particular about choosing the right people with the right skill and the right specialty for the position. So having said that, sometimes it would take some time to actually find the right people.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues decried by our healthcare workers is the insufficient salary they receive. For the previous fiscal year, has the department increased the salaries of healthcare workers?
Mr. Speaker, tama po. Malaking problema po yan, yung kababaan ng sahod. Ngunit ito ay problema sa buong gobyerno because as you know, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we have a salary standardization law. So talagang kahit na nais pa ng DOH na pataasin ang sweldo ng ating mga kawani, ay tayo po ay hindi natin pwedeng gawin yan basta-basta dahil meron po tayong salary standardization law. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, we have this so-called nationwide and regional allocation. The nationwide allocation of 42.73 billion for 2023 is 45.3% lower than the 78.07 billion pesos in 2022. Is this correct, Madam Sponsor?
We are confirming the 2022 allocation, but indeed for 2023, it's 42 million
For 2023.
for 2023. Mr. Speaker, could you kindly repeat the figure for 2022? For 2023, it's 42.73 billion, and for 2022, it's
I have here 78.07 billion pesos in 2022.
pardon. Mr. Speaker, based on our records, it's not 72, but rather 57.8 billion in 2022.
57.8.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So indeed, there is a decline, but the decline is not as substantial as what your figures would imply, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, I was trying to check on this because I just received a letter coming from the Bicol Medical Center, which serves Bicol and some areas of the Visayan region. So, is it possible that this request coming from the BMC be responded to by the DOH, given the fact that we still have the funding?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, could you kindly somehow elaborate on that request? And, but definitely the DOH would welcome you anytime so that you can discuss the matter.
Yeah,
Mr.
thank you
Speaker.
very much, Madam Chairman. Mr. Speaker, addressing malnutrition is among the administration's top priorities. but the National Nutrition Management Program of the NNC will have lower allocations in 2023. How is the department planning to help address malnutrition in the country when its only agency that addresses nutrition will get a hefty budget cut?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker, napaka-importante na tugunan ang problema ng malnutrition kapag po, of course, as we know, malnutrition directly impacts school performance of our children and therefore will impact human capital and in the end, economic growth. At ngayon po na napaka-importante ang pagbangon ng ating ekonomiya, it is indeed a very important program. In 2023, so tama po no, na kulang ang pondo na inaasahan ng DOH para sa nutrition programs. There is an 8.9 billion project funded out of a World Bank loan. And in fact, dahil kulang ang pondo para dito, isa ito sa mga budget augmentation requests ng ating ahensya sa atin. And of course, if our distinguished colleague, Representative Bordado, can help advocate for this cause, we will greatly appreciate that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
By all means, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, I believe we have to give budgetary allocations for the nutrition program of the Department of Health. I fully agree, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, on the COVID-19 status, well, the use of mask is now optional outdoors, as per the recommendation of the IATF. It could be recalled, Mr. Speaker, that around late December 2021 up to early January 2022, we experienced a high surge of COVID-19 cases, most probably exacerbated by Christmas celebrations and other holiday activities. With December, Mr. Speaker, fast approaching and the mask mandate easing up, how is the Department of Health ensuring that we don't experience a similar surge again?
Well, una sa lahat po, it's our second week of implementing this policy of optional mask wearing. And of course, nakamanman ang ating ahensya kung tataas ba ang numero, ang bilang ng COVID cases dahil dito. And of course, sila po ay actively monitoring that possibility. But of course, in the medium term, ang talagang makakapagpababa ng cases in a sustainable way is really the vaccination program, yung pagpapalawak pa rin ng coverage ng ating booster program. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Health is supposedly targeting 400,000 individuals inoculated per day in connection with President Marcos's first 100 days. Is this correct?
At this point, for booster accomplishments, we have inoculated 2.708 million at this point, only 11.36% accomplishment rate at this point.
Okay, thank you very much for the information. And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Madam Sponsor. I also wish to thank the Makabayan Block here for giving me the chance to be the first interpellator. Thank you.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List to interpret the sponsorship of the budget of the DOH.
Representative Arlene Brosas is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Will the sponsor yield to a few questions, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, gladly, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kaugnay po ito sa mga GOCC hospitals natin kasi tinanong po namin ito, kinaltasan ng budget ng GOCC hospitals para sa assistance to indigent patients. Mula po sa 4.93 billion sa GAA 2022, bumaba ito sa 4.66 billion sa NEP ng 2023. Sino po ang nag-propose ng pagbaba ng budget na ibinigay sa GOCC hospitals? Ang ospital, DOH, DBM.
Well, actually po, ano bang ibig sabihin ng pagbaba? Kasi maraming pagbaba. Merong bumaba ba siya from NEP 2022 to NEP 2023? Or bumaba ba siya from GAA 2022 to NEP 2023? Or bumaba ba siya from what was proposed versus what was approved by DBM? Kasi pag titignan po natin ang NEP to NEP comparison ay tumaas naman po. Kaya lang, of course, ang pagbaba is from GAA 2022 to NEP 2023. And at the same time, pati rin po sa proposed budget ng DOH, they were hoping to have a bigger budget for these hospitals. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mas mula po ito sa GAA 2022 to NEP 2023. Kasi may mga malalaking difference po. For example, ang Lung Center of the Philippines mula 622.243 naging ang difference ay ang difference ay National Kidney pala kasi ito ay nag-increase. Ang National Kidney and Transplant Institute mula 1.278.442 sa GAA 2022, sa NEP ay 1.271.442. So negative 7 ang difference. So sa Philippine Children's Medical Center mula 1.256554 naging sa NEP 2023 ay 990,443. So nag-negative na 266 million. So yan po.
Tama po. Dalawang bagay po yun. No? Pagdating sa Lung Center of the Philippines, kung ano ang pinopose ng ahensya, yun ay inapprove ng DBM. So yung 0.63 billion na pinopose ng DOH ay inaprubahan ng DBM. Ang pagdating sa NKTI, DOH proposed 1.1 billion. They got approved by DBM at 1.27. So nagkaroon ng increase. Sa PCMC, Philippine Children's Medical Center, what the agency proposed was 1.99 billion. Inaprubahan sila ng DBM at 1.16. Sa Philippine Heart Center naman, they only proposed 1.36, but they got approved by the DBM at 1.77. So it's a mix of increases and decreases as far as DBM approvals are concerned. Mr.
Yes.
Speaker, Your Honor. But
Yes, Mr. Speaker, ano. Kaya po tinatanong natin kasi ilang mahihirap yung maapektuhan ng budget cut na ito, no? Kasi assistance po ito di ba? To indigent patients. Halimbawa, pagbawas ng assistance to indigent patients na direktang nakapondo sa ilalim ng budget ng mga ospital, nangangahulugan po ng mas malaking out-of-pocket expense ng mga mahihirap. Ngayon, yung pagkaltas po na ito, syempre, ina-attribute natin na hindi talaga ito makakabuti para sa ating mga mahihirap. Halimbawa, yung 6 million budget cut sa assistance to indigent patients ng Philippine Heart Center ay nangangahulugan ng pagkakait sa pondo ng 15 na patients na nangangailangan ng coronary artery bypass grafting na nagkakahalagang 402,600 per grafting. Ganun po. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
So, Mr. Speaker, tama po, no, malaking problema yung pagbaba ng proposed budget. Pero tatandaan natin na proposed budget pa lamang ito. And historically naman, katulad nung taong 2022, ang dahilan kung bakit mas mataas ang GAA kumpara sa NEP 2022 ay dahil na rin sa pagtutulungan na ginawa ng Kongreso at ng Senado. Nang sa ganon ay nagkaroon ng amendments doon sa NEP 2022. So inaasahan po natin, inaasahan din ng ahensya, kaya meron po silang appeal sa atin. Nag-a-appeal po sila ng dagdag sa Lung Center of the Philippines ng 1.13 billion. Para sa NKTI, umaapila po sila ng dagdag ng 1.77 billion. Sa PCMC, 1.63 billion. Sa Philippine Heart Center naman po, 1.97 billion. So sana po ay magtulungan tayo para mapondohan ito. Napaka-importante pong mga specialty hospitals na paggamat sila po ay nandito sa Metro Manila, napakalaki po ng catchment area nito, nasisilbihan ang maraming mga areas sa labas ng Metro Manila. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Sponsor, mukhang nagkakaisa naman tayo dun sa point na talagang dapat mapondohan itong mga importante na ospital na ito na indigent patients yung makikinabang, direct ng indigent patients po natin ang makikinabang, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Ngayon, napansin po natin na walang budget sa NEP 2023 para sa mga locally funded project ng mga GOCC hospital. Under GAA 2022, nilaanan ng 20 million para sa lung transplant program for patients with advanced lung disease ng lung center at 250 million para sa expansion of outpatient department building phase 2 ng NKTI. Wala pang proposal mula sa GOCC hospitals para dito, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
So tama po, yung nabanggit ko po kanina, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, na apila ng ahensya para sa mga ospital na to precisely covers those. So in particular, if you wish to know the details, 70 million pesos for the expansion of the OPD building, second and third floor, including IT connections, 20 million pesos for smoking cessation program, 160 million for indigent patients, 250 million for PET scan equipment, including infrastructure. So ito po ang nilalaman ng apela ng ahensya for the Lung Center of the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So basically, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, DBM po ang kailangan natin katukin kaugnay dito, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, kasi sila din naman ang nagtanggal Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, sa totoo lang, the ball is in our court today. Nasa sa atin po, nasa sa kamay po natin lahat kung ano ang pwede natin gawin para madagdagan po ang pondo ng mga ospital na to. So, pagtulungan po natin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Inaapila po natin na madagdagan ang pondo na ito dahil importante po sa mga indigent patients natin at sa kahit po yung mga locally funded projects na kailangan ng ating mga GOCC hospitals. Ngayon, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, 5 ospital lamang ang direktang nilaanan ng budget para sa capital outlay. Samantalang mayroong capital outlay budget sa HFEP para sa 58 out of 79 DOH hospitals at 4 GOCC hospitals. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, ayan. Tapos, mayroong 11.2 billion para sa HFEP kung saan 6.46 billion ay para sa infrastructure at 4.73 billion para sa medical equipment. Pero, may mga COA deficiencies po din tayo ng 2021 na report. Ang question ko po, bakit through HFEP inilalaan ang kalakhan ng capital outlay budget ng mga ospital, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Well, ang kagandahan, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, na ilagay po siya sa programa ay precisely para magkaroon ng program guidelines. Mahirap kasi po kung naka-classify lang po siya generically as a capital outlay item versus putting it under a program na kung saan meron talagang allocation framework kung tawagin. Kaya meron tayong tinatawag na PHFDP, National Allocation Framework. Ito po yung ginagamit na basehan para sa pag-allocate ng spending under HFEP throughout the country. So sa ngayon po, ang ginawa po ng ahensya ay nagkaroon po sila ng classification. Meron silang category 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yung category 4, ito yung high capacity, low gap. Ibig sabihin, may kakayahan na mag-implementa ng isang infrastructure project at the same time finance that project. And low gap, ibig sabihin, yung pangangailangan ay hindi masyadong malaki. So yun ang category 4. Ang other at the extreme is category 1. Ito naman yung talagang nangangailangan kasi sila ay low capacity and high gap. Ibig sabihin, mahina ang kakayahan para pondohan ang health facility sa isang lugar, but at the same time, napakalaki ng pangangailangan. So, may ganitong klaseng prioritization na mangyayari lamang kapag nasa isang programa ang infrastructure spending. So, inang dahilan po kung bakit ginawa nila yan, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, ano po yung criteria ng DOH para malaman kung direktang i-appropriate ang capital outlay budget sa mga ospital o i-appropriate ito under HFEP?
So, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, dagdag lamang na information mula sa ating ahensya, kapag ang capital outlay ay intended for direct service delivery, ito po ay malalagay sa HFEP. So, ibig sabihin, isang ibig sabihin po, example, isang health center or barangay health station, yan po ay under HFEP. Kasi yan po ay direktang nagbibigay ng serbisyo sa ating kababayan. Pero halimbawa po, kapag opisina o di kaya warehouse, na infrastructure naman po yan, pero hindi po siya direktang ginagamit sa pagbigay ng serbisyo sa ating kababayan. Yun po ay nakla-classify as capital outlay. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, may example po tayo. Sa buong 11.8 bilyong pondo para sa capital outlay budget ng mga ospital, magkano po ang para sa PPE? Ilang PPE po ang mabibili sa pondong nasa ospital?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, kung ang tanong niyo po ay patungkol sa PPE, ang PPE po ay classified under MOOE.
MOOE. Hindi po sa capital outlay siya.
Hindi po.
Tama ba, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor? Anyway, sige.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, in general, pag sinasabi kasing capital, ibig sabihin, it's a kind of investment na kung saan over the years ay nakakapag-reap tayo ng benefits. But in the case of supplies, na tinatapon natin kaagad, halimbawa in the case of disposables, yun ay mapapasa ilalim sa MOOE.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, hindi ba wala sa MOOE ang PPE?
Nandun po.
May allotment ba
Mr.
tayo?
Speaker, Your Honor, ang PPE ay nasa line item na Prevention and Control of Communicable Diseases.
Madam,
At wala po tayong budget para sa taon 2023 dahil po sapat ang ating supply ng PPE sa ngayon. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
so, nandoon sa, correct me, nalilito po ako, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. So, meron tayong allotment for PPE. For
Mr. Speaker, Your
hospitals.
Honor, wala po. For 2023, wala.
Yun.
But
So,
in
wala.
general, PPE is classified not under capital outlay, but under MOOE. But if
Under
you're asking about 2023, wala po tayong nilaan na budget for PPEs because of sufficient supply. Mr.
Sufficient,
Speaker.
okay. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, yung mga pinag-uusapan po natin na kinat yung budget sa mga GOCCs, saan po nila kukunin yung PPE nila na budget?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we have sufficient stocks. So the DOH Central Office provides PPEs to all facilities, including our GOCC hospitals. Mr. Speaker,
All
Your Honor.
DOH hospitals.
Yes.
Yun po. At
Mr.
may
Speaker,
sapat
Your Honor.
tayo. Magkano po yung pondo na para dito?
For 2023, wala nga
Wala
po.
eh. Oo. So, sa ngayon, meron pang ginagamit na pondo para dyan sa PPE na yan. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
For, Mr. Speaker, for 2022, we have forthcoming deliveries. Mr. Sabari.
These are the number are the months to last.
So for 2022, meron pa tayong
Surgical mask. By piece po. Pag PPE po.
So, in the case of surgical masks, we have about 34 million units left on stock, which will last 18 months. So that's the reason for why the agency decided not to include this in the 2023 budget. So if ibig sabihin yung 18 months na supply will last until December 2023, in which case they decided not to include it in the 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, yung PPE po, these are surgical masks. Until
PPE.
December din.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, PPE includes the following: gown, clean gloves, goggles, surgical mask, particulate respirator, coverall, shoe cover, head cover, and apron. So itong lahat po, pag pinagsama-sama, ang tawag po dyan ay PPE.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Ayan. For the record, sinasabi po natin, sapat ang ating mga PPEs kaya hindi kailangan ng mga hospitals, no? They will be provided, all of the DOH hospitals will be provided ng ganitong PPE na sinabi niyo po yung mga following na yan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Ngayon, yung next ko pong tanong ay tungkol sa ilan ang ipapatayong barangay health station para sa 2023.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, for 2023, a total of 1,155 barangay health stations, of which 308 will be newly constructed and 847 are for completion. Yun po ang sakop para sa taong 2023.
Magkano po yung average price?
For, Mr. Speaker, for a newly constructed BHS, it's 2.5 million pesos on the average.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2.5 million in the average. Mayroon po bang provision sa ilalim ng NEP para maging operational yung mga barangay health station?
Operational.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, yan po ay counterpart naman po ng ating LGUs. So habang ang ahensya ang popondo sa pagpapatayo ng mga infrastructure tulad ng barangay health station, inaasahan naman ng LGU ang popondo doon po sa MOOE na kailangan. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, iaasa natin sa LGU. But may mga records po ba tayo na hindi nagpa-function ng mga barangay health stations dahil hindi po ito nilaanan ng LGU ng pondo, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, naging matagal ng gawi na ang DOH ang siyang popondo sa infrastructure at equipment, habang ang LGU naman po ang siyang popondo sa human resources and MOOE. So it has always been that way, and sa ngayon, wala naman po nakikita ang ahensya na problema sa kakulangan po dito sa mga barangay health stations.
So, sinasabi niyo po ba, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, na wala tayong kulang sa mga health stations? Kasi, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, para maging operational yung barangay health station, di ba kailangan natin at least 1 nurse, 2 midwives, pondo para sa gamot at iba pa. So, may costing siya. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, sinasabi po nyo na functioning ang lahat ng barangay health stations natin, ng mga pinagawa.
Mr. Speaker, sa isang devolved setup na create ng ating local government code in 1991. So matagal na po ang ganitong klaseng setup. Alam na po ng LGUs, and in fact, ang LGUs mismo ang siyang lumalapit po sa ating ahensya para magpatulong sa pagpapagawa ng infrastructure tulad ng BHS. And so at that point, kapag pumunta sila sa DOH, ibig sabihin nun, merong willingness ang LGU na pondohan ang kanilang counterpart, which is yung staff, pati ang MOOE. And so that's why generally, since we passed the local government code, it had been relatively successful. Of course, nothing's perfect, but on the whole, ang assessment ng ahensya ay wala naman pong problema pagdating sa ating barangay health stations, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, so ibig sabihin, kanina po sinabi niyo yung 2.5 million in the average cost, no? That is for the infra pa lang, no? Yung
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ang costing po natin is 1.75 million for the infrastructure and 473 million for equipment, and there are other factors. Merong dagdag na other costs of 308 million for a total of 2.531 million to be exact, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. So yun yung estimated cost ng mga barangay health station na pinapagawa ng national government. Tama?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
Gusto po nating malaman ito kasi syempre, ang realities on the ground po, pag-check natin, gusto natin gumagana yung mga barangay health station natin. Kasi kawawa naman yung mga mamamayan. Meron ka nga ni-spend na infra, tapos wala naman palang mga sinasabi niyong HR, tapos yung MOOE niya, yung operating expenses niya, hindi maka-function. So, kawawa naman yung mga mamamayan natin na umaasa na merong mga barangay health stations sila na functioning talaga na nagagawa. At may gamot. Especially gamot. Kasi yun naman yung di ba? Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. So hindi niyo po alam kung ilan ang functioning at hindi. And because this is devolved in the LGU, right?
Sige, habang hinahanap natin itong mga datos natin, kung naalala po natin, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, kanina binanggit ko po yung framework na ginagamit natin sa HFEP. So meron tayong tinatawag na gap. Pagdating sa barangay health stations, yung projected na gap is 19,095 units. And this is for 2025 up to 2040. So ngayon pa lang, pinaplano na ng ahensya ang sa tingin nilang magiging pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan for BHSS or Barangay Health Stations. So yan po ang bilang ng pangangailangan. And today, ang current supply naman, we have 22,613 Barangay Health Stations. And again, ulitin ko, ang general assessment is wala naman problema dahil in general, nagiging partners naman ang ahensya, pati na rin ang LGUs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. I won't belabor the point na pabigay na lang po kung meron kayong report ng mga functioning na mga barangay health stations, if meron po niyan. Pero pupunta na po ako sa next question kasi maubusan akong oras eh. There is 1.9 billion worth of various HFEP infrastructures and 139.8 million worth of various HFEP equipment with deficiencies in 2021 alone. Kabilang po dito yung unutilized idle fund for infrastructure, which is 96,730,862.79. Meron din po 56 million transferred to DBMPS by the DOH but remained not procured and implemented. Meron din po 78,912 78,912,522.68. Ito po yung mga delay in the procurement of hospital facility medical equipment. Meron din pong undelivered, uninstalled, unutilized equipment na 30,149,633.25. Ngayon, kung babalikan po natin ang previous COA reports from 2018 to 2021 alone, 16.17 billion ang total amount of HFEC flagged by COA. Puno po ng irregularidad at maaaring korupsyon ang pagpapatupad ng HFEP. Nababalitaan natin mula sa ground na may mga binibili sa pamamagitan ng HFEP na hindi akma sa pangangailangan ng mga health facility at ospital. Ano po ang paliwanag dito ng DOH sa taon-taong pagkakasangkot ng HFEP sa mga irregularidad na ito? Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Parang hindi niya na tangan sa pag-uwi.
So ito na po ang iba't ibang dahilan kung bakit nagkaroon tayo ng problema sa pag-disburse ng ating HFEP funds. No? So una sa lahat, merong the usual po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, na bid failures and delayed bidding. So ito na rin, halimbawa, hindi responsive or non-compliant ang ating bidders or masyadong mababa ang agency budget cost, in which case hindi nagkakaroon ng sapat na bidders. Nandyan din ang problema ng poor performance of contractors and suppliers. Halimbawa po, nagkakaroon ng delayed billing or problems in the lack of technical human resource. Meron ding issues on readiness, so nagkakaroon ng problema halimbawa sa permits or issues with the proof of land ownership, etc. So ito po yung tatlong main reasons kung bakit nagkaroon tayo ng problema sa pag-utilize ng pondo sa ilalim ng HFEP.
Sir Speaker, Madam Sponsor, masyado pong malaki yung mga discrepancies. Tas ang dami-daming mga issues dyan sa HFEP, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Ano po ba yung tingin ng DOH halimbawa sa suggestion na direkta na lang, na hindi na kailangan dumaan sa Office of the Secretary? Kasi minsan, delayed bidding. Diba, yan po yung mga questions ng mga tao. Mas mapapabilis po yung proseso at saka masisigurado, at akma yung mabibiling mga kagamitan sa pangangailangan ng mga ospital kung direct sa hospital. Ano po? Direct sa hospital.
Maganda po ang suggestion ninyo. Iko-consider po ng ating mga officials ang inyong mungkahi, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Oo, yun po sana ay makakaigi para sa mga ospital natin kasi sila magtutukoy kung ano yung mga pangangailangan nila at talagang alam natin na lapat yun sa kanila. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Maraming salamat po sa pag-aagi na yun. At yun na po ang huli sa aking question kasi tapos na po yung time ko. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Madam Sponsor.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, at nagtira kayo ng 1 minuto. Salamat po.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next in line to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Representative Bernadette Herrera of BH Party List for her
Representative Bernadette PH Herrera is recognized to interpolate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Ilang katanungan lang po tungkol sa unprogrammed funds. Noon pong 2021, DOH received its allotment for unprogrammed appropriations amounting to 63.8 billion, and it was able to obligate 61.4 billion. When I was looking at the SAOB of 2021, wala po akong nakitang kahit anong report ng disbursement. Can you explain why?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I'm not sure if we are looking at the same report. This is the SAOB as of December 31, 2021 for unprogrammed. And nandito naman po ang mga disbursements. Halimbawa po, for the World Bank Philippine COVID-19 Emergency Response Project, SAROB BMB B21001-202, disbursement was about 9.011 billion, and so on and so forth. So meron naman po dito sa aking kopya ng SAOB for December 31, 2020.
Meron, but Mr. Speaker, meron kayang dalawang SAOB kasi sa SAOB ko, wala naman. That's why so siguro po, Mr. Speaker, later we can compare because I don't really understand. But DOH submitted a report to my office stating...
What I have here with me, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, is precisely what was given to you. Baka po naubusan ng ink ang printer ninyo, hindi lumabas ang disbursement amounts.
No.
The total is 40.809 billion disbursed.
Yes,
as of
I
December
received
31,
that from DOH. Pero, dun kasi sa official na nasa NEP natin, sa SAOB, wala siyang disbursement. That's why I wanted to ask. Yung submission sa akin was 40.8. Yeah, I saw that, the submission of DOH. So we're on the same page. But if you look at the SAOB of the 2021, which is part of our NEP, wala pong disbursement doon. That's why I just wanted to see clarification. Why is that so? Pwedeng padala ko sa
Baka po yung NEP ang naubusan ng ink ng print. But this is... we can
Mr. Speaker, padala ko na lang po.
certify it as authentic.
So maybe I would like to put that on record because we have to correct those things. But anyway, to proceed, kung may disbursement na 40 billion, ano kayang nangyari doon sa 20.6 billion na hindi na-disburse for 2021? Ano po pa para saan po dapat itong unprogrammed appropriations na ito?
So sa ngayon po, ito ay World Bank and ADB funded. At dahil ito po ay loan proceeds, sa ngayon ay ang kailangan pang gawin is kumpletuhin ang mga documentary requirements.
Mr. Speaker, but it was already obligated. Tama po?
Yes,
Obligated na yung
Mr. Speaker.
61. So na-release na ba sa atin yung funds? Because it's already obligated. So I guess it's already with DOH, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, what was the question, Mr. Speaker?
Because totally obligated na yung 61. Ang na-disburse lang is 40. So nasaan po yung 20?
So as of today, fully disbursed na po ito. Kaya lang may cut-off kasi to produce this SAOB for December 31, 2021, kaya hindi po nasama. But as of today, fully disbursed po siya 100%, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
What about the unobligated allotment of 2.3 billion, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor?
So, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ito pong balanse ay reverted to the Treasury but reissued for 2022.
As continuing appropriation? It's part of the continuing appropriation.
As additional SARO, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you. Para saan po ito, yung unprogrammed fund na to from World Bank?
Ito pong, Mr. Speaker, in general, vaccines and other COVID response, Mr. Speaker.
So this is MOOE and capital outlay, correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll go to the 2022. As early as February 2022, DOH received unprogrammed appropriations of 40.8 billion. Then nung March, ang naging total na niya is 41.4 billion. According again, dun sa SAOB, as of June 30, meron lang tayong allotment of 115 million. According to the report of DOH, as of August, meron tayong obligated amount of 413 million only. Bakit po ang konti ng na-obligate po natin? Can you explain po, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ang dahilan po ay dahil hindi na relevant ang purpose ng mga utang na yon, which is pambili ng bakuna kasi dapat. But at this point po, as you know, nagka-problema nga tayo, nagka-expire dahil marami tayong bakuna. So hindi na natin kinailangan, kaya hindi po siya na-obligate, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, nasaan na po siya bale ngayon?
So it continues to be there, but Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, meron pong request ng ating ahensya for realignment para magamit po siya for other activities na at this point in time mas kailangan.
So this is also foreign assisted loan, correct?
Yes,
Mr. Speaker. Okay, so sana po mag-report na lang sa Congress if in case so that we're just aware of how it was used or paano siya na-realign at saan po siya mapupunta, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we note that.
Thank you. My next, so I go now to the contingent, di muna. Sa DOH naman na regular agency, specific budget, meron kayong 180 billion na allotment. Pero ang nade-disperse pa lang natin is 54 billion. Makakahabol po ba tayo or ano na pong status ng disbursement rate natin po as of now, September 2023?
Mr. Speaker, hinahanap natin ang most recent disbursement rate. 46%. Okay, as of August 31, 2022, ang ating obligation rate is 46%.
Funds from other sources, like meron tayong unprogrammed and contingent. Pero parang hindi nagagamit ng DOH yung contingent funds nila. For example, in 2021, meron tayong 5 billion contingent fund. Ang na-obligate lang is 4 billion, ang na-disburse lang is 2.9. Para saan po ba itong contingent fund na ito?
Well, by the nature of contingent funds, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ay pag merong mga pangyayari na hindi natin inaasahan, doon pumapasok ang contingent fund. So, ano lang po siya, parang kumbaga insurance, di ba? Kapag hindi naman mangyari, halimbawa ang isang bagyo o isang linyari, halimbawa ang isang bagyo o isang lindol, ay hindi natin i-release ang contingent fund na yan. So, but for 2021, ginamit po natin ang allotment of 2.8 billion for Typhoon Odette. So, yun po. And out of the 2.8 billion allotment, ang na-obligate is 1.68 billion.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about 2021. Ang na-obligate po is 4 billion.
Yes, that's the total. I was just, Mr. Speaker, referring to item number 1, which refers to Typhoon Odette. The allotment is 2.8 billion, of which 1.681 was obligated. There's another contingent fund, which we used for emergency hiring of our frontliners. Ito po yung kanilang salaries and benefits. We allotted 1.976 and obligated 1.915. And then again, para sa SRA or yung special risk allowance ng ating frontliners, we allotted 407 million and obligated 405 million. So yun po yung breakdown nung 4.002 billion out of 5.183 billion na allotted, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, pag kunwari hindi nauubos ang contingent fund, saan po siya napupunta? Binabalik po ba ito or nagko-continue po ba ito?
Kapag current year po, ito po ay nagiging continuing appropriation, Mr. Speaker.
So itong 2021 unobligated allotment of 1.1, what happens to this now as a contingent fund?
Ito po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ay naging continuing appropriation for 2022.
And then the balance of the disbursement of 1 billion,
Ito pong 1.18 billion is the unobligated allotment, which is now continuing appropriation for 2022. Ito pong recorded na 2.9 disbursement. So kung ang tanong ninyo is, na-disburse na ba ang difference ng 4.002 and 2.91 billion? The answer is yes, Mr. Speaker.
so it's fully disbursed already?
Not about 90% disbursed.
Okay, kasi ito yung kakasubmit lang din sa amin. So maybe just please update what was submitted to my office and of course the committee.
Yes,
That's the same thing for 2022. Bali, kaya pa naman nating ubusin ba itong balanse na 473 million for the contingent fund of 2022? Is it for the same purpose? Ano pala yung purpose ng contingent for 2022?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we seem to be, are we looking at the same page?
Sorry, kinompute ko lang kasi. Well, yung contingent fund, 2.4 billion ang allotment. Obligation is 2.1.
Yes.
Disbursement is 1.7. So meaning may not disbursed pa na 473 million.
Yes, yes. Mababayaran po, ma-disburse ito fully.
Within this year?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Sorry, kanina sabi ko last na lang po talaga. Ano po yung continuing, saan nanggaling yung continuing appropriation ng MOOE? Is it different items po na 7 billion for 2022?
This is from the regular budget.
So yung mga hindi na ubos na pondo for 2021?
Mr. Speaker, just to clarify, you're talking about the DOH-wide budget.
I'm talking about the
Lumipat na tayo
unobligated releases.
from unprogrammed, we are now in program.
Yung unobligated releases for capital outlay and unobligated releases for MOOE, yung 1.8 billion and 7.
Under unprogrammed pa rin.
No more na.
Regular.
Continuing appropriations for 2022.
Continuing on up. Okay, so and your question is on capital outlay.
Bali yung capital outlay, sabi nyo yung nag-continue yung from 2021 na 1.1 billion. So is it part of the 7.462 na continuing appropriations that's in 2022?
We're not answering.
Sorry. kanina yung contingent fund na unobligated allotment of 1.1 billion, you said it's going to continue for 2022. Is that part of the 7.462 billion unobligated releases for MOOE in 2022?
So the question is on the 1.181 billion
Yes.
na unobligated.
You said it continued to 2022, tama po?
Will it continue?
No, you said it continued. That's what you mentioned.
Yes,
earlier.
it's now a continuing appropriation.
So is it part of the 7.462 billion that's in the 2022 continuing appropriation? Kasi we have two items of continuing appropriation. We have one for capital outlay, 1.890429.
Mr. Speaker, I think the source of confusion is that magkaiba po ang figures natin for the total continuing appropriation, which in our records is 10.959 billion. It is not that 7-something billion that you're talking about, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, pag ganun po, natatakot po ako dahil yung NEP naman po yung hawak ko. Page 233. So, pupunta po ulit, papadala ko na lang po ulit yung papel kasi hindi ko po alam bakit magkakaiba po yung figures. So we can just figure out where the confusion is.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, ito na po. Itong 10.959 is the sum of the 1.89 and the 7.462.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
So, part
wag po
yun.
kayo matakot. Pareho po yan.
Kaya
Mr.
nga po,
Speaker.
kaya nagtaka lang po ako. So, ibig sabihin, part yung 1.1 billion dito na,
Yes,
kasama na
Mr.
siya. What about the other? Saan po galing? Alin yung hindi naubos na pondo from the previous?
So these are a mix of items from the regular budget. Do you
So thank you
wish us
for
to
the
enumerate those,
clarification,
Mr.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. I'll just wait for the extra submission. And sana po, to the DOH family, napakarami pong pangangailangan. Marami pa po tayong pondo na uubusin, yung continuing from 2021 and yung hindi pa po na uubos ng 2022. Sana po bilisan natin yung disbursement para po sa ating mga kababayan. Yun lamang po, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate, sponsor, I move that we recognize Representative Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List.
Representative Franz Castro is recognized to interpolate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa DOH family. Okay. So yung unang tanong ko po, Mr. Speaker, sa ating distinguished sponsor, so dahil pinag-uusapan naman po kanina dito yung unprogrammed appropriation, for 2023, meron po tayong inilagay na 18 billion for COVID benefits ng ating mga health workers. So ang tanong ko po, Mr. Speaker, bakit inilagay sa unprogrammed appropriation yung benefit? Ang ibig bang sabihin nito, hindi natin priority yung ating mga health workers at inaantayan pa yan natin ng pondo. So bakit hindi natin siya nilagay mismo doon sa program appropriation? At bakit natin siya nilagay doon sa unprogrammed?
Well, una sa lahat, Mr. Speaker, ito po ay desisyon ng DBM na ilagay sa unprogrammed yung portion na yan. Pero siguro ang iniisip ng DBM is baka umaasa din naman po sila na matapos na siguro ang pandemya by 2023. In which case, baka hindi natin kakailanganin ng buo ang amount na yan
Pero
para sa 2023.
yes, okay. Tatanggapin ko po yung yung explanation. Pero kung meron pong may expertise kung matatapos na yung pandemya o hindi, 'di ba ang Department of Health? At syempre, yung mga health workers natin ay talaga namang nag-aantay dito sa mga benefits na to. So, nagtataka lang ako kung bakit ang DOH ay hindi niya kayang ipaglaban itong mga health workers, no, yung benefits ng mga health workers natin. Dahil tayo naman talaga yung magde-decide kung saan natin siya ilalagay or sa program ba o unprogrammed?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Nasa kamay natin, Congress and the Senate, kung anong items ang ilalagay natin sa unprogrammed. Of course, pinaglaban ng mabuti ng DOH ang paglagay po ng buong-buo sa program funds. Kaya nga lang po, nagdesisyon ng DBM na ganyan. Of course, at this point in time, kung ipaglalaban natin lahat at magdesisyon tayo na importante yan at ilagay sa program fund, syempre po, susuportahan po ng DOH ang move na yan,
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Okay, so doon na po tayo sa mga tanong ko, no? Yung iba pa. Free National Public Health System, okay? Act. So, makikita natin dito, no? Makikita naman natin dun sa budget ng health yung mga pinagkakagastusan at isa sa mga pangako ng Universal Health Care Act ay pababain ang out-of-pocket expense ng mga Filipino. Ayon sa DOH, sa kanilang frequently asked questions on UHC Act, some health services may become more affordable, but not everything will be free. At the very least, the prices of health goods and services will be predictable. Subalit kung titignan natin ang mga datos ng PSA noong 2020, 400 billion or 44.7 ang current health expenditure by health financing scheme ay mula sa out-of-pocket expense. Samantala, 409.4 billion o 45.7 doon sa CHE ay mula sa government schemes and compulsory contributory healthcare financing schemes. Dagdag pa rito, kahit na nakasandig sa PhilHealth ang pagpapatupad ng UHC Act, bumaba pa ang contribution nito noong 2020. Batay sa CHE ay financing agent na datos ng PSA mula sa 141.3 billion or 17.8% ng total CHE noong 2019. Bumaba ito patungong 133.2 billion or 14.9% noong 2020. So malayong-malayo ito dun sa 401 billion na out-of-pocket ng ating mga out-of-pocket expense ng ating mga kababayan. Kung atin pong ikukumpara yung CHE by healthcare provider, malayo rin yung 133.2 billion na ambag ng PhilHealth sa 361 billion sa health expenses sa public hospitals at 100.8 billion sa private hospitals. Hindi pa rito kasama, Mr. Speaker, ang mga kailangang mga gamot ng ating mga kababayan. Kung atin namang titignan in terms of income quintile, ang total CHE mula first to third quintile, ang pinakamahirap ay 417.98 billion. Kahit pagsamahin pa yung 133.2 billion mula sa PhilHealth at 154.6 billion mula sa DOH, hindi sumasagot ang UHC Act upang matulungan ang ating mga kababayan. So ano po yung masasabi dito, Mr. Speaker, ng ating butihing sponsor tungkol sa pagbaba ng part ng PhilHealth sa current health expenditure mula sa 141.3 billion ng total CHE noong 2019 hanggang sa 2020. So pwede po bang makuha ang reaction dito ng DOH?
Well, napakalaking problema, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, na hanggang ngayon, napakalaking proportion ng total health spending ay out of pocket. So talagang yun ang, in fact, dito sa ASEAN, isa tayo sa pinakamataas na out of pocket spending. And isang paraan para tugunan yan is really dapat tumaas ang support value, kung tawagin, na manggagaling sa PhilHealth. Dahil yan naman talaga ang mandato ng PhilHealth. Ang mandato ng PhilHealth is to provide universal coverage. Ibig sabihin, dapat ang bawat Pilipino ay maging miyembro ng PhilHealth and at the same time, magkaroon ng effective financial risk protection. Ibig sabihin, dapat malaking porsyento ng binabayad natin sa ospital ay dapat sagot ng PhilHealth. Pero napakaraming problema sa PhilHealth. May problema halimbawa sa disenyo ng programa, may gumagamit tayo ng case rates, pero ang mga case rates na yan, higit 3,000 yata ang ating mga case rates, pero ang case rates na yan ay sa maraming illnesses, napakababa. And therefore, hindi talaga niya kayang magbigay ng sapat na financial risk protection. So, napakaraming problema, isa lang yon, no? sa mga naiisip natin, top of mind na problema, kaya hindi natin mapataas ang share ng social health insurance to total healthcare spending. Sa ngayon kasi, pag titignan natin ang national health accounts, nasa 14% lang ng kabuoang gastos ang sinushoulder ng PhilHealth. Napakababa. So, ibig sabihin, for every 100 pesos na ginagastos para sa, halimbawa sa hospital, 14 pesos lamang ang sagot ng PhilHealth. Whereas 44 pesos ay nanggagaling sa ating sariling bulsa. 30 plus ay nanggagaling sa gobyerno. So, yun po. So, kung sana tumaas ang share na yan, yung 14 pesos na yan, kung pwede sana maging 40 din yan, ibig sabihin nun talagang mapapababa na natin ang out-of-pocket share to total healthcare spending. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes. So kung sinasang-ayunan po, tama po yung sinasabi ng ating distinguished sponsor at sang-ayon po ako doon, pero hindi ako sang-ayon na dapat pataasin pa yung budget ng PhilHealth. Dahil nakita naman natin sa ilang panahon na stay natin dito sa Congress, bat-bat ng anomalya at korupsyon. Itong PhilHealth. At bakit nga ba pinagkatiwala pa natin sa Universal Healthcare Program natin ito dun sa PhilHealth. So ano ang tingin, Mr. Speaker, ng ating distinguished sponsor sa aking suggestion na imbis na idaan sa PhilHealth ang pondo, direkta na nating ilagay ang pondo sa mga ospital. Imbis na kailangan pang mag-reimburse ng mga ospital sa PhilHealth, ay lalaanan natin ng sapat na pondo ang mga public health facilities para libre na ang serbisyong pangkalusugan para sa ating mga mamamayan. Maiwasan din ang korupsyon ng pondo ng taong bayan kung hindi ito idadaan sa PhilHealth. Kasi, Mr. Speaker, kahit na yung mga sektor ng kaguruan, nag-iisip na nga sila na sana ay may sariling ospital ang mga teachers para magpagamot ng libre. Pero ang sabi nga natin, dapat yung mga existing na mga DOH hospitals, yung mga GOCC hospitals, hanggang dun sa barangay health units, ay dapat ay pondohan ng tama instead na nasa PhilHealth. Ano po tingin ng ating butihing sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, with due respect, I will have to disagree with you. Una sa lahat, ang isang health insurance scheme is certainly more efficient than a direct subsidy. Kasi ibig sabihin nun, kaya nga natin ine-effort na magkaroon ng isang social health insurance program ay dahil ang kada piso na nilalagay natin in the form of premium contributions, yung piso na yan, kapag nagkasakit ka, ang makukuha mo is more than 1 peso. Hindi lang 2 pesos, hindi lang 3 pesos, pwede yan mag-multiply by 10. So yun ang beauty ng isang health insurance scheme. Ibig sabihin, maghuhulog ka buwan-buwan ng isang maliit na amount. So halimbawa, sa ngayon, 4.5% ang contribution rate multiplied by your salary. So yan po ang ihuhulog mo buwan-buwan. Kapag hindi ka nagkasakit, goodbye na ang pondo na yan. Pero kapag magkasakit ka, ang makukuha mo is much, much more than what you had contributed. That's the mechanism. Ganun po ang konsepto ng isang health insurance scheme. So kung ikukumpara mo yan sa isang sitwasyon na directly naglalaan ka ng pondo sa ospital, kung piso ang nilagay mo sa ospital, ang makukuha mo out of that is also 1 peso worth of services. So ang dahilan kung bakit sa isang health insurance scheme, pag maglagay ka ng piso, ang makukuha mo is much more than 1 peso is because of what we call risk pooling. So pag pinagsasama-sama mo lahat ng Pilipino sa isang scheme, may mga Pilipino na malusog, may mga Pilipinong sickly at kailangan ng hospitalization. So kumbaga nagkakaroon ng subsidization between your healthy population and your sick population. So that's why a health insurance scheme is always more efficient as a source of financing compared to direct subsidies. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Tama ka, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sa kabilang banda, tama ang ating distinguished sponsor kung itong health insurance na ito ay walang korupsyon o walang mga anomalya. At ito katulad nga nito na parang parang goods ang health system natin instead na services. Okay? So nagiging goods na tuloy dahil sa ganyang ganyang kaisipan na policy na neoliberal. Instead na gawing serbisyo, ang health system ay nagiging negosyo. So yun yung sinasabi natin na kung gagawin mong maging efficient, ito ay talagang ang health system natin ay mananatili siyang negosyo at hindi siya talagang magiging serbisyo sa ating mga mamamayan.
Mr. Speaker, isa po siyang government-owned corporation pero hindi naman ibig sabihin nun ay negosyo lamang ang kanilang mandato. In fact, merong indigent program ang ating PhilHealth. Ibig sabihin talagang sila po ay nagbibigay ng libreng insurance coverage sa ating indigent families. Ibig sabihin ng mga miyembro ng 4Ps ay libre pong nasasakop ng PhilHealth program. And at the same time, naidadagdag ko na lang po isang advantage din po ng paggamit ng isang social health insurance scheme is sakop po ang both public and private hospitals. Unlike a situation na direct subsidies ang gagamitin natin, ang pwede mo lang i-subsidize, of course, would be public hospitals. At alam naman po natin, very limited ang capacity ng ating public hospitals. Kailangan talaga natin ng private hospitals para dumagdag ang total number of hospital beds ng ating bansa. So yun po yung difference. So kung nasa isang sitwasyon tayo na lahat ng ating ospital ay public hospital, ay baka pwede pong maging successful yung sinasabi ninyong direct subsidy. But today, and tingin ko magiging ganito ang sistema for the long run, we really have a mix of public and private hospitals. And to your point na dapat walang korupsyon, ay wala po sa inyong magdi-disagree sa statement na yan. It's very important na kung ano ang inuhulog natin na pera sa PhilHealth, dapat mapangalagaan na mabuti ang pondo na yan ng ating mga PhilHealth officials. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you po Mr. Speaker and distinguished sponsor. Ang susunod ko po bagamat hindi tayo nagkakasundo diyan doon sa policy ng health services na yan, kung ito ay insurance or talagang direct na paunlarin ng ating mga ospital at yung ating mga maliliit na mga rural health units sa iba't ibang mga barangay natin. So punta na po ako doon sa aking susunod na tanong, Mr. Speaker. Sa ilalim po ng GAB 2023, 301.3 billion ang nakalaang budget sa DOH and its attached agencies. Nasa 1.39% ito sa projected nominal GDP ng bansa. So napakalayo po ito kumpara sa recommended 5% na GDP o 1.08 trillion kung ibabatay sa National Government Fiscal Program for 2023. Ano po yung masasabi natin rito? Kasi kahit sa education, Mr. Speaker, tinatry nating maabot yung budget ng education na 6% to the GDP. So ngayon, ang education budget ay 3.9. So medyo malayo. Pero ang DOH o yung health budget natin ay 1.39% as compared sa 5% na recommendation ng UN. Anong masasabi po natin dito,
Well, tama po. Talagang nagkakasundo po tayo dyan sa punto na yan na bitin ang ginagastos ng ating bansa para sa kalusugan. Very important ang maging malusog ang ating mga kababayan. Investment po yan. That's human capital. Kapag malusog tayo, hindi tayo nagkakasakit. Ibig sabihin nun, hindi uma-absent ang kabataan sa school, hindi uma-absent ang ating mga no work, no pay workers. At in the end, kung malusog ang ating workforce, malusog ang ating kabataan, ay talagang lalago ang ating ekonomiya. So very important. In fact, ang ating ahensya, of course, if they had their way, ang pinopost nga po nila sa DBM ay 500 billion in total. No? Ang nakuha lang na approved amount is a total of 301 billion. So obviously, we had our way. If we had more fiscal space, ay mapapataasan na natin ang ating budget. So sa ngayon, that's the challenge that we all face today. Napaka-limited ng funds, we have a limited fiscal space, but we have unlimited needs. Kasama po dyan, ang number one po dyan sa unlimited need is health, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker.
Tama po, no, nagkakasundo po tayo dito, no, dun sa 5% ng GDP dapat ang mailaan. At kung talagang kukutuhan natin yung ating budget, marami po tayo talagang mailalagay o maipagpapalit na budget, yung mailalagay na budget dito sa DOH. Kung titignan lang po natin yung prioritization ng ating budget. So next question, Mr. Speaker, ano yung posisyon ng ating distinguished sponsor sa panukalang centralization ng health system ng Pilipinas at muling pagre-renationalize ng health services at health facilities?
Well, una sa lahat, again, babalikan natin ang kasaysayan. Noong 1991, nagkaroon ng local government code. Health was one of the services na devolved. Ibig sabihin, dapat ang responsibilidad ng pag-provide ng health services ay mapupunta sa LGUs. So, sa ngayon, dahil lumabas ang Mandanas ruling, na-remind tayo na kailangan natin ipatupad ang local government code. So dahil sa Mandanas ruling, nagkaroon ng dagdag kakayahan ang ating LGUs sa pag-finance ng healthcare services. So naisip siguro ng ating administrasyon previously na panahon na para ulitin ang ating responsibilidad na i-devolve ang health. So nagkaroon ng EO 138 where full devolution of services is expected by 2025. And ang DOH, of course, all agencies were required to submit a devolution transition plan. Sa ngayon po, only 15 agencies had submitted a devolution transition plan to the DBM. 11 are still being reviewed or 11 were returned. Only 2 had been approved so far. Ang isa doon ay ang devolution transition plan ng DOH. So by March, as early as March this year, nagkaroon na sila ng isang devolution transition plan, again, in compliance with EO 138. So,
Okay,
so ito pong, kung anong ginagawa natin ngayon, in fact, meron tayo sa HFEP na may mga ilang health facility enhancement projects na hindi nasama sa HFEP 2023 because pinatupad na ng DOH itong kanilang devolution transition plan na kung saan yung nasa category 4 na health facilities, ibig sabihin yung high capacity and low gap ay hindi na sinama sa HFEP. So kung ang tanong is, ginagawa ba ang devolution? Well, the answer is yes, because it was required by EO 138, Mr. Speaker, Your
Okay,
Honor.
pero kung titignan po natin yung EO 138, parang mas sumobra siya. Kung pag-aaralan natin yung EO 138, parang sumobra siya doon sa itinatadhana ng Mandanas ruling. Kung i-review po natin yung tungkol diyan. But anyways, aware ba kayo na there are number of mga hospitals natin na nasa local na gustong ma-nationalize. So ito yung tinitignan natin na na nagiging dahilan kung bakit nasasabi natin na later on siguro ma-renationalize itong ating health services and health facilities dahil lalong-lalo na doon sa mga municipality na 456 na talagang hindi naman kakayanin talaga na nasuportahan ng mga LGU natin, itong mga facilities na ito, Mr. Speaker. So, kaugnay nito, siguro sa panghuling tanong ko na lang po, kaugnay nito sa health services natin, maaari bang masabi ng ating sponsor, Mr. Speaker, kung gaano pa tayo kalayo o kung gaano pa tayo kalapit sa free health services para sa ating mga mamamayan?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, palagay ko hindi siguro mangyayari yung sitwasyon na lahat ng ating healthcare will be provided for free. Hindi talaga mangyayari yan, hindi natin kakayanin. Kahit na pumunta tayo sa pinakamayaman na bansa sa buong mundo, there's no such thing as free healthcare for everyone. But sa ngayon, of course, ang aspiration is to provide free healthcare for those in need. Kaya nga meron po tayong MAIP na program na kung saan tinutulungan natin ang ating mahihirap na kababayan sa kanilang inpatient and outpatient care. And at the same time, again, sa PhilHealth, merong indigent program na kung saan libre ang PhilHealth premium contributions ng ating 4Ps. And so having said that, the goal is really not for all to have free healthcare, but rather ang goal is to lower our out-of-pocket payments from 44% to 30%. So baby steps po tayo. So from now, 2022 to 2027, so it's a 5-year goal, pababain naman sana natin ang ating out-of-pocket payments to 30%. So yun po ang ating plano. And of course, again, kung naging successful tayo sa ating pagbangon ng ating ekonomiya, ay pwede pa natin further ipababa itong out-of-pocket payments. Mr. Speaker.
So, thank you po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Hindi po naman imposible, di ba, na magkaroon tayo ng free healthcare services dahil katulad nga ng education, Mr. Speaker, bata pa po ako niyan or estudyante pa lang po ako niyan, nangangarap na po ako ng free education para sa ating tertiary. At nangyari, di ba? Kung itatarget talaga natin, kung pagtutuunan natin ng pansin itong health services para sa ating mamamayan, at yan, may mga target na nga tayo, taon-taon, baka magkaroon tayo ng target na mapababa yung out-of-pocket expenses ng ating mga mamayan. Kaya pwede nating magawa yun. Pero hindi natin pwedeng sabihin na hindi tayong pwede pumunta doon sa free healthcare services sa ating mga mamamayan kung gagawin natin at tatargetin po natin na magkaroon tayo ng free healthcare services para sa ating mga mamamayan. Next po, Mr. Speaker, gusto ko lang po magpasalamat dito sa binigay ng Department of Health, yung summary ng field and unfilled position. So katulad po na sinabi natin sa briefing kanina, meron po ditong mga maraming bakante na na mga position para sa mga nurses at position para sa ating mga doctors. So 6,161, sa nurses naman 4,637. So baka pwede po ba natin, meron po ba tayong target para ma-fill up na ang itong mga to, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
So, muli po, sa ngayon meron tayong unfilled positions na 21,021. And katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, of course, ang isang malaking consideration sa pag-fill ng positions is really finding the right people with the right skills. But having said that, ang target naman po is, of course, to make use of whatever positions are available. Sa ngayon po, merong mga new hospitals, new offices na tinatayo, kaya baka kailangan talaga ng bagong empleyado at buti naman na merong nakaumang na mga unfilled plantilla positions.
Ito, specified ito, no? Meron tayong unfilled position ng doktor na 6,161 at mga nurses na 4,637. Hindi ako naniniwala na wala tayong mga nag-a-apply na mga nurses sa ating DOH, no, para hindi mapilapan itong mga vacant position na ito sa ating mga nurses and doctors.
So, tama po. Siguro ang isang dahilan, katulad din na nabanggit kanina, is yung kababaan ng sweldo sa public sector. So, tama po, merong 6,000 plus unfilled positions for doctors, pero napakahirap naman po na hikayatin ang mga doktor na mag-apply sa gobyerno dahil sa totoo lang po, mas mataas talaga ang kita o mas mataas ang sweldo sa pribadong sektor. So, ang ginagawa po nila is naghahanap ng paraan para ma-upgrade ang salary grades ng ating mga doktor, pati na rin ng psychologists. Yan, para na rin matugunan ang ating mental health needs.
Thank you po, distinguished sponsor. Thank you po, Mr. Speaker. Huling tanong ko na lang po, ano po yung posisyon sa panawagan ng ating mga nurses sa 50,000 na minimum wage ng ating mga nurses? So yun na po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ang last na point ko po.
Pinag-aaralan po ang panukala na yan. Siyempre maganda, no, na 50,000 ang kikitain ng ating nurses na talaga naman pagod na pagod sa mga hospital. Pero kailangan pag-aralan. Of course, importante dyan is wala tayong tinatawag na wage distortions. Kasi kung tinaasan mo ng malaki ang isang item, parang domino effect po yan. Kailangan natin ma-adjust ang iba pang mga posisyon. So, kailangan ng mabuting pag-aaral para sa napaka-importanting issue na yan. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate, I move to recognize Representative Stephen James Tan for the 1st District of Samar.
Representative Stephen James Tan is recognized to interpolate.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my motion and I move that we recognize instead Representative Raul Daniel Manuel from Kabataan Party List.
Representative Raul Daniel Manuel of the Kabataan Party List is recognized to interpolate.
Magandang gabi, Mr. Speaker, at sa ating butihing sponsor ng budget ng Department of Health. Ang tanong na ito ay related dun sa reopening na ating mga paaralan. Kanina nasimulan na natin ang talakayan tungkol dito kasama ang Department of Education. Pero nakita natin kanina na kinakailangan yung gabay din at ang tamang mga tagubilin mula sa Department of Health. Mr. Speaker, yung mga nakaraang guidelines para sa conduct ng face-to-face classes, limited man o ngayong patungo na tayo sa full face-to-face classes, ay nakabatay sa mga joint memorandum circular, both ng Department of Education at Department of Health. Noong September 27, 2021, nilabas yung DepEd-DOH GMC No. 1 Series of 2021. At noong April 6, 2022, nilabas yung DepEd-DOH JMC No. 1 Series of 2022. Ngayon, Mr. Speaker, napansin natin na ang guidance na natin ay batay lamang sa kung ano yung inisyu ng Department of Education, yung Department Order number 39, Series of 2022. Tanong po natin, Mr. Speaker, bakit nawala sa eksena ang Department of Health?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, hindi naman po siguro nawala sila sa eksena totally kasi pagamat yan ay issuance na lamang ng DepEd, ay sila naman po ay in close coordination with the DOH. So patuloy ang consultation ng DepEd sa DOH on this matter, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yeah. Kasi Mr. Speaker, kapansin-pansin nga no, yung tungkol sa ventilation, walang air filtration standards, yung face mask, walang specifications sa kung ano yung maayos sana ng mga face mask na dapat gamitin. At yung pinakamalala sa lahat, Mr. Speaker, ay nakalagay na pwedeng maging substitute yung face shield para sa face mask. So yun sana yung gusto nating hingan kung nag-coordinate naman with the Department of Health, bakit may mga ganong nakalusot sa Department Order na ito, Mr. Speaker?
Well, sa ngayon po, ang strategy is to promote natural cross ventilation. So, ibig sabihin, kung meron tayong open windows and doors on opposite sides of the room, ay yan naman po ay inaasahan nila na maging as effective as the face shields and face masks. Hindi.
Plus additional safety officers.
Plus, meron din pong safety officers to monitor. And number 3, of course, nandyan pa rin ang masking. So, yung tatlong bagay na yan, so natural cross ventilation, merong safety officers to monitor, and monitoring of masking, ay with that, ay pwede na sigurong hindi na tayo mag-face shield. Yun ang naging desisyon.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, kanina din, nung sumalang ang budget ng Department of Education, nangako naman through the sponsor of its budget na, ayun, na-note yung lahat ng mga komento natin kanina at i-review ang department order na ito with the Department of Health. Can the Department of Health also commit, Mr. Speaker, na fully mag-cooperate ito dun sa review para maplansya ang department order na ito given yung isang buwan na meron tayo bago yung November for full face-to-face classes?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. That would be all, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Representative Mujib Hataman from the Lone District of Basilan.
Representative Mujib Hataman is recognized to interpolate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Quick na question lang, distinguished sponsor. Sa 2022, meron hong 9.5 unused fund. Magkano ang obligated dito?
Unobligated. Mr. Speaker, there's some slight confusion here because ang nandito po sa aming document is 10.959. Are we looking at
Magkano?
10.959 billion?
Yes. Sabihin na natin 10.9. Ang lahat ba yan ay obligated na or
Hindi pa po. Sa
magkano
ngayon
ang
ay
obligated?
ang obligated is 7.987.
So merong 3 billion na unobligated.
Yes po. Tama. That's the unobligated.
So anong status ng unobligated na yan? At itong obligated, ilang percent ang disburse?
The disbursement rate is 58%. So that's disbursements over obligations. So dun sa tanong niyo po, Mr. Speaker, sa ano nangyayari doon sa unobligated, sa ngayon po ay ongoing ang procurement and downloading of funds for MAIP po.
Yung sa unobligated na 3 billion karamihan, no? I mean, nasa MAIP yon lahat? Yung nasa 3 billion?
The breakdown po, Mr. Speaker, is MAIP is about 1 billion, HFEP is about 500 million, DOH hospitals is about 214 million, loan proceeds for COVID response is about 208 million, contingent fund is about 140 million.
Tama ba, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, na 500 million ang unobligated na HPEP? Tama?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank
Your
you for that clarification, distinguished sponsor. Mula 1998 hanggang sa kasalukuyan, ilang hospital na ang na-convert mula provincial hanggang sa DOH? Yung administered DOH na.
So ang tanong po is ilan ang na-convert from provincial to DOH retained?
To tertiary.
So from Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, from 1995 to 1998, 14. From
Ilan, Madam Speaker?
From 1995 to 1998, 14.
14.
From 1998 to 2000, 0. From 2001 to 2004, isa.
1998 to
2001, wala. From
Mr. Speaker,
2001,
just for the record, hindi ho totoo yan. Sapagkat yung Basilan General Hospital, nag-lapse into law noong February 23, 1998.
So, nung sinabi ko po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ang una kong sinabi is 1995 to 1998, 14, kasama po dyan ang Basilan. Siguro dahil...
1998.
Opo, kasama po dyan ang Basilan.
Ano ang status ng Basilan? Kasi taga-Basilan ako.
Sa ngayon po, meron pong nakitang tatlong problema. Well, number one is ang infrastructure po is not compliant with licensing standards. So BGH is currently a level 1 hospital with a 25-bed capacity. Sa ngayon, in order for it to be a level 2 hospital, ay kailangan po niya ng 100 beds. So kailangan pong mag-comply ang BGH dito. And at the same time, kailangan pa ang mga ito, number one, a tertiary clinical laboratory, B, additional laboratory equipment, C, operating room lights, D, sewage plant treatment, and E, hospital sprinkler. So, base sa assessment ng DOH, ay kailangan ng additional 50 million on top of your 2023 proposed budget of 36.5 million para maging compliant po.
Pero Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, di ho ba DOH supervise na ang Basilan General Hospital?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
Oo, kasi sa katunayan, andito sa NEP yung Basilan General Hospital. Kung meron tong pagkukulang, ibig sabihin pagkukulang ni DOH.
So muli, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, just for the record, kaya po alam ng DOH kung magkano ang kailangan pa na dagdag na infrastructure is because that is precisely the amount that they proposed to the DBM. So, ang sabi po nila, ang hiningi po nila sa DBM is, ano yung hiningi? So 88 po ang requested amount, 88 million. So, ang pinopose po ng DOH is 88.9 million. But ang na-approve po ng DBM is 55.4 million.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, pwedeng malaman kung kailan yung request ng DOH tungkol sa pagkakaroon ng compliance ng Basilan General Hospital? Anong year yan ni-request?
This year, Mr. Speaker.
So, ibig sabihin, 24 years na ang Basilan General Hospital mula nung na-convert, this year lang nagkaroon ng request. Tama?
For the 100.
So, lilinawin ko po na the request is for the upgrading to level 2.
Hindi, yun nga, Mr.
Ito
Speaker,
po
distinguished
yung
sponsor.
license for that upgrading.
Tama po. Actually, naiintindihan ko po yan. Ang tanong ko nga ho, bakit ngayon lang ang request? Samantala, ang daming kinonvert na hospital sa buong Pilipinas. Itanong ko, Madam, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ano yung pinakahuling hospital na kinonvert natin sa ating bansa?
What is the last hospital that was converted? Well, the most recently converted is a hospital in Quezon Province called Maria Eleazar. Maria Eleazar.
Ano ang pinaka-latest na conversion ng level 1 to tertiary? Level ko lang muna tayo. Kasi kung fair muna tayo, mawati na.
Level 1 and then level 2.
Wala po. Walang conversion from level 1 to level 3 ang nangyari so far. Dahil intindihan naman po natin, going from level 1 to level 2, you have to go from 25 beds to 100 beds. To go to level 3, ilan beds? Oo, so the answer is,
ilagay ko
it's
na lang.
very difficult, in other words, to move
Pinaka-latest
from
na
level 1.
conversion natin is Quezon Province.
But that's not from level 1 to level 3.
Hindi, sige lang, latest conversion natin. And
Yes.
definitely may requirements.
Mr. Speaker, yes.
At ang sinasabi nating requirements noon bago natin kinonvert ay, na tupad na nilang requirements o ginagawa pa rin ng DOH ang requirements.
So it continued, Mr. Speaker, this hospital mentioned is undergoing upgrading at this point and is still complying with the standards and continues to be a Level 1 hospital.
Anong year ang pinaka-recent niyan, distinguished sponsor?
So, Mr. Speaker, since 2021 pa po.
Since 2021. So, ibig sabihin niyan, different of 20 years, pati nung Basilan General Hospital.
You can say that,
Actually,
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ang hindi ko talaga maunawaan, bakit ngayon naging obligasyon ng taga-Basilan ang pag-comply nito, samantala supervised na to ng DOH? Ibig sabihin yan, 24 years, taon-taon, hindi nila kayang pondohan, magkano lang naman yan?
Mr. Speaker, ang kailangan pong mag-comply doon sa requirement is the hospital.
Hindi, tama.
Under the supervision of the DOH.
Eh di
So,
bakit
ganun
kung
po
hindi
yung-
nag-comply, Madam Speaker, tayo bilang Kongreso ay gumagawa ng batas. Kung related sa health, conversion ng hospital, trabaho ng DOH, to tama, di ba?
Mr. Speaker,
kung hindi lang din ho gagawin ng DOH ang kanyang obligasyon, tingin ko walang dahilan para magpondo tayo sa DOH. Hindi porket maliit ang aming probinsya, hindi nila pagtutuunan ng pansin. At kung ganun din ho, anong saysay na andito kami? Di pwedeng tablahin na lang natin, Mr. Speaker, I move to defer the consideration of the budget of the Department of Health.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker,
may I be recognized?
the good Representative Hataman may wish to consider his motion. With this additional information,
That we recognize the sponsor for the DOH budget, the Honorable Kimbo, to address the concerns of the Honorable Hataman, pending his motion.
Representative Stella Kimbo is recognized. Please proceed.
yes, Mr. Speaker, we completely understand the situation of the Basilan General Hospital, and we have the strong commitment from the DOH officials to support the hospital so that it can be converted into a Level 3 hospital in due course. Of course, hindi natin to pwedeng gamitin overnight. We will
Ako, mali na naman.
we will provide additional budget for the 2023.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, hindi ho overnight ang 24 years. Ang panganay kong anak is 22 years. Ang kongresista na naghain nito, dati kong boss, chief of staff lang niya ako noon. 5 term ko na sa kongreso, kada taon lagi kong sinasabi, anong sabi ng DOH? Tapos ngayon sabihin nyo, magko-commit kayo for next year. 24 years nga. Kada taon pinag-uusapan natin pero wala kayong ginawa.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Madam Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsors, ang hindi ko maunawaan, ano ang problema ng DOH sa Basilan? May problema ba kayo? Ayaw nyo talaga tulungan ng taga-Basilan?
Speaker, Basilan is a priority area of the DOH. But we reiterate the strong commitment of the DOH officials na tulungan po ang BGH. Maganda siguro pag-usapan kung ano eksakto ang paraan moving forward. Bukas na bukas po ang tanggapan ng DOH for this
Mr.
purpose.
Speaker, distinguished sponsor, tingin ko dapat maintindihan ng DOH, hindi lang ho ito usapin ng parokyal. Kasi kung ganito na katagal at hindi ho natin ginagawa, may problema na ang ahensya sa kanyang mandato. Inuulit ko ho, trabaho natin ang gumawa ng batas, trabaho nila paano ipatupad ang batas. Naipatupad natin ang bagong batas, pero hindi natin naipatupad ang matagal na batas. Yun yung gusto kong intindihin, bakit ganon ang DOH?
So we commit to facilitate and have the application for the license to operate for a 100-bed capacity by November 2022, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Pero gusto ko lang ulitin, Mr. Speaker, hindi lang ho dapat mangyari ito sa akin. Pero ang sinasabi ko lang, dapat gawin ng DOH ang obligasyon nila at huwag nilang isisi doon sa mga taga-Basilan. Kung sino man ang nag-manage ng Basilan General Hospital, mga empleyado rin ho yun ng DOH. Kung palpak sila, dapat tanggalin yung lahat at palitan nyo ng bago. Hindi dapat ang magsakripisyo yung mamamayan ng probinsya dahil sa kapalpakan ng mga empleyado nyo. With that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I end my interpellation.
Thank you, Congressman Muji Bataman. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpellate sponsor, I move that we recognize Representative Paul Daza.
The Representative Senior Minority Paul Daza is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening to my colleagues, to my distinguished colleague, the good sponsor, Secretary Barreri, and the DOH family. Is the sponsor familiar with the term NBB?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And what is the understanding of the sponsor of DOH of the meaning of NBB?
Mr. Speaker, it's the acronym for No Balance Billing, which is the policy that if you use a public hospital, your PhilHealth cover must sufficiently cover your hospital bill such that you need not pay from out of your pocket any additional amount. So halimbawa, kung ikaw ay may katarata, nagpa-opera ka sa isang public hospital, meron kang PhilHealth cover na 16,000 pesos. Dapat yung 16,000 pesos na yan ay sapat na, hindi ka na dapat singilin ng dagdag pa sa 16,000 pesos nung public hospital na yan, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I think that's a good description of no balance billing. Essentially, Mr. Speaker, it means two things. If it's an indigent patient in a public hospital, whether it's LGU or National Hospital, PGH, or a DOH hospital, you should not charge the patient, and the patient should not have any out-of-pocket expenses. And that's basically what our good sponsor said. And may I ask, does the DOH, does the sponsor think that's a good policy?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And is the sponsor familiar with the new law that we passed? In fact, she was part of the 18th Congress. It was the Malasakit Center Bill.
Familiar with the
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The Malasakit Bill essentially is a very good law that essentially wanted to create a one-stop shop inside a public hospital to help poor patients be able to source funding from different sources to mitigate and hopefully maybe zero out their out-of-pocket expenses. May I ask the sponsor if she believes that's a fair statement regarding the Malasakit Center, Malasakit Bill?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Now, may I ask, how have we done, at least, let's say, with the DOH retained hospitals, on the no balance billing concept or policy, and the integration of the Malasakit law? How have we done?
So, first of all, Mr. Speaker, the Malasakit law complements the no balance billing policy of PhilHealth. And at this point, of course, there are issues with compliance with the no balance billing policy. At this point, well, as of January of 2020, compliance with the no balance billing policy is at 82%.
Would that be the DOH retained hospitals?
This is, well, the no balance billing policy, Mr. Speaker, covers all public hospitals.
Okay. Does that include the LGU hospitals? Because
Yes,
I
Mr.
sincerely doubt that you have the foundation to say that the NBB compliance is 82% for all public hospitals. And I will ask the sponsor, what is your basis for that? Because that seems rather high. I wish it was that high, and hopefully in the future higher, but I can't imagine that DOH can say that nationwide, including LGU hospitals, we're at 82% compliance. What is your basis for that?
Mr. Speaker, this was based on random patient exit surveys in public hospitals, Mr. Speaker.
Conducted by?
Mr. Speaker, conducted by PhilHealth, a unit called PCares, Mr. Speaker.
And when was the survey made?
Mr. Speaker, this survey is done annually.
could we request the last 2 years survey report with all the details? In the interest of time, could the sponsor provide this representation, the said survey, which should include national and local government hospitals?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will comply, and I confirm that it covers all kinds of public hospitals.
Okay. You know, I noticed in the submission of the DOH in the budget hearing, actually, in their report, this wasn't there. And may I kindly ask, should the sponsor agree with me that this should be a standard part of the DOH performance indicators and other similar reports?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I completely agree with you.
Okay,
It
thank
is
you
in
very
fact
much.
part of the PhilHealth dashboard, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, because no less than the DOH Secretary is the chairman of the board of PhilHealth. So it's very easy. We can very easily do this. Integrate these surveys and reports with the aim of reducing the out-of-pocket expenses of poor patients. So I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. I think that will be improvement in the reporting system of the DOH, and I will look forward to that. Now, may I ask, what is now the 2022 unutilized appropriations and unobligated allotments as of 2022?
Well, as mentioned quite repeatedly tonight, it's 10.7 billion.
Well, I apologize, Mr.
10.959,
Speaker.
sorry, to be exact, 10.959. And as
Mr.
of
Speaker,
today-
just to clarify, 2022.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is as of August 31, 2022. Sorry,
I believe that's
out of-
2021.
wait, sorry, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Out of the 10.95 continuing appropriation from 2021, what is unobligated as of August 31, 2022 is 2.973.
Mr. Speaker, I had asked for the year 2022.
And out of the current year 2022, the unobligated amount is 125.579, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any unreleased appropriations?
Unreleased appropriations, Mr. Speaker, amount to 3.33 billion, also as of August 31, 2022.
And more or less, what percentage would that be of the 2022 appropriations?
3.3
The
divided
total
by
unreleased appropriations and unobligated allotments, which is 128, I don't recall the total
the-
new appropriations for 2022. What percent would that be, more or less?
about 3%, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry?
About 3%, Mr. Speaker.
No. What I had meant, to rephrase my question, what is the total 2022 appropriations? Because, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to highlight that a large chunk of the DOH 2022 budget remains to be utilized. I can't do the math now because I don't remember the exact figure.
So the 2022 appropriations were about 274. So 125 of 274 is 45%, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. So that's close to 50%. We're now nearing October. Could the sponsor give a rough estimate what will be the estimated continuing appropriations for 2023?
Historically, Mr. Speaker, by the end of the year, the average obligation rate is about 95%. So from today up to December, the expectation is to move from about 46% to 95%.
Okay.
So as of today, there are ongoing procurements, etc. So the expectation is 95% would be achieved by end December. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. And is the unutilized 2022 MAIP, what we call MAIP, is about 8 billion pesos as of today?
1 billion. Yes, we confirm, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, we have a balance of 9.613 billion as of August 31, 2022, Mr. Speaker.
Which brings me to the next point, Mr. Speaker. In the usage of the MAIP, as you heard, we have large amounts of unutilized appropriations for MAIP. I was glad to hear from our good USEC, I think Grande, that they're revisiting the guidelines to have a easier time of using the MAIP. May I ask, can we get a commitment from the department when the new revised MAIP guidelines will be issued with the view to make it more efficient to utilize this particular program?
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, the problem has to do with a COA requirement, which is that when NGAs, when national government agencies sub-allot funds to LGUs, SUCs, and private organizations, a MOA is required. And this is based on COA Circular number 94-013, dated December 13, 1994. But having said that, we support you in the desire to have a more expedited, more streamlined process, particularly with allowing the use of MAIP in private hospitals. But for that to happen, of course, DOH needs to have a conversation with the COA. So with the help of COA, and of course with the help of Congress, we can probably address this better, in fact. So kung pagtutulungan natin ito lahat at magkaroon tayo halimbawa ng special provisions to address this problem, palagay ko masusolusyonan natin ito, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Actually, may I kindly suggest, in a similar program in the DSWD, they are able to issue guarantee letters through the AIX program without the need of a MOA. And I think it will serve DOH well if they can confer with their counterparts in the DSWD and find a solution to this particular concern. But I'm satisfied with the assurance of the Honorable Kimbo that they are looking into this. May I just get an assurance on the timetable when the new guidelines will be issued?
Mr. Speaker, the DOH had already sent a letter to Congress with proposed provisions and, of course, a request for guidance and assistance on this matter, Mr. Speaker.
Will the good sponsor support those recommendations that my understanding is should be included as either as a general or special provision in the GAA?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I will support the good sponsor. I hope that you will push through with that so we can better utilize these large amounts of funds for poor, needy patients.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you. in 2020, I think 2019 or 2020, the House passed a very, very good law to help cancer victims in this country. 2019, it mandated a few things, which I think the DOH had already done, which is to form a cancer council. One of the requirements was to put up a cancer assistance fund. 2022, Congress, in its wisdom, included 529 million pesos for cancer patients. I'm sad to share with my colleagues that there's at least 92,000 cancer patients who die every year. That's 252 cancer patients a day, almost 8,000 Filipinos who die of cancer every month. We have 500 million pesos in this fund. How much of that 529 million has been utilized?
So for, Mr. Speaker, for the 2022 appropriation, it has not yet been used. And the reason for the delay is that the joint memorandum circular with the DBM had just been issued. So a requirement for the implementation of the Cancer Assistance Fund is this joint memorandum circular, which unfortunately had only been issued recently.
So, Mr. Speaker, I take that as an admission from the DOH that they have delayed the utilization of 529 million pesos for cancer patients, who every day we lose more than 250 patients a day.
Mr. Speaker, there was a problem. There was a difference in the wording of the special provision of the 2022 GAA and the NICA law. So that was the source of the delay, Mr. Speaker.
And can we expect the DOH to resolve this so we can now start assisting poor, needy cancer patients?
So, Mr. Speaker, because the joint memorandum circular had already been signed and issued, then we can already begin to utilize the Cancer Assistance Fund.
As of today?
As of today.
Thank you so much, Secretary. Thank you. Our good sponsor, that made my day. And because you made my day, I will forego my two other questions. It's 7:03 p.m., and I will wind down, Mr. Speaker, my interpellation of our esteemed colleague. Thank you very much.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, there being no more members of the minority, one of our favorite motions, I move to terminate the deliberation of the budget of the Department of Health and its attached agencies.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations of the proposed budget of the Department of Health.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of Health. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of Health is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, to further clarify, we also join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations, not just of the Department of Health, including its attached agencies.
Including its attached agencies is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 4488.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The consideration of House Bill number 4488 is hereby suspended.
Thank you, Mr.
Majority
Speaker.
Leader.
I move to suspend the session until tomorrow, September 23, 9 o'clock in the morning.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The session is suspended until tomorrow, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sama kami. Sama kami. Yan. Malayo ka na. Malayo ka na.
Ay, ma'am.
Nice. Too much surprise.
Very nice, very nice.
Congrats.
Congrats. Okay.
They did that?